Welcome, everybody, to the lab. I'm your host, Joshua Diaz. Sorry for the tardiness, but we are here. And thank you for joining us. We got a great show for you tonight. Put an end cap on the Long Island serial killer, which has been something that's been going on for close to 3 years now. And who better to talk about it than my good friend, Dr. Gary Brucato. He is a forensic psychologist and author of The New Evil. Also, he has a piano page here on YouTube that you should sub up to, and we will run that in the chat as well. Dr. Gary, it's good to see you. Good to have you.
How you doing?
I'm well.
Good. Is it all right if I pitch something about the?
Please, yeah, sure.
Okay, so a lot of people, it's the page is really building up. I think it's got about like 5,000 subscriptions so far in the brief time I've had it, which is great, and very much owe that to people from here and Chris's channel, the interview room, jumping over there. And what happened is I got a lot of requests to improve my the camera and the mic and so forth, even for this show and Chris's show and other shows. But to have a setup where I could do like live streams and to have an official channel where people could even like have a membership and whatever. And so as a kind of fundraiser to raise what I need to buy, to get all that stuff, because, I want to kind of keep that, budget for that in my life and everything. I'm doing a raffle that ends at 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. You can see that on the posts for the channel. And what's going on is that if you send a tip of $15 or more and include your mailing address, you'll be in the raffle to win one of 6 books that I drew out of the horde of books that Michael Stone and I used when we wrote The New Evil. So these are books that were used in our research. Some of them were Michael's and some of them were mine, because I inherited Michael's library when he passed, and a lot of the books were doubled because we had like exactly the same books, and so I can't tell you if it came from his or mine, but I just want to show you the 6 books that I picked for the first raffle, probably maybe the last. But is that okay if I show them? I think people will find it kind of cool.
Yeah, why not?
So the first one, which you'll get a laugh out of, Josh, because, of course, is a reprint of Edwin Porter's very important early book on the Lizzie Borden case, which is called The Fall River Tragedy, A History of the Borden Murders. So, kind of hard to get. I have the original, actually, when it came out, like not long after the killings. But this is a really good book. Second one is Eric Larson's The Devil in the White City, which is about the H.H. Holmes serial killer case. There's a movie coming out about it. Great book. I love Larson. See, there's the book. And that H.H. Holmes, of course, had a torture hotel where women would like lean against a wall and then like he'd pull a lever and they'd wind up in his basement, and then he would kill them and meticulously dissect them and sell their skeletons, their articulated skeletons, to medical schools. But he was a horrible serial killer, one of America's first and worst. We will be talking tonight about another one. Huh?
Is that your phone that keeps beeping?
I hope not. Oh, yeah, it is. Let me just shut I'm like brain dead sometimes and I don't realize.
Oh, that's all right. It just keeps beeping to the left.
Yeah, no, it's driving me nuts. Yeah, let me just shut it off. All right. And then 1 minute. Okay. And I got Deranged, which is the Harold Schechter's book about the Albert Fish case. Albert, I think he's at Queens College. He's great. Then I got Primo Levi's Survival in Auschwitz. He is the Nobel winner. The book is also sometimes called If This Be a Man, Se Questo un Uomo in Italian. And this book is like a memoir of his time in Auschwitz, which of course is one of the most evil things to ever occur, was the creation of those. Then we've got Manhunt, the 12-day chase for Lincoln's killer. That's James Swanson's superb book about the assassination of Lincoln.
It's funny that you say that. That very interesting, because I was just reading about John Wilkes Booth today, and in Lincoln's last speech that he gave before he was assassinated, he was talking about giving black people voting rights in his speech. And then Booth out loud said, then blacks will be equal to us. Like he was in the crowd, screamed it.
He was present when he was present famously when they killed John Brown, who was kind of like the bellwether of that war.
Yeah.
And which is also really interesting. I mean, we could talk a lot about him, the psychology of him.
That's sort of what set him off from, that was like the final straw for John Wilkes Booth. It was when he gave that final speech. I mean, he already hated Lincoln, but obviously,
I don't think that to be honest with you, he reminds me a little bit of the way I think about Luigi Mangione if he's guilty. I think that was a kind of an excuse to play out a narcissistic thing. I mean, he was basically an arrogant guy. And it's interesting with Booth, and when you read this book, it sort of inspires you, I think, along with the wonderful book, American Brutus, to think a little bit more deeply about the kid. And I think it had to do with the fact that he came from an acting family and was, sort of like living out the Julius Caesar story, the Shakespeare Julius Caesar story, where you overthrow a tyrant, like the assassin overthrows what you view as a tyrant. That's why they call that book American Brutus, right? And I think there was a little of that, like over-identification with that kind of grand character. He was a hard drinker, that kind of thing. Very narcissistic, beloved by women, considered very desirable and so forth, but a narcissist, basically. And the last one is Serial Murders and Their Victims by Hickey, this one, which is in the second edition in this copy. So you've got those 6 books, and at 7 p.m. tomorrow, the raffle will decide the winners. And you've got to make sure you give an address, a mailing address in the PayPal payment or Zelle or whatever people use, and you could win. The odds are pretty good, actually, based on the number of people that have entered. So I hope so. Now I've got plenty more to raffle, plenty more of them, because the library is really huge. I got from Michael's library, I think, at least 1,500 books that added to my own 6,500.
You have 5,500 books?
No, I had 6,500, and I got 1,500 more from Michael.
How many do you think he had overall?
Well, about 1,000 I left or were sold or given away, because Michael was a collector of first editions. He had things like the first editions of almost every Dickens book. He had a first edition of a book by Galileo, to give you an idea what he collected. And he also had one of the largest libraries of forensic literature, including like things from the 19th century, 18th century. So those things were collectible and had to be sold to.
I don't know if I have 6,500 of anything.
Really? Oh, okay. Cells in your body.
Well, that doesn't count. Those were God given. I'm trying to think. 6,500, like. Wow. No, I don't think so.
I told you I have a card catalog. When I was a kid,
I'm familiar.
The Gary Decimal System, or the Sunny Decimal System, because it's my nickname.
I've heard. And the first time I heard it, it's just as shocking now as it was then. And so, anyway, so
that's cool, right? And are you excited that it's turned into a real station?
I think that you've put a lot of work into it, and that I'm glad that you've decided to let it take shape, and do that, because there are people that really enjoy your piano playing. Although I did see the other day, somebody said that you needed to tune up your. It was like you need to.
It's electric. The reason it's funny is that it's electric.
Oh, I don't.
So how do you tune it up? I mean,
it's just funny because like they leave little. There's just always some backhanded compliments sometimes.
Yes, it's my favorite. And I said, they break. It breaks one of the rules of the station. But the reason it's hilarious is that
I should be banned.
Well, you have to understand it's an electric piano, so to have that complaint shows that you're just sort of being a professional malcontent. You know what I'm saying? It's funny. It's like if you gave someone a taste test, say which of these tastes better, and it's exactly the same drink, and they sit there and they sort of, with the bouquet of it in their mouth, and they go, this one is much better. The professional knows. And you're like, they're from the same bottle. Screw off. So it's that kind of thing. It's electric.
No matter how good something is, like my grandmother, like if I make something, or he goes, yeah, that was good. It could have been a little more salt or something, something like that. And you just always go, God, it's like never.
I have to say something.
I don't know.
I like to see the good in I mean, I know that's hard to believe given what I do for a living, but I think it makes more sense to me to try to notice what is good about something than to notice what's wrong with it. I know that it doesn't sound like me, but I really mean that. If I'm listening to somebody play an instrument, I would be like, they're very skilled and they're doing a good job making a bad instrument sound good, and that takes even more skill.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't think the instrument's bad, but that's their business.
Yeah, I always say, I always say, well, aren't you just a princess or something like that? It's like,
yeah.
But even though she's grateful, she is, but
yeah. Now, people are asking in the audience if the books are signed. Now, it doesn't make sense for me to sign them; they're not my books. They have my stamp though. The ones that are from my library have like a rubber stamp in them, but I do send.
Wait.
Yeah, I have a professional stamp that says from the library of Dr. Gary Brucato. Yes, I had it made, and these little book plates. See the little book plate. These I sign them, and I will put like a handwritten note of thanks, sometimes a drawing, and send it so you could put it inside your copy of the new ebook. And that comes with any of the raffled books.
You're like Bookman off of Seinfeld.
Yeah. Oh, I love Bookman.
Wow.
He's the best. Hey, listen, if you're going to do something, do it really well. Be the pro. I have to tell you, I find books kind of sexy.
Yeah, you've told me that before.
I think people who don't have any, now look, nothing wrong with not reading very much. I have a problem with somebody who resents books. I have an issue with somebody who resents them. Like if somebody comes over the house and goes like, I don't like that you have books.
Why would somebody say that?
But if someone doesn't read very often, that's okay. There's other people who've got all kinds of skills,
Why would somebody say that they don't like that you have books?
There are people, Josh, there are people who burn books.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? But I think it's attractive.
Well, it's funny because I will never, like I've cleaned, places out before, like rooms and stuff like that. And I would never throw a book away.
Well, of course not.
Regardless of the book.
I don't understand people who, that's on the list of things like that I find unacceptable. Like another example is a person who won't become involved with you because you have a pet. Like to me, like a person who has a problem with a dog or a cat or something, like there's something wrong with you. Like animals are way better than human beings, and if you've got a problem with the animal, then you can't handle a loving relationship.
Let's put it this way: if I was to get in a relationship with somebody who had Otis, I wouldn't do it.
Well, Otis is friggin' adorable, so I don't understand that.
Yeah, sometimes he peed down the hall just a little while ago.
Who cares? He loves you.
The door was wide open. He could have just gone out like he always does. He decided to sneak off and go down the hall.
No, I think what it is that for some people who were very affected by that phase of life where you have to have like a stable love object, like that pre-puberty kind of phase of life, there are people who never had love that was predictable and stable in those times in life. And if you find an animal that does that just kind of like is always there for you and you love it and it loves you and it will never hurt you and you can depend on it and hug it and kiss it and whatever, it can replace that for you and save your life. It really can.
I used to have panic attacks as a little kid. And one thing that always calmed me down was when I would wrap my arms around my dog.
Of course. I think it saves people's lives.
It actually stopped them. Because I used to like when I would go to counseling, I was always very nervous about going to counseling because I was just like a nervous little kid, for a long time. And I've told this story before, but this lady who was my counselor, her name was Diane Green. It's one of the sweetest people I've ever known. She had a chow, and his name was Bear. And I never had my own dog. And then when I would go there and I would be upset or, high strung or kind of crying or whatever, I would say, I want to see the dog. I want to see the dog. And then I would go over to the dog and I'd wrap my arms around the dog and I would calm down and the dog would sit next to me the rest of the sessions. And then he did that for probably 7 years until he passed away. And but by then I had my own dog, but they all sort of, that's how I sort of just fell in love with dogs. Was they always, and Otis does the same thing too, but he also infuriates me at the same time. So
Did your mother like dogs before she?
Yes. Yep.
Well,
the place that we lived, we couldn't have one. But my grandparents had a dog, and then right before we moved in, their dog passed away. But we ended up getting a dog eventually when I got there, and
right. But everything that you have to understand about what's wrong with people is in that story, right? Because you aren't allowed to have a dog, but your mother was in a relationship with a person who wound up taking her life in front of her children, who was infinitely worse than any animal ever could be, right? Question. But the dogs weren't allowed. That's it. There you have it.
Doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make. That's why I hate when people. I really hate, and I use that word lightly. I don't use that word lightly. I don't like when people say that a bad person is an animal. An animal would never do that. They're not sadistic. They would never torture a person like Rex Heuermann would. Never. When they kill, it's always instinctual and rapid. And don't talk to me about the cat knocking the dead mouse around. That's not. I'm talking about only humans are that inventively cruel.
Yeah, you should call it. You're a human. You're not an animal. Somebody in the comments said infuriates ? Yes, the word infuriates was used on purpose because some of the things that he does is infuriating. He chews the tops off of all my hats, chews on my inhalers. He swallows my AirPods, all very expensive things. And if you say, well, you should put them up. Well, I do. And he still gets to them sometimes. Now it's gotten better as he's gotten older, but yes, he can be absolutely infuriating sometimes. Now that doesn't mean anything other than it lasts for about 40 seconds. And that's it. You just go, why would you do that? Why would you ever do anything like that? And he just looks at you and kind of with his little googly, like one of his eyes gets a little googly, and he just turns his head. And then you go, oh, I love you. And then he comes over and then you have to wait for him to crap your AirPod out just to make sure he doesn't get bowel obstruction, cost you, thousands of dollars, things like that. So infuriating is the right word.
Well, I know what you mean, but nobody loves their dogs like you love your dog. So I hope people aren't misinterpreting.
That's true.
But we agree. And the reason anyone who knows me knows that from years of doing interviewing and therapy and writing and whatever, I have that Rachel Maddow thing. Rachel Maddow does this too, where you tell us what looks like small talk. You make small talk about something, and then you tie it into the lesson of the conversation, right? So the point that we're moving toward is the idea that to understand the Rex Heuermann case, you have to understand the idea of needing a permanent object, of needing a figure that doesn't leave you or change or that you control or whatever. And that can manifest sexually, but it could also manifest in other ways, like, which we'll talk about. But I think that the permanent object idea, the idea of a thing that is always there, and you know where it is, you control it, it's yours, whatever, is central to any understanding of the psychology of that man. And I have to tell you, I was thrilled to watch the judge throw the book at him. And
it was that judge was, I saw some people say, the judge was too emotional, was this or that. That's what judges do. That's what they're there to do. They're there to Yeah, they're there to judge you. I mean, that was that's the whole reason for him to be there.
I think he got. If I could, I don't want to put myself into the mind of the judge, but my sense was that it was obvious to a smart man that it might have been obvious to a smart man that in pretending to be sensitive to the victims,
Yeah,
nothing I could say would be enough,
right.
whatever. The judge was basically like, BS, like this is a control tactic, like, you're, and I think he lost his patience with it. And I like the face that he made when he said, "Are you sorry even a little for the victims?" And he's like, and the judge makes a face at him like, "Are you freaking kidding me? Like that is the most phony thing I've ever seen in my life."
My favorite part was when he told him, when he at the end he said, "Get him out of here."
Yeah, well, I think he lost his patience. I like that the judge looked like Alfred from the Adam West Batman.
Yeah, he did
He looked
actually.
like Alan Napier. That's who would play him in a movie. So anyway,
Well,
so
I was
how
gonna
do you
read.
want?
So I was
Yeah,
gonna read the names of the 8
yeah, I think that's a
women.
great idea.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I'll just just a little, not I just talk about when they went missing, but um,
they're all that matters.
well the first well, this isn't in any order, but Melissa Barthemely, I believe that's how
I
you
thought it
pronounce
was
it.
Bartholomew, but
Bartholomew, yeah. She was 24 years old when she vanished, July 2009, and her remains were found December 2010 near Gilgo Beach. And then you have Maureen Bernard Barnes. She was 25. She disappeared July 2007, and her remains were found along Bartholomew uh, and others in December of 2010. Megan Waterman, 22 years old, she disappeared June 2010. Her remains were found in December of 2010. Amber Lynn Costello was 27, and she went missing in September 2010. Her remains were also part of the Gilgo 4 discovery in December 2010. Valerie Mack, who was 24 at the time, missing in 2000. Partial remains were initially discovered that year in Manorville, and the rest was found in 2011 near Gilgo Beach. Jessica Taylor, who was 20, she went missing in 2003. Partial remains were found in Manorville in 2003, and others in Gilgo Beach in 2011. And Sandra Costello, who was 28, and she was murdered in 1993, and her remains were found in North Sea on Long Island. And so, this goes back. These are 8 that he has admitted to. Those are the 8 that he has admitted to.
you think there's more?
Well, the judge sure thought so, didn't he?
I mean, he said at least, or whatever the phrase
Yeah,
was.
I do. Of course I do. Of course, but I think the problem is, I think that there could be in other states, and possibly Texas, maybe death penalty states. He's not going to give those up voluntarily.
Who knows what the reason is that behavioral science wants to talk to him, other than understanding him. I mean, they may be trying to close out cases, or I mean, the guy's already got a life sentence. He probably secretly would love the attention.
Yeah, but if they found in a death penalty state, he could very well get the death penalty.
Well, then look, I think that based on my own research, a sexually sadistic serial killer, and that is what he is, has 12 victims or more. And those people tend to kill for a much shorter period of time. This guy somehow eluded detection, learned all the tricks in the book of how to hide, evolved, and did this for a very long time. So this is the question. Is he totally, like almost completely unprecedented in that Dennis Rader way, that he has huge cooling off periods between killings? Or did he kill a lot more often and sort of mixed up how he did it, his way of doing it? And then we have to come to understand, like, how did he maintain the signature elements, the parts that don't really change, while changing the MO and all of that? Now, one thing that I called, you probably remember me saying that I was sure was going to be true, and some people said that I made it up in my mind, but I think is now vindicated, is that he was using a room in his own house basically as a torture room, right, as the kill room. And I had thought that because he had that vault area in the house. Now I have not confirmed that that was the room, but I'm sure it was. It was soundproof and all that. And when you hear soundproof, as soon as you hear soundproof, you think of David Parker Ray and people like that. Okay, so why do you soundproof the room?
So people can't hear what
Can't hear what?
Dismemberment, torture,
Screaming.
SA.
Right. So, so if you're strangling someone, the truth is they're not making noise. They're not making much noise.
Sure,
They may kick and so forth. But the idea is that you have to picture a situation where he wanted someone to make a lot of noise so that he knew he was hurting them, right? And it's soundproof, so he's like the king of the room, right? And you remember that in the planning document, it talks about high points, and people interpreted that to mean the place in the ceiling where you could hang a body without it falling. Well, what I said was that high point is also the word for those little hooks that you put like on a garage wall or a workshop wall to hang your tools. And that's what I think happened. I think he had a room filled with his instruments, and I think that he would lure someone there by bopping them or strangling them, whatever, get them there to that place most of the time, at least, right? I think 7 of the 8 were killed there by strangulation. And I think that there was at least some degree of torture. Now, we don't know yet how protracted that was, if it was David style or, David Parker Ray style, medieval, whatever, or if it was like protraction of strangulation or things like that. But I think it's also interesting that he picked very little victims, that people that were, dominable, that he could sort of control. So you have to picture that too.
He talked about that in his he talked about that in his little list that we've went over before. Small, it was like smaller, easier to control. I mean, this was something that he had thought out and sort of, I guess, in a way, in his mind, perfected and, got better and better and better and better at it, while kind of mitigating all the risks that were going on. I mean, this is something that he lived day to day. He was always thinking about this. It seemed like.
Well, certainly, look, I think for the audience's sake, I'll explain very quickly that there are 4 types of serial killer. Okay. Now, I'm going to go from the least common to the most common. Is that okay? Just to help them understand what we're dealing with here?
Okay. Yeah.
So, least common are mothers who repetitively kill their own children for attention. So you have a situation like one accidentally dies or is shaken or so forth, shaken to death, so forth. And then you get a lot of attention. You go from being a nobody to being the center of town, the center of the town attention, like Mary Beth Kinnig, for example. And then you keep doing it. Or there's a Munchausen situation where you make the child sick or you make the child die and you get attention, right? Those are a type of serial killer that goes back many, many centuries. I have on record cases of that going back even to the 1500s, 1600s. Okay. Second type is the angel of death. And this is a doctor, a nurse, so forth, who kills his or her charges. Okay. So with those people, there's a godlike feeling like, I could take their life, or I could save their life. And sometimes they like to do something that sends you into medical distress and then be the one that's on the scene to fix it, right? So they insert something into a catheter or put something into a tube, into your bloodline, and you go into distress, and then they run in the room, code red, and they save you, that kind of thing. So there's that type. The third type, like Son of Sam or Zodiac or Ted Kaczynski, kills people repetitively with cooling off periods, but there's not really a sexual element. It's a kind of mission or fantasy that's about domination and control, attention, power, whatever, but there's no sexual. And then you wind up with the fourth and largest category where we place Rex Heuermann, which is where the sexual pleasure involves the cruelty itself, the domination and control of the individual through the sex act. So you have what occurs generally in some forms of sexual assault, but it's like worse because there's a killing element. The killing for most of them is to get rid of a witness, or because you've asserted too much force and they have passed away. And you tend to get angry that they have passed away because you're playing out a fantasy after securing a very specific victim with a lot of trolling. So sometimes they're annoyed.
That was Dahmer had that.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's another type like Ted Bundy or Jane Toppin, in a rare female example, where the killing itself is sexually arousing. So like for Ted Bundy, the death rattle of the victim squeezing around him during assault was the pleasure. That the orgasmic feeling came from the clenching of a dying person sometimes for him.
Tommy Lee Sells.
For Tommy Lynn Sells, the watching the blood and so on. So what you want to think about with Heuermann is that Heuermann is sexually sadistic. So for him, we know at least, we don't know if the killing was part of the pleasure, and sometimes it is with strangling, which was his mechanism, but there was also binding. We don't know if that was before or after death, putting all the belts and everything.
Right.
So he was a binder, right? Symbolic, which we'll get to, of what that's about. Or if he was doing what he was doing for a few days sometimes, or a few hours, and then eliminated a witness, right? We don't know which one it was because they've been a little short on detail. But when you've got a room set aside for this and a planning document, and you've evolved over decades, you have to think of somebody who thinks kind of like an architect or an artist, that thinks of it like, I've got a plan, I've got an obsessional ritual, and I'm collecting these victims.
Which is exactly what he was.
Exactly. Now, you remember in the New Evil, one of the things I identified that is now, I'm pleased to say, made the rounds, is I noticed that people who wind up in category 22, the torturers, the severe torturers, they all have higher IQs than other serial killers. And they also tend to collect things, every one of them. You name a category 22, I'll tell you what they collected. And the reason is, first of all, collecting is a type of organizing things to feel in control. But secondly, it's stimulating intellectually. For a lot of torturers, there's a weird intellectual curiosity about bodies, especially if they're sexually inadequate. So sometimes a deceased person, like, or a person who's been knocked out, or a person who's tied up or whatever, you're sort of toying partly out of cruelty and partly because you're so inadequate and so confused about what happens with a body when you do certain things to it, that you're experimenting. And so you got to picture a guy who's experimenting, enjoying the cruelty, dominating, controlling, and playing out some kind of fantasy that ultimately is about rendering a person totally under control. They can't leave him. They're never going anywhere. They're his. And in his mind, at least. And so this is the symbolism of the bindings and the burying them in collections that he could visit, and the look, and all of that. So that's why he went for the small people, I'm sure, because they were easy to dominate.
Interesting.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes tons of sense, complete sense. So you're saying he's a 22?
Well, if the torture is protracted and severe, he'd be a 22 in the scale in the New Evil. If the torture was not protracted, it was a little bit, but not really part of the ritual, he'd be an 18. Because we have no indication of psychosis or any of the things that would place him in a different category. This is just a cruel person. And if you look at that statement that he made in court, to me, now maybe it's my imagination or what I'm projecting onto him, but he looked smug and happy. I did not think he looked upset. He looked almost like he had an inappropriate grin when he was trying to say, oh, yeah, I think about the victims, whatever. I thought he looked like he was amused. Now, I'm curious what you think, but I would, maybe we can watch it.
Yeah,
and look at the attorney's face.
I know.
Straight ahead, right? So let's not think about it. Right.
Is there anything you wish to say?
Here he looks flat. Right.
He's got the worst haircut I've ever seen.
Well,
It's like
it speaks to his social ineptitude.
It's like 4 haircuts in one, and they're all bad.
Stand up.
There are no words I can say. I am responsible for what was said in this room today.
Now look at his face.
The words I would say have no meaning. And I'm gonna leave it there at this time.
Speak up.
Does he look heartbroken to you?
No, he doesn't care at all.
Look at his face there. He looks like his face is in a kind of rictus of humor or something. Now, I could be, as I said, I could be projecting that. It could be that this is neutral face for him. But when I look at him, I don't think he looks upset.
How did he get fatter in prison?
Who knows? I don't know. He looks to me like he couldn't care less. That's what I'm trying to say.
He's mad.
I really don't think he can feel that there's anything wrong with this. He's just upset he got caught.
Yeah, well, I mean, what so the judge basically says like, well, what do you have to say? And he's like, nothing I could say will matter. Blah blah blah. Basically saying, I don't really care, and he doesn't care.
No. Now watch the judge. I love it.
Mr. Heuermann,
See, he looks amused. See his little
Mr.
smirk?
Tierney said, I know that you're sorry that you got caught. I assume that you're sorry for what you've done to your wife and children. Are you a little bit sorry for what you did to these poor innocent women? 8 women that you strangled to death, at least 8 that we know of. Are you at least a little bit sorry for that?
Look at the
I know.
it's like, oh shit.
Yes?
Yes, I am.
You know what? You've been described as a very big man, but you're a disgusting and despicable small man, if you're a man at all.
Hmm.
And you're a coward. As a result of your plea of guilty to murder in the first degree under count 1 of indictment 73544 of 2024, it's essentially court that you serve the rest of your life without the possibility of parole. Respect to count 2, murder in the first degree. It's essentially court that you serve the rest of your life without the possibility of parole. With respect to count 3, plead guilty to murder in the first degree. It's essentially the court that you serve the rest of your life without the possibility of parole. Those 3 sentences to run consecutive with each other. With respect to count 7, murder in the second degree, it's a sentence of the court that you serve an indeterminate term of imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years and a maximum of your life. With respect to count 8, murder in the second degree, it's a sentence of the court that you serve an indeterminate term of imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years and a maximum of your life. With respect to count 9, murder in the second degree, it's essentially the court that you serve an indeterminate term of imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years and a maximum of your life. And finally, with respect to count 10, murder in the second degree, it's essentially the court that you serve an indeterminate term of imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years and a maximum of your life. All of those sentences to run consecutive with each other. Mr. Tierney, with respect to counts 4, 5, and 6,
Move to dismiss, Your Honor, in satisfaction of that sentence.
that application is granted. Other agencies to collect.
Imagine,
Anything
Josh,
else, gentlemen?
the victim seeing that man staring into their eyes during the crime, because strangulation is extremely intimate. I mean, can you imagine this? That huge man, and they're tiny, and you know what I'm saying?
He looks like Sloth from the Goonies.
Josh, we studied strangulation at Boston College, and Burgess and Victor Trick and I and all that. It takes a while. And we also don't know if he did it with a ligature or his hands. But a lot of these guys have tools that they use, belts, cloths, things like that. But you got to get really close. Sometimes you're suspending the person, but I think you really just got to look at this guy and kind of think to himself, like, the power trip that he must have been on. And the worst part of it is, he really trolled until he found people that looked exactly the way he wanted them to. So there's like a kind of paradox of seeing a specialness in the victim. And he must have told them that. You know what I'm saying? You're so special, you're so beautiful, you're so whatever. Because in his head, he's collecting them, And then, but the reason he's collecting them is that they make the perfect victim in his mind. It's horrifying because for these guys, I've talked to murderers of this type, and they talk about it like they're talking about catching, getting lobsters in a lobster pot. Oh, that one will make the best dinner. Isn't that pretty?
Oh
That
yeah,
kind of thing. Right. He thinks of it like it's a specimen that we
He
perfect for the fantasy.
he doesn't respect anything or anybody. He doesn't care.
Well, to be honest with you, I think I don't want to get into this in detail, but I think in some weird way, I think he does care about his family because I think he took that deal to prevent any details of anything, what I mean, to kind of protect, to not put people that he loves through having to testify or be on the stand or whatever.
Yeah.
I wonder about that. I think but because that's typical of this type. You fragment and you've got like, you're a dad and Israel Keys, for example, wouldn't give his story in full detail because he didn't want his daughter to find out. You get that, but then by night, you've got this other life.
That I understand. And
Right.
in
Fragmenter.
even in, even most people, would, I guess, even him would care about that, I guess. But
Who knows?
somebody says, why did he get to wear a suit? Well, probably because he couldn't find an orange bed sheet that he could wear to court. I mean,
Yeah.
I cannot stand this guy.
He's gigantic. Yeah, he's horrifying, Josh. But he also did things to make a mockery of the victims in other ways. Like, for example, he called up the sister of one of the victims and mocked her that her sister was decaying.
Yeah. Can you talk about that for a minute? Can you explain that?
In one of the victim statements, I think the sister of a victim says, that he called her up and did that. He calls, I think, from a burner phone. He basically calls up and goes like, "Yep, your sister's rotting, and I'm gonna be, and I'm gonna enjoy it," or something like that. And I could tell you where she is, but I won't. So it's that sadism of wanting somebody to be devastated. Now I have to tell you, when this case first happened, I thought there was a psychologically symbolic clue in that, and I'll tell you why. Remember what I said in the beginning of this episode is I think this has a lot to do with rendering an object permanent. Okay? Wanting somebody to be under your control and predictable so they'll never leave you. At 12 years old, he lost his father by some reason, mechanism we don't understand. I cannot help but think that the belts are going to have something to do with discipline or childhood stuff that we don't get yet. And I think the idea is to call up a person who's lost a family member and make them feel weak. Feels like a projection of feeling weak because you did. You understand? I lost somebody and I'm rendered weak. Now, if we are to believe the story of the woman who went out on the date with him, where he was asking her about Gilgo Beach to amuse himself, remember he says to her he wants to tell her about his favorite serial killer?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember who that was?
I don't remember.
It was Kenneth Bianchi, a serial killer that was considered very nice looking and charming, very different than this type, right?
Yeah.
But he certainly would have found him charming. Now, Kenneth Bianchi, by the way, has an issue with my book. I heard through a reporter that something like he didn't like his rating or something. I don't know, something like that. But anyway, so Kenneth Bianchi, who was one of the Hillside Stranglers, he, as a kid, lost his father to a pulmonary illness. And because of his father's death and abandonment, he was left with a mother who was very cruel to him, allegedly. And I think hated that situation. And then he went on to be a strangler. So what is the symbolism of that? The symbolism is, I'm now responsible for when a pulmonary matter takes a person out of my life. I say when they go. They don't die of a breathing problem on their own and leave me with this terrible mother, or what he saw as a terrible mother. I am responsible. So what I think is there's a little bit of a clue in some of these things that Heuermann probably felt very abandoned by the death of his father, which makes me wonder what went on when his father was gone. And also another clue to this need for permanence of objects is the keeping of that house in like museum state where it was like dilapidated and whatever, and he wouldn't modernize it even though he was an architect.
Yeah,
So
that I've
before-
always thought about that too.
right. So I think it was like this weird, and in it, the symbolism of the vault room is that it's a compartment hidden within the whole structure of what the world sees is the room, the power room, the torture room, right? So I think that that idea is splitting, fragmentation, compartmentalization, that whatever phrase you want to use, cubing, whatever. That there is that little place inside, and I think he flirted with the idea of someone finding out about that little secret room, like a lot of these guys do, to bridge the split, as I always say. Remember the story of a coworker coming over and him hitting the door of the vault, knocking the door of the vault, like, "Yep, that's my gun room," whatever. He's basically flirting with the idea. If I wanted to, I could open this door like Gunnar Hansen in Texas Chainsaw Massacre and pull you in and do whatever I wanted to do with you. So
Right.
he feels like he's the arbiter of
How
whether
long was this guy
lives or
on their,
dies.
how long was this guy on their radar?
It's a very good question. I mean, I don't know. I mean, all I know is that this case, some people thought it was the work of more than one serial killer because he evolved in terms of MO. So there's like, they didn't know if the bodies were left by one person, multiple people. Could they be, Joel Rifkin victims? Could they be other people's victims? Could they? We don't know. But I think he's been active for decades.
Yeah, I do too.
And I think that if he really talked, and you know what's going to happen, he's going to talk when he wants something. You're going to see that there was a
What's he gonna
mountain.
want?
There
Cornbread?
could have been a mountain of them. Yeah. Huh?
What's he gonna want? Cornbread? I mean, what could this guy
Well,
want?
listen, he's in there for life, so you might as well at this point go for the attention gold mine. I think that they're gonna play him. Oh, you're so fascinating. We got to learn about you, how you outsmarted us, blah blah blah. And he'll sit there and rattle off the brilliance of his plans, and they'll learn a thing or two about what he was doing. The little
Well,
techniques he developed.
can you imagine being the doctor assigned to talking to him?
Well, listen, he's right here in my state. I hope that one day I at least get to interview him. Not that I care about him. I just want to learn how to.
It reminds me of like the Nazi, when the Nazis were in Nuremberg.
Yeah.
And the Hermann Goring, the doctor
Oh, yeah.
had to talk to him, and they almost sort of became like friendly, and because the doctor was fascinated with him. And I mean, I wouldn't say fascination really isn't something I would say I am fascinated with Rex Heuermann, but
I'm not.
I think the fascination is what makes people do this, because 99% of the world can't fathom something like this happening.
That's why they use the word evil. That's exactly the point that Michael Stone and I are making in The New Evil. The part of the construct of the scale, part of the construction, is that the more you cannot see humanity in it, the more evil you're going to find it. That's part of what makes you use that word, right? Like you could relate to somebody low on the scale. They walk in, they find their beloved person who told them, "I'm the one who's going to love you always," cheating on them in front of their own eyes, and they pick an object up and kill them. There are people lower on the scale. We can kind of get it, right? Someone's been abusing you for 20 years and you pick up a knife and you stab them to death. Like the human in us can get that. But we cannot get a guy who says, when I was younger, people didn't treat me well. They didn't consider me particularly attractive. People left me. So I'm going to create an elaborate plan where I'm going to go out and get sexual gratification from luring unsuspecting sex workers, bopping them on the head or strangling them, taking them to a torture room, slowly, torturing them to death, and put belts on them, bury them with their mind forever in my mind. I go visit them. I Google about myself. I flirt with the idea of telling other women about the killings, ha ha ha, that we don't understand. And I'll give you an example of something that's really haunted me that I think illustrates how hideous of a human being I think this is. Okay. So, that we have his search history. It's part of what was released at the time he was, they found him, he was charged, right? So we know that he's like looking up sexually perverse stuff, even about kids, right?
Yeah.
Among his other horrible things. Okay. And he's looking up the case. He's looking up the list case. Okay. So what I want to know that is not indicated by that list is, what was the order? Because from knowing how a lot of these offenders work, what I wouldn't be surprised about is if we found out that he would first look up the case, get sexually aroused about reliving it in his mind and knowing that he was getting away with it, and then looked up the pornography to masturbate. You understand? So I think as he's getting turned on by reading about it and outsmarting everybody and reliving it, possibly looking at trophies and things that he's kept, because, he probably, they claimed that they didn't find any, that there were no trophies, right? But for some people, there are different mechanisms of keeping a trophy, because it's all about what is the thing you do to render the person permanent. For example, Jeffrey Dahmer ate his, right? That's a way of keeping them permanent. For some people, it's keeping them in a pile somewhere. For some people, it's photographs, Polaroids, whatever. So it's a little tricky to say he didn't have trophies, because he had records, like in the planning document of what he was doing. It's all about, everyone's got their own way of doing it. And, for him, he was probably going out to that place where they all were.
Oh,
and feeling powerful and all of that. Yeah. So that's what you're dealing with. And don't be surprised if he was going back and forth between reading about it and getting turned on. Because that's what a sexual sadist is.
And he is the definition of a sexual sadist.
Oh yeah. I also want to know about the little effigy of a childlike form that he kept. Remember, there's like a doll-like effigy that he had. Let's just say, I hope they swabbed it. You understand what I'm getting at? A little humanoid form. You know what I mean? In a guy that gets aroused by a small person that he could do things with. I mean, I just think I'm not saying I know that for sure, but that doll needed a good, it needed to be swabbed by an expert.
That's sick.
Listen, that's what you're dealing with here, man.
I get it.
Not the ice cream man.
I get it. Does the brain protect you during a strangulation from total awareness? I don't know. Does it?
I mean, oxygen loss can. I'm aware of couples. I'm aware that there are couples that will engage in asphyxiation sexually to cause like oxygen deprivation or whatever, where people do it alone. And sometimes it can make you unconscious. It can knock you out. It can, or they don't remember details of what happened like a few minutes, before they wake back up or whatever. I mean, there can be, you talk about oxygen loss to the brain. I mean, it's, but this is the kind of person who would have controlled it to enjoy it. So you stop tugging as much on a garrote or a rope or your hands or whatever to give the person a chance to catch breath, and then you continue to. That's what you do. David Parker Ray, who was really, really the worst of the worst, he went so far as to use electric paddles, like to jolt you back to life after you died, so he could do it again.
Yeah, I remember.
Because for him, the person would die too quickly. So he would jolt you back. I mean, that's what you're dealing with. So I just want the audience to understand the rarity of a sexual sadist who has an isolated torture center. There aren't many of those. You can count them on a couple of hands. And to realize that we don't know if there was actual sexual assault beyond the physical abuses. He might have been inadequate in that way. There might have been objects used for the assault. There might have been, we don't have those details. But for a lot of these guys, there are penis substitutes. There are sometimes the force of the action is to compensate for being inadequate. We don't know. We just don't have those details. He has robbed us of those things. And I'm sorry to people in the audience who find it hard to listen to this. This is the science of these things. I would understand if people wanted to sign off, but we've got to talk about this, So,
well, that's what we're here to talk about.
Yeah. And actually we're doing it in a professional way. We're not, but I understand that people are very sensitive about it, and they should be. But I really want to drive home the darkness that these women would have experienced maybe for days. Like when the wife's not home or he's got the house to himself. You know what I'm saying? Although I don't know why you need the room to be soundproof if you do it when nobody's home totally. But I think he would choose when nobody was there.
Here's a question. NJ says, Dr. B, do you think there's a connection between his watching CP and his preying on very small
It's possible. It's possible. It's absolutely possible. But, you know, it could just be that he was aroused by the size of victims. You know, it is possible. But
yeah, but I think a lot.
There are sexual perversions here. Yes,
but I think a lot of that was probably because they were also easy to control. I mean, he even went on to say that as much. You know,
I think that's true.
Sure,
but I think there's no question that he had a variety of sexual perversions. I mean, you know, it isn't just the sexual sadism. I mean, it was also paraphilic stuff, like in terms of being attracted to people of inappropriate ages, and you know, this is a pretty perverse person in many ways.
Let me see whose voice keeps cutting out. I'm not seeing anything drop over here. Maybe if you go out and come back in, that might change, but it looks like everything's okay on this end. Let me see. Yeah, sounds normal on my end. So it's probably on your end, unfortunately.
I'm not seeing it.
It would tell me. But I just keep seeing people say, well, instead of just automatically assuming that it's me, go out, come back in. Just try that, please.
And thank you to people in the audience that I see are participating in the book raffle. Quite a number of people have gone over and done that. I'm seeing it as we speak. So, although I don't want to get into that now in the middle of this conversation, but I do think it's important to show gratitude. So thank you for that. I see it in time. Yeah.
Do we know anything about Rex's upbringing? I'd be surprised if he didn't display psychopathic tendencies as a youngster or.
What I would predict is we're going to hear about a sense of having no control over love objects, either abandonment, death, cruelty, whatever, something. We don't know yet. We don't know. We know about the death of the father when he was 12. Second thing I would imagine is this is a very obsessional guy. Ritualistic, mechanical, that kind of person. I think we're going to hear that he had a temper, because I've heard stories from his adulthood that suggest it. I wouldn't be surprised if there was cruelty, let's say, to animals or to helpless living things. Would you be surprised?
No, not at all.
I wouldn't be surprised if he collected things compulsively, like took things from people. And I wouldn't be surprised if he was bullied and mocked and became furious at women. I'm very interested in the dynamic with his mother that he was left with when the father died. I think that's very interesting. I have heard things that make me think there might have been some discipline stuff that plays into this. Remember, using belts as a symbol of power can have something to do with somebody having used the belt on you as a symbol of power, but I don't know. I also think that he probably masqueraded as being kind of pro-social and so forth in a chameleon-like way, but that the people who knew him knew that he couldn't really keep a relationship and he was sort of a jerk. Remember when he got mad at a neighbor and cut the neighbor's boat in half?
Yes.
Right.
I remember that.
Yes, and some stalking behavior, being outside the window of a coworker, things like that.
Yeah,
so
and
I think there's a stalker tendency.
He would get in trouble, like he was shoplifting as a kid, little things as well. But kids unfortunately do that. Somebody,
the collector.
Yeah, it's just sort of his thing that he does. Now, right here is why is his wife sticking by him? I think that Dr. Gary's chosen not to talk about the family because
Right. Not doing it.
they're not charged with anything. They, it's kind of a touchy situation. I'll give you my take.
I think that for various reasons, I won't.
Well, let me just say this. I don't think it's right that they can profit. I just don't. I think it's wrong. And that's my opinion. There's nothing, there's no legality to that, but I don't think that they should be able to profit off of the monstrous acts that this man has done.
In what way are you seeing them as profiting?
Well, they're doing like Netflix documentaries and crap. Or that way, I think Peacock gave him money. I think Peacock gave him a lot of money. I think that's bull crap. I think it's completely crap. I don't think they should be able to do that. There are, what is it, Son of Sam laws, and I think that those should extend a little bit farther out sometimes. And hopefully they will. Hopefully maybe this is something like that will change it. And so, yeah, no, I of course I can have my own opinion. That's my opinion about it. I don't know what she knew and what she didn't know. I don't know anything about the daughter or anything like that. I'm just talking about the profiting off of his crimes. I think is wrong, and I will always feel that way. Yeah, Peacock paid him up, so pretty sick if you ask me. So here, let's finish. I like when the judge tells him to get out.
Oh, yeah.
Get him out of here. Other agencies to collect. Anything else, gentlemen?
Nothing from the people.
Mr. Brown?
Nothing further.
All right, get him out of here.
That was my favorite part. Was I've never heard a courtroom erupt like that. Usually they don't allow that. Have you ever heard that before?
It's a long time in coming.
I know, but have you ever heard that before? I've never heard that before.
And I'm thinking of like footage and I think I've heard people sort of shouting at you like burn in hell,
Well, they were doing that.
But applauding, but
that's normal. You're not supposed to do it, but they do it all the time. And
I think it made them feel kind of special.
You think so?
I think they should have reacted to him like he was insignificant. Give him power. You heard us. The best thing with that kind of person is they're insignificant to you.
Yeah.
Because that's what he was projecting onto the victims. So you project onto him, you're insignificant. That's what the judge was doing. You're a nothing. You get what I'm saying? So I wouldn't, there's nothing wrong with doing it. That's people's prerogative. But my attitude would be to just have I couldn't care less about it.
Look at the side profile of his hair.
It's pretty bad. It looks like a piece curled up and died on his head.
It looks like a strawberry that has mildew on the top or something. It's weird. I don't understand.
This is not I heard they used to call him as a kid. I think they used to call him Heuermann Munster. Because of Herman Munster, because he looked kind of like the Frankenstein's monster from the Munsters. I could see them calling him that, Herman Munster.
It looks ridiculous.
Well, he wasn't a looker.
He's an architect.
He's an archetype.
You can't even look at. Just everything about him is just disgusting.
It's pretty bad. And but it's interesting. He's got people that love him.
What do you think? So what do you think he does? You think he goes to the county barber and says, "Hey, make my hair look as absolutely bad as you can"?
It's not a hairpiece.
If it is, he needs a refund.
It's pretty bad. It looks kind of like a tribble.
He would look better with he would look better with like Rick James hair, like if he was going to get a hairpiece. He looks he looks ridiculous. I mean, he really.
Yeah, hair pieces generally are pretty funny to me because they're never believable.
That's his hair, dude. I'm telling you.
I had
That's
a neighbor one time who came over to me and told me a story. And this is just to lighten the mood for a moment. I had a neighbor came over and said, "Can I ask you a question? I got a weird story to tell you, and you like weird things." So I said, "All right, what is it?" They said,
sure you do
"I got
like
this
weird
problem at my office. I found out one of my employees got a weird search history, but I don't understand what it means." So I said, "Okay, you got a printout of it, and it was all like looking for furniture and shopping and all kinds of things you probably shouldn't be doing in the middle of work." And then it turns out the person was obsessively looking up merkins. So he goes, "I don't know what a freaking merkin is." So I die laughing. And I'm like, "Listen, you want me to tell you what that is or what? What is it? I don't understand. What is it?" And I said, "Can you make a guess what it is?" I thought it was maybe a store because he was looking for lamps and couches and things. I said, "No. A merkin is a pubic hairpiece.
Nice.
It is a piece of artificial hair used there." And this is horrifying to me. So, look, it's a funny word. I knew someone was well, I won't. I'll keep that story to myself. But it's a very funny story. Now, Josh,
What?
returning to the topic at hand, doesn't it look like a merkin is on his head?
Yes, it doesn't. It looks like there's a baby rhino in his stomach.
Right. And for the people who said, "Who do I think loves him?" I think it's he's got family that stands by him.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know how somebody could, but whatever. Look at the size of that belly. Everything about him is disgusting. And because of all the things that he's done, it makes everything so much more disgusting about him. But he is one repulsive puke of him. He looks like a bucket of lard on a bad day.
Well, I think that's part of what motivated him, was that he probably was socially a total outcast. I mean, he was huge, he was repellent, lacked social graces, was weird. You know what I'm saying? And I think you should pull up, Josh, the video of him. I actually met the guy who interviewed him. You should pull up the video of him when he's doing his little interview about his architectural firm, and he talks about his hammer. I think there's a lot of data in that.
Let's check it out.
I like Lori said, if he was the last man on earth, I'd demand a recount. Maybe she means us, Josh.
Well, no, I don't think so. Oh my God, dude. He's like the worst haircut I've ever seen in my life.
Found it? Otherwise, I'll find it for you.
Oh, I found it. Prayers and thank you so much for your thank you for your super chat. I really do appreciate it.
Bonjour, I'm Antoine.
Yeah, I met him on the set of Newspaper. He's a really nice guy.
Look at his hair there.
He's not a nice guy.
Scaffold.
Wow, it looks kind of shellacked.
He deserves to be mocked.
You know where this was filmed? Across the street from my office.
Yeah, isn't that where he threw the pizza away?
Well, okay, it's like across the street and like a block and a half or 2 blocks away from my office, and then the pizzeria is like a block away because I sometimes would eat there, and I took a picture in front of the trash can. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, I remember
Where they threw the pizza because they arrested him, and I had
you were pointing. Remember, and then I made that meme of you pointing at the statue of David's wiener.
Oh, that was you?
Yeah.
Oh, that I never knew who made that.
That was me.
Well, thanks. But
I cannot understand. Okay, anyway, let's dive in. So, tell us, who you are, where you're from, and how long you've been in New York.
Okay. Rex Heuermann. I'm an architect. I'm an architectural consultant. I'm a troubleshooter.
I'm a serial killer.
Born and raised on Long Island.
Okay.
Been
All right.
working in Manhattan since 1987.
Oh wow.
Very long time.
Okay. So this
I
brings-
do think it's good that he said on Long Island, because there's nothing that bothers me more than I live in Long Island. Because if you live in an island, something's wrong with you.
That's a good point.
directly to my first question. So, can you explain to our audience what is it that you do, not the architect part of your business, but the other part of the business, which is, it's my understanding that you're kind of a facilitator with the Department of Building. Is that
So he freaks me out, but he was successful. Yeah.
I mean, I think so.
correct? But please tell us.
That's correct, but much more.
Okay.
What I
That's so much
do-
more. I'm interested.
I do troubleshooting, architectural troubleshooting, and negotiations with the building department.
Okay.
What I mean by that is, do we do the standard stuff with the building department? Handle your filings. I have other clients who are a lot of other architects,
Mhm.
and we'll handle their interactions with the building department,
Yeah.
especially out of city architects, because they're a little afraid of the city. And
Tough city.
when a job that should have been routine
Yeah.
suddenly becomes not routine,
Yeah.
I get the phone call.
Gotcha.
Whether it's an old building and they need somebody that understands and can maneuver the 1938 building code or the current building code. You look surprised when I say 1938
Can you pause
building
that?
code.
One thing that is very interesting to me, with expertise in this is like something only somebody in my field would care about. But I think it's very interesting that his hand gestures are so dramatic, that he moves them so much. Usually, like for example, if he were psychopathic, you'd expect very little effective activity, very little hand movement and an arm movement, and very little facial movement. He's very expressive for somebody that may be deadened internally.
Yeah.
With a lot of this kind of, which is interesting. And that's also a sign of somebody who is using hand gestures to ground the conversation in a socially skilled way. You don't really expect that in somebody socially inept, because like it's all about going like, you get what I'm saying, right? By doing this, we all do that. We ground the conversation. We make sure you're following what I'm saying. I'm keeping you engaged. I'm using eye movements. I'm using hand gestures. You would expect, let's say if he's a psychopath, you'd expect a psychopathic person to be more deadened. You see what I'm saying? So it's very interesting to me. But anyway, go on. He's a manipulative little guy. Big guy. That's what I'm getting at.
Building.
Manipulative, massive guy.
Yeah.
I've actually used the 1901 old tenement laws here in the
Interesting.
city of New York, and you can legally do so.
Oh wow.
Proud of himself.
That's one of the little things that
That you do.
people don't always understand.
Yeah, he's boisterous.
I'm smarter
when it
than
comes
other
to
people,
building
and I get
codes.
around
Yeah.
the law. That
I
kind of.
know what building codes are. Wow.
They never
Well,
read the
The
administrative.
idea of using the law against you. It's the thing of boasting that you've taken the rules and found a way to use them to hurt the person who makes the rules. Like I've cheated you, right? Like I've figured out how to use your laws and get away with something, right? It's like someone who boasts that they know how to get around the tax code. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it tells you something about his attitude, where he's masquerading as good, but is like being nefarious in the form of a supposedly pro-social person. That's very chameleon-like. It's very slimy. It's very right. So, go on.
Section.
So, what decided you to launch that particular, I would say, a niche of a business? Was it because out of frustration on your side as an architect? You say, I can't believe, I didn't think about that. Let me dive into it and let me try to maybe make it a business out of it, or was just, you just decided to do it?
Actually, it was Harvey's fault.
Of who?
In 1987, when I came to work in the city, the first architect I worked for was Harvey Rothenberg.
Okay.
Great man. That year, a new law came out. Local Law 58 of 87.
Okay.
That's all the handicap access.
Okay.
They said,
Did you?
you're the new guy, you read it. So I read
You
it.
read it.
There was a situation dealing with the city. They said, well, go meet with the city. I did. I was effective at it. He said, go do it again.
Oh, that's funny.
And that's how the whole thing started.
Hilarious.
Okay.
And he did a lot of
I know, like this is
work with not-for-profit
awkward.
agencies
Okay.
for developmentally disabled.
Mhm.
So that's where I started doing a lot of my building code consultant with him, as well as the design and drawings
Yeah.
for these facilities.
Mhm.
And the one thing I learned very quickly was
Yeah.
the building department could not understand them.
Couldn't understand what their own codes.
Their own codes, their own laws, because
This is
you
disturbing.
have
Dude, I mean, the interviewer's bad too.
what we would call a group home for development.
What's
In
that?
retrospect, a lot of things look pretty bad.
No, I'm just saying the interview like sucks. It's boring.
No, but I'm saying that
Disabled.
looking back
Okay.
on it, knowing what we
It
know,
doesn't-
I mean, it,
What
Oh,
size?
God.
What size do you think that shirt is?
I don't know. It's like a tarp. Josh, seriously,
7X.
it's horrifying. I always say that a good movie, a beautiful movie, a movie with great cinematography, you could freeze frame at pretty much any scene and it will look like a painting, right? It'll be composed. Like if you took The Godfather and froze the screen at any moment, it would be composed like an artwork. This guy, if you freeze this interview at any second, it is the most horrifying thing you've ever seen in your life. You could freeze any second. Look at it. Look at him.
Yeah, I see it.
You randomly froze it there. Like that scene is terrifying. Right? Go ahead, try it again. Let him talk and randomly pause it. You'll see. It's always disturbing. His facial features are disturbing. Go ahead.
Exactly fit the code book.
Go ahead. Pause randomly. Okay. His face is horrifying.
And the plan examiners who work for the building department
Let him reset. Let him
Yeah.
reset.
Look, see,
didn't
it's
fully
always
understand
horrifying.
it. So part of my job became educate the city.
So you educate the city
It's horrifying.
about their own code
Correct.
that has been, our
And
laws.
that's been something
Interesting.
we've
He's
been
very
doing
charmed by him,
ever.
you can tell, right? The interviewer looks charmed.
I don't know, dude. I think that scarf's cutting off the circulation to his head, and he's just
But
laughing.
he looks like he finds him charming and clever and interesting.
I guess. I mean,
That is a funny freeze frame, though. I'm sorry. Like, he looks like a cartoon character there.
yeah, he does.
Tell
Yes,
me all
and
about
we
your
still
favorite.
do today.
So
like it's like
you
weird.
started with a firm, and then when you decided to launch your own, you decided let me continue that route of the consulting. Is that correct?
That's basically correct.
Yeah.
But the way it all happened was
See? He looks
Yeah.
like an altar boy.
He's a pile.
a recession in the early 90s.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And we're all trying to figure out who to work for.
Yeah.
We.
And that's when I met my very, very first paying client, Robert Meyer.
Robert Meyer. Okay.
I'm in the Queens building department. It's before lunch. I want to get to lunch.
He wants to get to lunch, baby. He loves lunch.
Look at the freeze frame you had.
By the way, when you found like the pizza that he threw away, did he have a whole pizza?
It was the box. I
But,
think he must have taken out, because I've eaten there and they'll give you a little box with like a cup, even if it's one slice or something. I think he left what he was going to leave of it and dumped it in the.
What was the size?
I didn't see that. I just saw the garbage pail where they took the abandonment DNA.
Back in those days, you had to physically stand in line
Yes.
with your paperwork because this predated the computer system.
Yes.
And he was dealing with the
Second lunch.
clerk at the certificate of occupancy counter, didn't know what he was doing. I'm getting impatient. I go, excuse me, took his
God help us.
paperwork, explained to the clerk what he needed then explain
You
to
know,
him what he needed
it's
to
like
do.
there's a Saturday Night Live skit. Remember Denise? There's like all the attractive singers, and then they get to the fourth one, and it's what's her name? I can't remember. Kristen Wiig is Denise with the fake plastic hand and the funny. And I'm Denise. It's sort of like he's the Denise Beatle, right? Like if they were the Beatles, and like, hello, I'm George, I'm Ringo, I'm John, I'm George, and then there's like, and I'm Denise, and like that's what he would look like. Like that's the Denise Beatle. Look at the hair.
I know it's one of the, like, if I didn't know this guy, and I probably wouldn't pay him a second mind, but I would look at his hair and go, oh my God.
I think he looks like he thinks he's charming the crap out of this guy, mincing around, thinking that he's brilliant and fascinating, and
Everybody that has ever
clever.
met him has to know that he's weird.
Oh yeah, I like weird people though. I can be very charmed by weird people. Can't you?
Well, you are one of those people.
Thank you, Josh. I'm not
Move
that
over.
But yes, I can too, actually.
You
Then I
don't
took
think
care
you're a
of what
little
I
weird?
Oh, I know I am.
There you go.
I
Thank you.
needed to do.
This
He
guy
was
is our
standing
leader.
off on the
But you're weird too. We're both weird.
Yeah, but in like a good way, like in a
Yeah.
loving way, in a way that people love that we're different than
Not in a weird Rex
the world.
Okay.
Right. Definitely. What's wrong
Side.
with weird? I think weird is attractive. I don't concern myself with anything
The
that doesn't
biggest
have to do
reason
with being weird.
Really?
They have to be
they're
different,
overwhelmed by the
hurt,
city.
peculiar,
They're overwhelmed.
eccentric, Look at him. Look at him.
He's got the weird like fingers.
Yes.
He's got
He
the
looks
weird.
here like a ventriloquist dummy that's being left a dangle.
He's got the phalanges going bad.
By the size, complexity of the building department.
Yeah.
And whether it's a restaurant, a place of assembly, a 40,000 square foot retail
His hands are massive.
that we did last year, or somebody's co-op, or it's their mother's co-op and she passed away and there's an old application that's 20 years old that nobody addressed that they have to solve to sell it. People get very overwhelmed.
Post it, Josh. Look where you posted. I think that you get the sense that his hands figure a lot into his sense of power. That's where I'm going with this thing of him and I think it's interesting that he's a strangler. I think that this is a person who, if he was asserting dominance, would pick something up with his hands or use his hands. His hands for him are the mechanism of control. You understand?
Sure.
And you can see it even in conversation. He's a manual person. There are other people that use other things to be controlling. I think this guy, it's all about his hands.
You think that his hands are small for his size? No way.
No, I think he's sort of ogre-like. Like his hands.
He has huge hands.
Yeah.
And they're weird and they can barely control themselves.
Not just by the agency.
Do you realize when this was filmed?
Look at that thing. It looks like a lobster claw.
Right. But do you realize when this was filmed how many people had been killed in those hands?
No, a lot.
Think about it. Go on.
How to deal with the agency, but the complexity of, we got plumbing work, structural work, construction work. There was mechanical work done. There's a list of requirements, 20-something things long in the computer. What do we do?
Okay. So tell me, is this part of the, because you're an architect, is this part of the business has outgrown your architect business, or it's started taking over, or what?
Sometimes it's the majority.
Really? Yeah.
Sometimes it's 50-50 with architecture, depending on what I'm doing.
Yeah.
On the architectural side, having all of these capabilities in-house gives me an advantage over
edge,
other
yeah,
people because
exactly,
I have my own staff.
yeah.
Most architects will go to an outside consultant.
Like yours.
No, not like mine,
Oh.
called an expediter.
Ah, okay. Oh,
And
okay. That's what the
The expediter, they understand how to file, they understand the administrative procedures. Where I exceed that is I have the license to practice architecture. So when I go to the city, I can tell them how I feel and what I think they should do. And I do that.
He sounded like a little mob
An
boss.
expediter can't do
What I
that
think
because
they should
they
do.
Yeah, I know.
Right? It had that little Sopranos thing going on. You heard it, right? The way he said that? What I think they should do.
Everything about him.
Right. Be ashamed
work
something
at the
should happen
pleasure
to
of the
us.
city.
You know, like that.
I don't.
Yeah. So, after all those years, what do you think is the most important qualities a person in your position dealing with the DOB must have?
Patience.
That's funny. I was hoping you would say that.
Yeah.
Interesting, given how many decades he got away with crime, right?
Patience, yeah.
I think that's very, very important. That he has that quality. He can play the long game.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
It's not impulsive.
Patient.
Right. Find a person that he's interested in, lure them, sometimes maybe even bring them from another state, which I think may have happened, and then kill them and then meticulously. It's all about that waiting game, like a chess player. Like a person who makes a blueprint and knows it's going to take a long time to get to the building.
he enjoys that.
Exactly. Patience.
And I don't
Patience.
like to use the word tolerance, but sometimes you have to.
Yeah.
And it's not just with the city, it's also with the client. Because most clients, they don't understand what I have to do, why I have to do it, what it takes to get done.
Oh boy.
And when you're dealing with somebody in the city, whether it be a clerk at the counter who has to enter data entry, or if I'm dealing with the borough commissioner of Manhattan, you need the patience because who knows what the person before you did. Sometimes they have very bad days. I've actually gone to the commissioner's office, sat down in his waiting area at 11:30 in the morning. And a little after 5 o'clock, I heard him finally holler out, "Is Rex still there?" That's how long I waited.
Oh, God.
Because that particular client.
If you were doing stand-up comedy, you would want this guy in the front row.
Oh, yeah.
Had to see the commissioner. They were the only ones who could give us an answer.
Okay, got it. Oh, John, so this is a perfect segue. Do you have a story where the situation, and we don't need names, but do you have a story where situation seemed, very, very doomed, but you were able to deliver at the end? Do you have a good success story?
Very, very doomed.
What's he looking at?
Look at that picture.
What is he looking at? He looks like Vito from The Sopranos.
That needs a caption, Josh. What would the caption be there?
There would be a huge smorgasbord off in the distance, and he would just be staring at it.
Oh, that's a spicy meatball.
Yeah,
Something like that. Yeah.
He'd be
something about that. Ugh.
He'd be the third Mario brother.
There are so many different ways
I'm sure.
looking at it.
But you have one.
Only one.
I can't get over how enchanted the interviewer is.
It's kind of phony, I think. I mean, he's like, I don't know, Department of Buildings consultant.
One of the first ones to come to mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Was a building downtown Manhattan.
Okay.
They
would have been very interesting if the interviewer were female.
Put a generator.
If they were what?
If the interview had been female, would have been very interesting.
Yeah.
Look, it looks like he's about to take off like Superman.
There's not a cape big enough.
On the roof. Typical generators go on roofs all the time.
Okay.
Except the fuel lines to feed the generator will run through the exit stair. Let's see. Pumping diesel fuel through an exit stair, that generally is not a good.
What's that?
It's interesting that he doesn't wear a tie.
You think so? Well, most architects.
No, because he's the one who puts things around people's necks. And also, it's interesting that the interviewer has something around his neck. Imagine he didn't like the interviewer. What he might be thinking. I could take that scarf and pull on it and strangle you to death right here. But,
But
he wouldn't have done it as a guy, right?
Yeah,
I think
he's not a petite woman.
Right.
Idea.
But think about it. The things are like this thing around this guy's neck is being looked at through the eyes of a strangler. Is interesting.
This doesn't sound very safe to me.
No.
And I'm not even in your field.
And we're talking a 20-something story building.
Even better.
The architect who I was working with at the time, I called him, didn't answer. I called him 4 or 5 times. He finally picks up the phone because he happened to be at Passover dinner. And I told him what was going on. All I got was dead silence, then the, oh my God.
Okay.
Now, you would think, how do you solve this without tearing everything apart?
Exactly. Yeah.
Meet with the commissioner of Manhattan Building Department, and I start negotiating how to do this.
Okay.
He wants him to be very impressed with everything that he's done. Like, you know,
Might as
everything.
well be a dad sitting there, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
everything that he says, it's like, and I did it this way. Like, oh, I made a phone call. Like, who cares? Like, big deal. It's that's your job, you big dummy.
And I got very creative with, first you have to address, I got flammable liquid, combustible liquid in my stair. Not good. Can I separate it from the stair?
Okay.
I want
that
someone
was
to look at me the way this guy looks at Rex Heuermann talking about flammable liquids. Look at the love, the fascination. Flammable liquids. Ooh.
I'm sure you could get this guy to look at you like that.
He looks like Gollum looking at the ring.
It does. It looks like Gollum.
Right. My precious.
He's like,
Right.
the scarf
horrifying.
is too much.
Question 1. Second
Look at his
question
eyes.
is,
Flammable liquids. It got his eyes so big. They look like saucers. They look like sorcerers' pinwheels. What's going on?
do you still have enough room for the legal means of egress in the stair? Because you have to maintain minimum widths, minimum capacities to get everybody out.
Yeah.
So this became a mixing of building code, negotiation, the use of modern products to achieve all of this.
That big like breath that he takes in through his nose is like he's pleased. Like the guy's laughing and he goes, you know, he's like digging for air to entertain him more. It's
Well, the
creepy.
theme
In the
of
end-
breath comes up a lot when you talk about this guy.
What's that?
The theme of breath comes up very, very often in conversation about this guy. It's thematically important. You understand what I'm saying? It has a meaning. That I'm telling you, this guy had an obsession, a preoccupation with breath being associated with power, life. And I'm not saying that's what he was doing with the deep breath. I just think it's fascinating that you can't talk about him without breath coming up all the time. And I think that's not a coincidence. That's because on some level we're intuiting that has a meaning. You always want to pay attention to those impressions, those motifs. They tell you something.
The pipe stayed.
They stayed. I achieved a 4-hour separation from the stair using autoclaved aerated concrete block construction.
Oh yeah, everybody knows what that is.
And on the
Chinese to me, but I'm sure.
And on the horizontal run,
yeah,
I used a 3M product to achieve the fire rating.
Oh,
So it became a mix of art and science and the understanding of the code.
he probably
to
did
make
this
it work.
when he went out with the escorts before bringing them home. That was probably a lot of this, like that they had to smile at him and listen, like while he told boastful story. You know what I'm saying? Like in this pathetic way, like they're sitting over, you know, what? Because it sound like he would take a potential victim to dinner sometimes. So I think you got to picture that, right? Like he's telling this crappy story, and you're going, "Wow, that's fascinating." You know, and he needs it. It's part of the come on for him. Is that he needs the dynamic where another person is fascinated by him. That tells you a lot about what void was being filled by this, Josh.
Yeah.
And that's what I applied to each job. I actually just purchased a copy of the 1922 building code
Oh,
because I'm dealing with a building
Let me polish a trophy for you.
that was built in the late 20s, but it's not yet under the 1938 code. So I'm in that slack water between 22 and 38.
I wonder if that window opens because I would jump right out of it.
Look at the pause where you froze his face.
I see it.
Who does he look like there? It's kind of terrifying.
He looks like a beetle.
Oh God, with his eyes closed, he's even scarier. He's like God, it's horrifying.
And I need to prove that the condition was legal at that point
at
in
that
time.
point in time. That's
Which is why at
interesting.
home I have an extensive library
I'm sure.
of obsolete books.
Actually, in his library at home, he had a book of crime scene photos that would sometimes be like on the coffee table.
Unbelievable. He does.
One note, why do I have a plumbing code from the 1970s
Yeah. Uh-huh.
when I do work for either attorneys or have to look up something historical?
Yeah, yeah.
I need the reference for that point in time.
Exactly, yeah.
And through an architectural program. You work for the experience of doing architecture. You get your license to practice.
Yeah, yeah.
As your time goes on, you learn about the buildings and about the codes and the different buildings of time frames. I'm dealing with a building from the 1880s right now. You know how they react.
I'm trying to
But
think, though, like, what is the point?
Oh, it's going on and on and on.
Hold on. It's almost over, but watch Rex and I talk about how his consulting business started. I haven't heard any of that. Have you? Rex and I. So this must have been his friend.
It's the people, how they're all so different, and how you deal with the people, I think, is one of the more interesting aspects that have come out of this.
Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. My last question. If you were a tool or an object to help you in your to help you to bring your business to greater heights, what would it be?
That's an interesting question.
I know.
Because for what I do, we have to have so many tools in the toolbox.
Just one.
Just one.
Just one. Or an object. It doesn't have to be a tool. It can be an object.
You know what?
Yeah.
I know.
All right.
One of the things I learned from my father was furniture building.
Okay.
He was an aerospace engineer and built satellites and
Runs in the family, building things.
and built furniture at home. And I still build it in the same exact workshop.
So
I have one tool that's pretty much used in almost every job. And it's actually a cabinet maker's hammer.
okay. A cabinet maker hammer. Okay.
It is persuasive enough when I need to persuade something.
Not someone.
Something. And it always
That is weird.
yields excellent results.
Yeah.
And at the end of the project, whatever piece of furniture or what I'm working on, it always helps it come out beautifully.
Okay, great. So you would be kind of that kind of hammer for your business. That's what you're saying. If that doesn't exist, that's what you would be.
Sometimes I have to be the heavy framing hammer. Other times I'm the lightweight hammer just to nudge things along.
All right. I guess it's a hammer.
You know,
got it.
if you watch
That's
that
it.
part with the hammer again, and you understand that in some weird way he might be symbolically revealing what he did with victims, it becomes unbearable. But that's exactly how he would have seen a crime, I think, as an artistic output. John Douglas tells us that you spend time with serial killers, and you realize that for them, the crime scene and what they do is a kind of artistic output, or the playing out of fantasy, where to understand the artist, you have to understand what they leave with the scene and all of that. And that's very, very disgusting. What are they doing here? Are they about to take a photo?
Folks, that was Rex, owner, founder of RH Consultant. So if you have any building regulatory issues, please contact him. He's probably going to solve your issues, okay? Guys, you know the drill.
Yeah, he'll solve your issues. All right.
Comment, share, like, subscribe. Subscribe, very important. But in the meantime, it's
Selfie time.
selfie time. You're fast.
God.
Ready? 1, 2.
Oh my!
I'm sorry.
I've never seen
freeze this a minute.
I've never seen this part.
Holy crap!
It's like the Blues Brothers.
Whoa!
3. Ah! Can you smile?
That is.
That I actually found that very, very chilling. To be honest with you,
Yeah.
I gotta watch that again.
What
This looks like, the glasses make him look like
It's
that scene
Selfie
in
time.
selfie time.
Part 2 where Mark, what's his name, Mark Payton puts the glasses on and is cleaning the bedroom, and it's like the dorkiest, cheesiest thing in the entire world. What is going on there? What are they like Ray-Bans or something?
You're fast. Ready?
You
1,
be
2, 3. Ah! Can you smile?
That's him smiling.
That is.
That's his smile.
Look at, wow!
Right. I'm done.
I actually think that was the scariest part of the interview.
It was all
Oh,
pretty-
really? It was really bad.
It was all pretty bad, to be honest with you.
It looked like it was the Roy Orbison lookalike contest or something. Yeah, it was very, very horrifying. All right, enough of that. So you see how you get a little glimpse of him. Socially weird, controlling, schmoozing, grooming, charming, manipulative, power hungry, sort of pathetic, all of that. You don't know if you're sort of scared of him or you like him. You really get a glimpse of a lot of things there. I didn't care for it.
Yeah, so there's nothing about him that I like, and I wouldn't like him just in general. Like if I was talking to him, I would be like, "This is miserable."
Yep. So, are we going to take any calls, or I'm sure we got a few people in the audience who would like to call in. I think we should just give the caveat that if we're going to, well, I don't think he's charming, but I think the guy interviewing thought he was, or he might have. I don't know. Remember that we can't, I can't give clinical advice, right? That's important if you're going to call in. And if you're going to talk about Rex Heuermann, put the focus on him and not on those around him. I really don't want to get into any discussion about his family and whatever. And, but people will come up with really unusual things when they call in. It's just a free-for-all. I do think we should try to keep the calls a little brief. I get a lot of messages from people who feel that I let them go on too long personally, so I will try my best to not prolong them. Sometimes they are painful. Yes?
It'll be fine.
Yes.
One thing you cannot do is let people dictate the way that you answer and
Oh, I know. I'm just being considerate because sometimes it goes on and on.
Well, how inconsiderate is it for people that have no desire to call in to complain?
Well, those people complain, like the person who complained that I need to tune the piano, which is electric.
Well, you should. That's true.
All right. Shall we?
Yeah, why not? Do you guys are you guys wanting to do that? I don't know.
They always want to call in. We have Janet in the audience. I love when Janet calls.
I'm sure she
Janet's
is.
my favorite when she calls. I love it. It's hysterical. I never don't laugh at a Janet phone call. Don't you love those calls?
Yeah, I do.
They're the most random thing. I love them, and I love when Joey calls and Linda, a couple of our wonderful
So I pinned the link. So hop in if you would like to.
Okay. See how the raffle odds are going. So right now you got about a 6 in 40 chance of winning one
Pretty
of the
good.
books, which is pretty good. So certainly helps me with the channel. By the way, Josh, you'll have to tell me what mic to buy and everything.
Is that what you're wanting to?
Well, it's a mic. I have to get a camera that extends from the computer all the way over to the piano. I need to get the page set up properly, for that and all that. I'll need your help if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. Of course. All right, let's see. Absalom, first one in.
Absalom. All right. How you doing, Absalom? Been a little while. Been a minute, as the youths say.
Hey, Mr. Diaz. Hi, Dr. Gary.
How
How
you
you
doing?
feeling? You feeling any better?
I'm making it day by day, guys. I hope y'all can hear me okay.
Yeah. Last
Yeah.
time you told us some news about your health, and I've been worried about you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Sure
Yeah,
can.
no, I said I've been worried about you since you told us about your health.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So what's your
Okay.
question for us?
So, I was disgusted. I was disgusted at the other night when I saw what happened to a Spurs fan that was attacked by a mob of Knicks fans. And Josh, I'm getting a horrible echo right now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not echoing over here. And I have all the echo I have echo cancellation on. I don't know why. I don't know why you're getting an echo.
Okay. Well, anyway, so I was disgusted by what happened to this young man. And he basically was attacked by a mob of about 10, 20 kids. And it reminded me of, and now I can't hear you guys at all.
Oh, we're just listening.
Josh, let me call back in, Josh.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. Yep.
Okay.
We'll wait for you.
I actually hadn't heard this incident. And I'm here in New York.
Yeah, I heard a little bit. It was,
Thanks, Josh. Thank you.
no problem.
Yeah. Well, what did you hear, Josh?
That he was just attacked and beaten up. So she was severely beaten up. It was after, I think it was after their home game that they won, I believe.
There was a Spurs fan that got attacked.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, this doesn't surprise me. The fact is that the enjoyment of sports is almost certainly partially a remnant from caveman times when we were tribal, and I think it's pretty clear that if you have a team that wins and you identify with them, it gives you a huge burst of energy, endorphins, who knows, hormones, who knows, and you become aggressive. You get rowdy. You feel that you're the winner.
Yeah, it says Knicks fan says father was lying in a pool of his own blood after assault outside Riverwalk.
The victim was a Knicks fan? That's different.
Maybe it's a different one. Hold on.
I thought he said he was his first.
Hey,
and
there's
then
more
I
than one.
understand from caveman, caveman brain.
Yeah, I don't know, hold on.
I think this was the one game that the Knicks lost. I think that
Well, they
it wasn't because they
lost.
were the winners, but because they wanted to reassert a sense of winning because they had lost that game. Is that what they're talking about? That one game that they lost?
Yes.
That
believe
makes
so.
sense. Yeah. So it's the idea of the tribalism of reasserting dominance and control and power and all that. It's interesting. It's like a miniature version of what a serial killer does, actually.
So this is game 4. Teen hospitalized following verbal dispute spurred by, let's see, a teenager was in a coma after being assaulted outside Madison Square Garden. The 17-year-old was approached by a group of people in an argument over the Knicks. The New York City Police Department told KSAT, though it was unable to confirm what was said. The fight began with a social media content creator allegedly provoking the crowd. Content creator asked in the crowd which team fan were supporting. Within, he said he prompted someone to reply Spurs in 7. A fight ensued. The comment, which WABC said, is when the 17-year-old victim became involved. So they beat him into a seizure, apparently. Are you there?
Tribalism.
Absalom? Hello?
Josh, I think we have to just direct Absalom to listen to the answer that we gave. We've already addressed it. Unfortunately, he's got some kind of connection problem. I love Absalom, but I don't know what's going on. I think we should just have him call back and take the next.
We'll try again in a minute. Cassie, go ahead, Cassie. Where are you calling from?
Hey, I'm calling from Dallas.
Hello.
Okay, so Cassie, have you called before?
I have.
Yeah,
I've
I
called
think I
once
remember
before.
you. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Go on.
I was really nervous when I called last time, so
Don't be nervous.
I
We're not here to bite
I get
you.
nervous. I get stage fright, but
Oh,
so I generally have some notes. I did have one thing to say, Dr. Gary. Last time you made a comment about yogurt, about wondering how it was.
the
how it was made.
pasteurized
Yeah, about the
versus
pasteurized versus how it got all the
probiotics.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
my degree was microbiology, so I
Oh,
tried calling in
please.
last time, but for some reason I was blocked. But anyway,
So you're going to answer this paradox for me? I'm
yes,
dying
I
to hear
will.
it. Good.
So it has to do with the order of the pasteurization and then the fermentation. So the raw milk is pasteurized like normal, and then the starter cultures like lactobacillus and streptococcus are added, and then that they grow, and then that's how. So it starts out pasteurized, like you said. That's how they kill the bacteria, and then they add the different strains of bacteria into the cultures, or they add the different cultures into.
It's not contradictory. It's a matter of the order. That's very
Yes,
interesting.
exactly.
Yeah, I think actually the person who first discovered probiotics won the Nobel Prize. Yes, I believe that is true.
I believe you're correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's named after him. The bacteria that you mentioned, one of them, is based.
The lactobacillus.
Yes, I believe that's it. It's based on the surname of the discoverer.
I did not know that.
Yes, I'm almost positive that's true.
I'll have to look that up.
Look that up, and you'll confirm that. But I remember, as somebody who dealt with C. diff for 117 days, I became very interested. Oh yes, I almost died.
Man!
The one time in my life I came closest to death. This one time I watched Kathy Lee Gifford at great length on the telethon. Those are the two times that almost led to my demise. But
C. diff is no joke.
It was no joke. Yeah, I lost like 35 or 40 pounds.
Did you get a fecal transplant?
No, I was saved by oral vancomycin. Although
Okay.
I had a lot of ear bleeding.
Yeah.
Supposedly vancomycin doesn't have ototoxicity, but I had it with the oral kind.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. How old were you when that happened? Like, how long ago was that?
It was very interesting. It came right before the birth of my nephew. Like it ended, and then I went to the hospital to meet my new nephew. So that gives you an idea when it was. So it was, let's see, about 13 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I'll
right.
never forget it.
So
I was in there on Good Friday and Easter Sunday.
Yeah.
In the bed, with them handling me in the hazmat suit.
Yes.
And I remember thinking to myself, this is my Good Friday, right? I mean, this is, we all.
How do you end up with something like that?
How did I get it? From working with the homeless, I think. Emergency room work, homeless people. But I had community acquired C. difficile.
Yes.
I must have eaten something with it
Yes.
on it, as opposed to getting it from antibiotics. But I'll tell you.
I was going to say you can get it from overuse of
yes,
antibiotics.
but I didn't. Right.
Yeah,
but what wound up happening was I was treated by an array of Keystone Cops kind of doctors. And what happened is, I can almost picture them in my memory being like, like making like the stupid face, because they were really dumb. And what happened is they mistook it for diverticulitis, treated it with antibiotics.
That worsened it.
Yes, which made it worse. And then I went to a good doctor who called them up and sort of chastised them that diverticulate,
which they needed.
Yes,
Yeah.
Because that should be a primary when you go in with symptoms like that. That should be kind of a, because it is so serious. It's so serious that
it was very serious. I almost died.
And C. diff and diverticulitis, they're not, the symptoms aren't exactly.
No. But
anyway,
I'll give you, since you seem to be as interested in the nerdy as I am, I will tell you the very interesting etymology of the word diverticula. Diverticulitis, of course, means inflammation of the diverticula.
Right.
Diverticula is the Latin word for a whorehouse.
Really?
Yes, and the reason is diverticula is a whorehouse, and the reason is
so like a pouch.
They envisioned the colon as being a road.
Yeah.
And the whorehouse was the dirty pocket on the side of the road that lured you away. So the idea was that it was like the little pocket in the colon that food got stuck in.
Right, like the whorehouse.
It went off the road to the diverticula, where it was not supposed to go, into the dirty little pocket, and it got stuck. And so
very funny.
Yes, and so there are a lot of little Latin words that hide jokes.
Yes,
yes.
I love that kind of stuff. I love that kind of.
Yes. So it was a house of ill repute. Yes, a house of ill repute, a casino. Right, exactly. Actually, it's funny, in English we say casino to mean like a place where you gamble, but in Italian, casino is a house of prostitution.
Huh.
That's a casino.
That would have been good to know when I was in Italy.
Yeah, you don't go around going,
is there a casino anywhere?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You're asking for a house of prostitution. And I suppose, what happened?
I can't imagine you at Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh, I don't really get invited to my parties, Joe.
Oh, really? I couldn't imagine. Gary, one time when I had an infection, remember this was when we were recording the witness box, and I was really sick, and I had just got my antibiotics, and you go into this, and I had a high fever, and they had just given me some strong antibiotics, and you go, be very careful taking those, because you could end up with, and you told me about
diverticulitis.
He goes, well, no, he told me about C. diff or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant, the C. diff. Yes.
Then he goes into this whole explanation. I'm sitting there, and so then I was like,
do I die? Which way do I die?
I almost died from it.
And, say, which way do I die? Did you say that?
Yes, I said that.
Yeah. So then I go in the house after recording, right? And I just stare at the antibiotics for probably an hour and go, so do I take these or don't I? Like, you sent me into a catatonic state that night.
Well, the thing is, be careful.
Yeah, the thing is, you have to take them prolonged. You have to take it's a specific types of antibiotics, and for prolonged period of time, for other conditions that people have, like chronic, like Lyme disease or things like that.
There are a lot of long-term effects that can be very bad, including nerve damage.
Yes. Yeah. So you do, Josh. It's better. It's better to if you have a high fever and you feel like you're dying, it's better to go ahead and take the week course or 10-day course of antibiotics.
Oh, I
Than,
took them. I had to, but I was
but
already
Gary
nervous.
got in your head.
Yeah, he taps and not trying to either. He was just like, I almost died. I can't take antibiotics.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah, you
Well,
do
they
have to be
told me to
careful.
try not to take them for 5 years.
Yeah, and that's true because your microbiome has to kind of reconstitute for it
You
to
know,
not
it
be.
was very interesting. My GI doctor, who was really a very brilliant man, he was fascinated by this. Do you know that after I recovered from C. diff for years, I had an extreme sensitivity to gluten that I never had before the C. diff, and it went away after a certain number of years. It was very
I
strange. And my doctor was fascinated. He couldn't understand it, but it made him wonder about hypersensitivities to certain food that you could develop in a kind of rebound period.
yeah, that's
Yes, it was really, really disturbing. I
interesting.
would get even skin rashes and immunosuppression
Huh.
stuff, and it was really bad. And then the other thing is, as I was recovering, I would get sick from everything. Like
Yes.
a
Yeah.
few months after I had the C. diff,
Yes.
I had a terrible E. coli infection and a terrible, like I
Oh yeah.
kept catching stuff because my
Oh
immune
man,
system.
E. coli too. That's not one to mess with either.
That was rough.
My husband got E. coli when we
yeah,
were in Greece. When we were in Greece,
yeah,
and it wasn't good. Luckily, my mom's a nurse. She had her pharmacopoeia with her, so she had. And
pharmacopoeia.
he was he's a firefighter, so he called his the doctor, and he was like he told him which antibiotic. So and luckily my mom had it, so he was
Yeah,
okay. But yeah, it was bad because
it was bad.
we were in Santorini, so it was it was not easy to. There wasn't a hospital there either. So, but
But
anyway, yeah, he
I
was.
tried to, I took a sort of spiritual interpretation of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's very life changing in a sense because when you have an experience like that, it really reminds you of your mortality.
Yes.
And I mean, I had them. I'll never forget it. I mean, them coming in and saying to me, "Look, if this doesn't get better, we're left with the transplant option, and it's entirely possible that you're not getting over this."
Yeah, the fecal transplant.
Was
it a fecal?
Let's just say.
Well, okay, sorry. I know. Sorry, I don't
won't
get.
get into.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a fascinating, but and it has done a lot of good.
Yeah, but let's just say calling up friends and saying,
Okay.
Yeah, could I have that from you is
Yeah.
not your favorite thing to do, right?
No, I imagine it's not.
Thank you.
You have to go through a lot of testing for your poop to be allowed to be used as a transplant.
Yes, I made a lot of jokes about it to people I called up. I said I wouldn't take just any stool.
No.
Yours is special, and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Let me
you
know.
understand what they do, Josh? They insert.
I know they
it into you to recreate the kind of world of healthy bacteria.
Yeah, the microbiome.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating. And but anyway, the good news is there were a lot of people who said yes, which I jokingly called the period of my life. I jokingly called the stool boom, which was the period when I had a whole bunch of people very eager to give it over. And so I had a stool boom, like in waiting for company. Yes. And but we'll just sort of leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Well,
the audience
I'm glad you recovered.
Somebody in the audience said we don't donate. Okay, thank you.
It's also
some people do give a crap.
Yeah.
Literally.
That was. That sounds like my kind of joke. That was.
All right. Well, anyway, all of that.
Okay. The homecoming king.
That's true. Now, in all seriousness, thank you for walking us down that path. And, maybe now we could get to the question.
Yes. I'm sorry I took up so long there with
it's okay.
the nerdy bio. It fascinates me.
It was a loaded.
Oh my god! Bathroom jokes.
All right, go on.
Okay, it's not about Rex though. It's one I had from the last show. Like I said, for whatever reason I wasn't able to call in. It was about John Bonet.
Sure.
Okay.
And I was just wondering if you knew what the statistics are of children that are killed inside their home by a stranger versus someone already in the home. You know, it just seems like such an anomaly. Has there ever?
Killed with a garrote?
Well,
Virtually
I'm just saying killed in their home and their body left there by a stranger. What's
It's
the
quite rare. It's quite rare, particularly with a sexually sadistic act.
Uh-huh.
Usually, a sexual sadist takes the person elsewhere.
Right.
Now, it's interesting. Think about Heuermann.
Uh-huh.
Bringing person to his home is
Right.
very risky, very strange, very, but most people who are of that type take you to a private place.
Right.
And I think what happened is that he isolated her within the home and then was beginning to
Yes.
commit his abuses, and she fought, and he had to bludgeon her. In his mind, he felt he freaked and bludgeoned her, but he probably intended to do some of it there and then take her out of the home, because that would be more consistent with that type of offender.
So did they? But to start the offense in the home.
It's not uncommon if you're impulsive
and then you take them out.
It's very unusual, but he did isolate her within the home.
Yeah,
it's not like he did it, in a hallway where somebody could walk in on.
Right. Yeah, I know. I'm just, that's always kind of fascinated me, because it just seems like such I mean, it doesn't make sense to me to do it. I mean, most people who seems like, from what, at least, and from a layman, but from the things I've heard, that generally, if you're going to snatch a child out of the home, you're going to take them with you before you do anything.
Well, look, it's in the dichotomy of organized versus disorganized killer or rapist. Doing it in a way that's risky like that is actually more characteristic of a somewhat disorganized person, right? Because it is odd.
Right.
And that's why, if I were creating a profile of who did that, I would say that they're probably an oddball local who became fixated on her and was probably a sex offender.
Right.
Probably already had committed offenses like that, because you have to graduate up to using something like a garrote. And I think probably there were other local offenses that will be tied to the same person.
That was going to be my next. That was going to be a follow-up.
That type is more likely to do something like that. Actually, a really good example of a case that comes to mind when I think about John Bonet is Summer Wells.
Right.
Because Summer Wells, I think, whatever happened to her befell her in her own home.
Right. Yeah.
I think she just. If she is deceased, and I think she is,
I agree.
It was probably like in that basement of her own home, in that dungeon.
I agree.
Don't you think, Josh?
Probably.
That it was in her own.
I think that's the most likely.
Right, so then, what are we to believe? How did it happen? I don't know, but Josh, you did some good coverage of the case with Chris the other day. I thought I watched that.
Yeah, I watched that
interviews, and I thought that was good. You were on with Dawn's sister, right? Dawn's sister.
Yeah, Mary. Yes.
Yeah, I thought that was. I've met her, on Chris's show, I think.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
She's a wonderful person. And,
was she victimized herself?
Yes.
Correctly. Yeah.
By Dawn, right? I mean,
well, she accuses. Yeah. Right.
Right.
And but I think you're on to something. The idea of the peculiarity of doing it right there. But in that case, what you have is like a mixed offender, because there's some elements of it that are organized and some that are disorganized. And just to answer the audience member, when I say dungeon, I mean that little room that Summer Wells had that was very dirty and kind of
the basement. But
within the you had to like crouch.
But it was,
right.
Yeah, I watched Chris's video. That was one of the weirdest setups I've ever seen. And it was awful. It just gave me the chills looking.
I thought one of the most interesting things she said when Chris asked her what she thought happened. She said that she thought that the person that she thinks did it actually put on like a sexualized video and everything you saw that, you heard that, Josh, right?
Yeah, I did.
Down there and everything, and that really creeped me out. But I would commend everybody to sort of like go over there and watch that video. I thought that was really interesting stuff.
Wasn't there a pornographic video on when Chris went down there?
It was like
For-
Girls Gone Wild or something.
Okay. Well,
Isn't
yeah.
that right, Josh?
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay. I could be misremembering that. But the other thing about the John Bonet case, so the part about leaving her there and trying to assault her, or at least start the assault there, but the note then goes, who I just have some questions I would want answered, like questions that don't make sense to me, that help, I don't know what to believe about this case, and I know that you guys have pretty strong opinions, but there's some things that just don't make sense, like the 100 in the ransom note, making it like 2 or 3 pages long, taking the time to do that, and then also mentioning the exact amount of money that
Yeah.
that
Chris McDonough has an answer to that, which he'll
uh-huh.
announce. Let him announce that in time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
There
right.
is an answer to that about where the specific.
Okay. And was there the DNA that I heard y'all talking about DNA? I was kind of playing it in the background, but is the DNA that and this may be on Chris's upcoming show as well, that he was kind of teasing, but is the DNA, is it, I know that a while back that they found like touch DNA on the, like, the outside of the underwear or something like that, that they said it wasn't enough to be, it could have been anybody who it wasn't enough to put to anybody, but the way he talked about the DNA, and they also said that I don't know, there were explanations of where that could have come from or who it could have been from, but is the DNA that y'all are referring to, is it more compelling, I guess?
I
Do you
can't
do you
answer
not?
that. I don't
Okay.
have the answer to that. I don't know if anybody does outside of
Okay.
people close to the. But
I wasn't.
I think let's just wait to get the
Okay.
answer to that.
Because
But
the way.
just remember that at the time there was no
Mhm.
CODIS, and
Right.
that's important because nowadays it'll be the first thing you do. Right, Josh?
Right.
You agree? I mean, that would have made this a lot easier. Chances are, whoever did this was not their first rodeo.
Yes.
And probably, as I said, there are elements of this, because when somebody has even a whiff of disorganization, you think local oddball, right? And I mean, I'll give you an example. Remember the what was her name? Charlotte Sena, the little child that went missing and up near Saratoga. She was on her bike and she turned the bend in the park.
Yes. Yeah.
And then
Yes.
gone.
Yeah. And
Okay,
then
so
she was found
I
alive.
went
Yeah.
on Nancy Grace.
Yeah.
And I think the aunt of the child was like a reporter, so she's on the show talking. And I said at the time, I think I was the only one who said this, that I'm aware of. But I said at the time, I don't think she's in that park. I think
Yeah.
she's picked up by a local oddball. It's a sex offender and will be on the registry, probably
Right.
on the registry.
Right.
And as I recall, what wound up happening was it was a local oddball who
Yes.
had just gotten off the registry, if I remember correctly,
Yes.
and then literally just went along in the vehicle, opened the door, and snatches her off the bike.
Right.
And I think that's typical of a disorganized person where there's no grooming ability. You don't talk. You don't.
Right.
You just snatch.
Yeah, I've heard you. Right. I've
So
heard you
so
talk
that's why
about
I
that
deduced
distinction.
an
Yeah.
oddball. I deduced local, kind of sex offending oddball.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what it turned out to be. There is something to this.
Yeah.
And same thing with this type of person. This is a person who has the organized elements of probably a little stalking, moving her to an isolated area in the home, using a garrote that probably was, fantasized about in advance. Although I think the paint stick might have been in the ambient environment. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I heard. But
and some disorganized elements, like doing it right there in the house. And I think there was a little thinking on the feet with the fake ransom note. To throw people off and make it look like it was still alive, and there's like that element of it. But I think it's a mixture of organized and disorganized.
Okay.
And
It's just unique. It's a unique. Would you agree? I mean,
I just think it's too bad it didn't happen more recently.
Right.
So there would have been better technology for cracking.
Or it was just processed correctly to begin with.
Well, that's a whole other animal. There's a whole other problem with that.
Yeah.
But I think that it's a really good thing, that our group, the Focus Foundation, is taking a look at it. I think that's fantastic. I love that Chris has announced that. And I think, a fresh set of eyes, expert eyes will help. I do think there are members of the public that are of that type that no matter what you show them, they will never let go
No.
of
Yeah.
their idea. I
Right.
mean, there are still people that are going to believe what they want to believe, right? I mean, that's the
Right.
end of
Well,
it.
I mean,
Otherwise,
and
right.
that's frustrating. I mean, I don't know. I tend to be a pretty logical person. I like to follow the, if and I am conflicted about this one, but if there's something to sway my, I can be swayed one way or the other if the facts don't match my theory. And it is kind of hard to understand how some people just get so entrenched in their nonsense, especially the ones that are super obvious, like Koberger, or the ones that are just, and they're just so entrenched and there's nothing you can say. But yeah, I have enjoyed, and my mom has enjoyed listening to you as well, because I went through, speaking of like I found it was are you still there?
Yep, we're still here.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my screen closed. It was a
I think our screen closed again.
The most ridiculous thing, Josh, is the people who think the 9-year-old brother did it with the garrote.
There's people that never give that up, man.
It's ridiculous. I mean, look, I can handle people having different ideas about a case, but that one is pretty out there. It's like those people who believe in Bigfoot.
I don't know if she's coming back.
Old Yeller ain't coming back, Josh.
How do you know? Absalom, are you there?
I'm here, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, although I feel bad because we answered your question with you offline. I hope you heard our answer.
No, I didn't get to hear your answer, but I figured it out, Josh. When I enter the studio, it has an option of default speakerphone and earpiece or ear thing. Okay.
Yeah, gotcha.
Can I repeat the question? I'm sorry, guys. Can I repeat the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I got upset the other night when I watched a short with my son that showed the guy that was maybe 30, 40 years old in a Spurs jersey. And he was walking down New York, somewhere in New York. And he was attacked by about 10 to 20 people. And he was beaten, kicked. He was on the ground. They kept kicking him. I'm surprised the man was able to get up. Then when he got up, he got kicked again. And from what I was told, he was put in critical. I don't know if he was put in critical condition. I don't even know if he's dead. But Dr. Gary, I wanted your opinion on a few things, because now bear with me, because this is something dear to my heart, as you are going to know. I weirdly started thinking about how something like this could apply to a domestic violence situation where these people were blaming the man for wearing a Spurs shirt. They provoked him. It was his fault. He deserved what he got. And he was almost killed. All he was doing was wearing a Spurs shirt. And I can almost echo in my head, I can hear in my head, a boyfriend, husband, whatever you want to talk about it. This is your fault. You know that you triggered me by doing what you did, and you deserve what you got. And it's really bothered me because these were kids, Dr. Gary. These were young people that are doing this. And the worst part of all, especially for someone that's hopefully not that old, but anyway, they were not helping. They were videoing the attack.
Yeah, it's not uncommon actually with that kind of
No,
group thing to do that.
I understand that. I understand.
Like keeping a trophy of a hunt.
What's that?
Like keeping a trophy of a hunt.
But see, that's fine, Dr. Gary, but I mean, if you're going to take a trophy of a hunt, okay,
Mm-hmm.
do you still do the hunt? Do you still help with the capture of the hunt? I mean, I couldn't believe that people were laughing at this man laying on the floor being kicked to death.
Mm-hmm.
And I can imagine a man or a woman, I know, please don't crucify me because I know men get attacked too in domestic violence.
They laughed when Christ was crucified. The reality is that that's what a crowd does. Look, we're living in a time.
Real quick, Dr. Gary, not to interrupt you, real quick.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Is this where we've come to in terms of younger generations to where there's no more decency in terms of help a victim? Instead, let me capture this for my social media and then let me get out of here. Okay.
Well,
or
yeah, I get where
it's
you're going.
always, 10, 20 on one. It disgusted me, and it reminded me of all. I know it sounds weird, and no, I'm not crazy, but it reminds me of how a domestic abuser will blame everything that happens to her or him on, it's their fault.
Right.
And I would love to hear, Dr. Gary, what you have to say about this younger generation that is growing up thinking that things like this not only are justified, but are videotaped and glorified on the social media, because those type of things get millions of views and people laugh at them. And it hurts me to think that that's something that's funny, because this man could be dead. And how many women have been killed, okay, by some guy that said, well, it's your fault. You triggered me. You burned, my dinner. So I ended up stabbing you 35 times. Go ahead, doctor. Sorry.
No, I first of all, I wrote a chapter for the new book on the technology of photography, filming, and how that is playing into things. And there is a new evil element to it. But the reality is that, as someone in the audience, I think, very nicely put it, is that people have sort of always been this way, but it's amplifying how horrible the act can be, because it adds this new element of taking the humiliation of the victim and so forth and putting it out there and sort of showing that you're a winner in your mind and you're, animalistically and so forth. But people have always had that sort of animal aggression in them. The fact is that what you're describing is a kind of tribalism. And, I have to tell you that if you go back in time, even to the period of the Nazis or other times, you'll see that common people could get pulled, especially weak-willed people who don't stand up for anything or don't, are afraid to be apart from the group, will get pulled into some of this groupthink. Although I don't know what went on here, I wasn't there, but they can get pulled into this kind of groupthink. This is why I have a tendency to like people who have no interest in crowds, one of the most attractive things, for example, a person could tell me, like if I was on a date and a person said to me, I don't really like going out to bars, I would find that very attractive because I like people who have no interest in mobs or crowds or uniforms or whatever, because it means that even though they may see themselves as an outsider, that there's a kind of greatness to them because they're willing to be an individual. And an individual has the capacity to be very kind even when everybody else is against you. I'm not really a fan of people who have to think like everyone else. I almost throw up when I pass the bestseller, the bestseller area in a bookstore. If a lot of people are doing it, I have no interest in it, right? And so I think we have to get people to a place where they're okay with being different, because that need for being like everybody else is precisely at the heart of a lot of this. Now look, we are living in a time, now I'm not going to get political here, I refuse, but we are living in a time when there can be an act of wanton cruelty, and there will be people who celebrate it. They think it's fun, they think it feels like their team is winning. And that is, there's something sick about that. You understand what I'm saying? And then the same people doing it will thump a Bible. You want to understand that that's sick stuff. You always want to measure the time you're living in by the way it is to the least of its people. You understand? So and it happens on both sides. So don't get me, but I'm saying to you that in a sense, that kind of wanton cruelty is being celebrated as a sign of winning. And I think that that's a sign of a very vapid and empty culture. When aggression and fighting are paired with greatness, there's something wrong. And that's like, you think of ancient Rome with all of its giant, white, pure buildings that are supposed to symbolize philosophical greatness and truth. And in the center of them is an arena where people are being hurled to animals and eaten alive, and people are, cheering. That society is going to collapse. As William Blake famously said, a dog starved at its master's gate predicts the ruin of the state. Cruelty is a predictor of the collapse of a time. And so I think that you're on to something with that, and we could get into a very deep philosophical discussion of it. But unfortunately, if you leave a culture alone long enough, it's going to happen. It's like the way bacteria is bound to spread around if you leave something long enough. It just happens. It's part of human nature. And so, I think it's a little microcosm of what happens when people get tribal. And yeah, it's hideous. It's disgusting. I hate it. But the only thing I could think of to say to you is you can only fight it by, on the small scale, saying to someone you love, a child you're raising, a kid you're teaching, or whatever, don't be afraid to be different than the crowd. You understand what I'm saying?
Of course.
Right. Don't need anybody's validation. If someone doesn't like me, I say to them, thank God. Thank God. The worst thing in the world is to be liked by the common. That's offensive. That means you're nothing special. So I'm happy when I'm disliked by, you understand? It makes me
of course
better. Right. So you want to sort of see it that way, that you want to teach people that narcissistic validation is for dummies. It's chumpy. It's pathetic. Who cares? Right? So I think you're on to something, and I really appreciate the question. But I also think that sports events, as much as I'm not, a huge, proponent of a lot of this stuff, sports events can also bring people together when they're used in the right way. I saw when the Knicks won, I saw here in the city a lot of people who were really filled with joy, right? I mean, there is that. But then there's also the animal side where you identify too much with the winner and you get aggressive so it depends. Nothing is ever all bad, right? Sports events can also be a great opportunity for people to bond and dance and celebrate and do things appropriately. Josh, you know what I mean, right? They can be great, but they can also go haywire.
Yeah, there was many years ago. It was a Giants Dodger game. The guy, I believe his name was Brian Snow.
Yeah.
And he was beaten up by some Dodger fans. He was a Giants fan. He was beaten up in the parking lot. He was a first responder. I believe he was an ambulance EMT, and he ended up basically paralyzed from the chest down. He's been in a wheelchair ever since. And I remember that story when it happened, and it was horrific. And so there's a lot of instances like this that happen, and I know it happens over soccer games in Europe a lot as well. And I think that people sort of lose the spirit of what sports is supposed to be about, and then they end up it becomes people's identities, and they're that they fight for something that they feel a part of, but even though they're not really a part of it, they're just a fan. The people that are playing, it's their livelihood. That's how they make money. And I understand, when those guys get in fights on the court and stuff like that, I do understand that. I understand when players get upset and break bats and things like that. They're trying to make a living and stay in the sport. But to be a fan and to let it, when I used to watch sports as when I was younger, I would get upset when my team lost. Upset, it would bother me. Now I don't care at all. I like when they win. I don't care if they lose. It doesn't I don't go. I don't let it affect me in that way, because that's not what it's there for. Not to me, at least. It's not worth it. So
Yeah, but hey, Josh, if someone teased you about your team losing, did they take a baseball bat and start beating you? Or did you start beating them?
never.
It's got to the point now where this is viewed as normalcy. And that's what's scary for me and for my children and for my grandchildren. It's something that it's scary to think that this is becoming the new normalcy. And I understand, Dr. Gary, about how certain aspects of this has always existed. But we're seeing on a unprecedented scale violence being promoted as well as glorified on social media.
Right.
And
living in
a lot of
King Herod.
Well, and a lot of these children that are doing this, they don't know any better. That's also what's scary, because they're being raised by YouTube.
Right.
They're being raised by, a poor single mother that's working 3 jobs just so that her children can eat.
And authority figures who are often 100 times worse than the people they're supposed to be fighting against. And I really mean that. And I mean all over the world. The authority figures that we have now stand for nothing. And as a consequence, the culture has nobody to look up to. There are a couple of little exceptions, but they are rare. They are rare. And I think that and I'm not being specific, but I'm just saying we're living in a time when we need a hero. We don't have a Mother Teresa. You have to understand that what we need is a figure who reminds us that greatness is small. That greatness is, the kid in the crib on the Christmas story. You understand? Yeah. Remember the essence of Christianity, and I know I can talk about Christianity to you specifically, and you'll be open to it, is you want to remember that the essence of that faith, which some people consider foundational in the United States, is a person on a tree bleeding who is the king. You want to understand that. The message of that is that greatness does not look great in the eyes of the world, but it is. What people are taught now is that the people who do the nailing to the wood are the great people. And if they could, they would pull out cell phones and film him on that tree and circulate it all over the place and make fun of him. You understand?
Excellent, excellent analogy, Dr. Gary, as always. Yeah.
You know that if you go to the steps where it is traditionally believed that Christ stood when they were mocking him, that there are little initials written there on the steps that at the time that he was crucified were a reference to a Roman game that they used to play, which was essentially the equivalent of like King for a Day. It's sort of like that old TV show Queen for a Day, where they'd get an ordinary person and put a crown on their head and give them flowers and shower them with gifts or whatever. So in Roman times, there was a thing, King for a Day. It was like a little joke, and you would take a criminal and you would mockingly place them there, and you would make them look like they were a king, and you'd make fun of them. And that's what they did to him. You understand? They put the crown and the cloth, and he's standing there bleeding and sweating, and the idea of it is the symbolism of this story, even if you treat it archetypically, if you take religion off the table, the symbolism of the story is that greatness looks like defeat in the eyes of the world. True greatness does not look like greatness. And you want to understand that, think of Yoda. Judge me by my size, do you? Right. So I think that is the problem with the culture we're living in, is that we have gone back to the stupid tribal idea that greatness is about power and winning and beating and having somebody pummeled. You understand? And I thought, incidentally, without getting into it, that was the perverse symbolism of the wrestlers at the White House.
It's funny that you.
But I'm not
It's
going.
funny that you bring up Yoda, Dr. Gary, because both my legs are metal, and to help my baby when he was younger understand, I'd say I'm Darth Vader. To help him understand that I was half metal and half, human. But
I'm not going to ask you what happened here, but you could tell me privately if you'd like to.
Are you talking about my legs?
Yes.
Dr. Gary, we'll go there. And it was
not
related to
try, unless you want to. But
well, one of these days, Dr. Gary, when you and I have dinner in that wonderful rust-colored shirt, I'm so used to you wearing black. But anyway,
I wore it just for you, Absalom.
Did you really?
Yes, I went to the Bob Ross color scheme, and I said, "Let me."
The Bob Ross, the J Crew.
I said to myself, I love Bob Ross, that he would use the fancy word for common colors. Like, I think one time they said to him something about a city bus, and they called it blue and white, and he said, "I think the correct words are azure and egg crew." And I was like, I love this guy. He's great.
And Bob Ross was a wonderful guy. It's too bad we've lost so many good people, Dr. Gary, and that's what's unfortunate about what motivated me to excuse me, to pose this question, is that it seems to be good people are tragically being outnumbered by bad people, or quote unquote bad people.
At least that's what bad wants you to believe.
Right. And
good news, though.
The
good news is that smallness wins, and the little crowd ultimately beats the big crowd. We know how the story ends.
By the way, Dr. Gary, if I ever do meet you, I am up to the challenge. I can definitely hypnotize you.
So why don't you come to CrimeCon in Orlando? Because I'm planning to go.
I don't know, Dr. Gary. I don't know if they'd let me in my wheelchair. I don't know if they'd.
No, I went to that where if they have it at the same place they did last time, I think it is wheelchair accessible.
Are you going, Josh?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we're all going. I think
since you mentioned Star Wars, I'll tell you something that I've never said before, but I'll tell it to you just to amuse you.
You're looking at a Star Wars encyclopedia. Hit me.
It's an interesting. So I had to walk to the stage where I presented at CrimeCon with Catherine Ramsland, and I was with a colleague of mine. I won't say who it was. And as I was walking, like up the stairs, marching to it, I said, "Watch this. This will be fun." and I went on my phone and I put on the Imperial March, the Darth Vader theme, and we walked up the stairs and it was bum 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 bum, and I thought it was hilarious to walk up the stairs to that, but nobody knew it. When I got it on the stage, I shut it off, but I thought it was fun. I know you'll appreciate that.
Josh, can you give me 1 second? I want to show Dr. Gary something he really think is cool. And I know you got a lot of callers, but I really think you guys would dig this if you saw what I have.
Yeah.
All right.
Can you give me a second?
Sure.
Sure.
Go ahead.
That song's fun. I like it. I'm not like a huge, into it, but I think that the Imperial March is cool.
Judge me by my size, do you?
That's what Yoda says. Judge me by my size, do you? Remember? Yeah, well, you should not.
Actually, I don't remember, but
Yeah, he says, "For my ally is the Force." Luminous creatures are we, not this crude man. And he's right.
I'm coming, guys. Just hold on. I'm rolling over there.
My
Just a
favorite
second.
Josh.
but we got to book our rooms because we're staying in the same room, right?
No. I don't share rooms. Sorry, Josh.
That's fine.
I don't want you seeing when I take the soaps, and the little shampoos home.
I'll
I'm
close
kidding.
my eyes.
You got to see me in hotel rooms. That's nothing special.
Pretty bad.
I'm horrified by them, of all the things that happen there. I feel what? Oh my God, you've got a full-size Darth Vader. Oh, it's a little Darth Vader. Is that the one that when you push the button, it talks?
No.
That's pretty cool. Does
Yeah.
he have a red lightsaber? Oh, there you go. Pretty cool.
But anyway,
Thank
I
you.
feel like I'm 9 years old again, bragging. But anyway,
Absalom kind of sounds like a Star Wars name. Like Absalom and Anakin hung out, Definitely.
That's true.
I don't know,
They
Gary.
went to like the Mos Eisley Cantina and they hung out. You know it. In one of those speeders, they rode on a bantha, come on.
If you and I, if you were to hang out with me, Dr. Gary, the stories that you and I could tell. Anyway, and I'd love to hang out with you too, Josh. I can imagine the stuff that you've encountered as well. Good Lord.
Josh is a good cure for insomnia. If you've
Is
got,
that
hang out with him in a few minutes, you'll be out like a light. By the way, Josh, I'm kidding. Are you gonna bring the dogs?
by the way, right now where I'm at, it's going to soon be 1:30 in the morning. But
Where are you? Planet Hoth?
I'm sorry?
Are you on Endor? Hoth? Where are you? Tatooine?
Yeah, I'm almost so far with my pal Darth Vader.
Middle Earth.
But
He's in Middle Earth.
I heard it's a little warm.
it is. It's
time of
a
year.
tad warm. It helps with my legs and my second stupid stroke. But
Josh,
by the way, Dr. Gary, I thoroughly enjoyed. I used to be a semi-professional pianist, and
oh, okay.
ever since the first stroke completely eliminated my my right hand, my ability to use that. So,
I'm afraid of that every day. It's a fear.
what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of, Dr. Gary?
Always. Oh, there's a question for you. Carnies, circus folk. Remember, Austin Powers says that.
You've got to be kidding me! You're afraid of carnies, Dr. Gary?
No, Austin Powers says that. It's a joke. No, when they ask him what he's afraid of. No, I'm not really afraid of anything, to be honest with you. It's almost a little weird, but I think I sort of go toward things that scare me. Like I'm exactly that guy that if there's a creep in the night, I'm like, ooh, there could be a ghost. Let me go look at it. Like I'm interested. I want to know.
Yeah, I thought you're scared of going blind.
When I was a little kid, I prepared for going blind by learning to play the piano without looking at it.
That's the most ridiculous.
In the video.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've
ever. Not ridiculous. It happened to someone that
ridiculous.
I know. It happened to a teacher of mine, and it freaked me out.
It's ridiculous.
It happened.
You should have
It
learned to
happens
do
with
other. You should have learned to do other things before that.
So, Josh, where in Orlando is what's it called?
Crime Con.
Crime Con?
It's
Yeah.
at the Orlando Convention Center, I think. But you should look it up to see if it's wheelchair accessible. Because if it isn't, it would be pretty weird. I think it is.
I think it is.
Yeah. And
Okay.
but
But only if in front of the crowd you let me hypnotize you, Dr. Gary.
I would love
okay.
that.
But listen, seriously, if you do come, I will. We'll sit down. We'll have some. Maybe Josh and I will have a meal with you. We'd be honored to.
That'd be great.
That'd be fun.
The honor is all mine, guys. I'm a nobody down here. I mean, you guys, Josh, like I've told you before, man, I can't believe how well you have done. I'm so proud of you. I tell my son, look, that's who you need to emulate to be all the time.
That's very nice.
And,
Absalom, you're not listening to the whole lesson of the conversation. You're not nobody because you're a good man.
Dr. Gary.
Good man is you cannot be a great man without being a good man.
I appreciate that. I don't take compliments very well, but you brought up Christ. Can you please do me a favor?
Yeah.
I don't know if you read the Bible.
I've read a bit too.
Okay. Read Philippians 2, 3, and 4. Chapter 2, verses 3 and 4, and you will realize why I live or try to live the way I do.
Wait, what's the
once you read that, you will understand.
Which Philippians? All of chapter 1, 2, and 3, or is there
No. Read. I'm sorry, Dr. Gary. I didn't mean to talk to you like that.
You didn't say anything.
Read Philippians chapter 2.
Yeah.
Verses 3 and 4.
Philippians 2, verses 3 and 4.
Yes.
Okay. And
if you read that, you will understand why I try to live the way that I do. And I think if all of us would live that way, the world would be a much better place.
Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourselves, not looking to your own interests, but each of you to the interest of others. That's the verse?
Yep.
Powerful. That is the essence of greatness. Remember, the last shall be first.
Believe me, Dr. Gary, I don't view myself as great.
Of course you don't. That's why you are.
I feel like, Josh, I feel like I'm hearing that point in that movie with Russell Crowe. What's it called? Gladiator.
Yeah.
Where he says, would you like to be Emperor of Rome? And he goes, for the life of me, God, no. And he says, that's exactly why you should be Emperor.
Right. That's absolutely right.
Exactly it. You got it. And it's also important to remember that the greatness doesn't come from you. You are a reflector of light. The most saintly people are nothing more than the most reflective.
You know, I need to get my wife in here to listen to this because...
Right. But you get the point?
And she'd say, oh, you're definitely going to dinner with that man up in the the upper right corner. But anyway.
With a rusty shirt. No, but it's all about being so emptied of the self that you've become a reflector of something larger than yourself. That's what greatness is. And that, like a diamond, there's no light in it. It just reflects. The moon, a bicycle reflector. They're nothing but light reflectors. And that's what saintly people are. So they always think they're terrible. They say, I'm nothing. But they reflect. You see? And the emptier you are of your selfishness, the more of a reflector you can be. You see? That's the point. And I really appreciate that about you. I think that's wonderful. And
well, I appreciate that. And, you know, I think you and I share that we work with people that are on the spectrum.
Yes.
And a lot of times it's very fulfilling when people that are that vulnerable, they look to you as being someone that can help them. And I find that to be very fulfilling, which I'm sure you, Dr. Gary, find fulfilling when you're able to help your patients. And I know the people in the chat are fed up with me talking, but
They're not fed up with you. They identify with you.
and I also, like I said, Josh, I mean, I can't thank enough of you because, again, and I'm not going to go into it, but you know what I mean, Josh, for you to become a superstar that you have, I really hope that my boy emulates your example. So with that, guys, I hope all of y'all have a good night. God bless every one of you. Thank you for everything that you do. And if I don't get a chance, guys, to talk to you again, if this stupid stroke takes me, I hope I see you guys again in a much better place. Okay?
All right.
But you guys take care, and God bless both of y'all. Take care.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I love Epstein. So
Yes.
nice to see him on the camera.
Yeah.
He's so, he became a full person to us. I
Very,
love when we get calls like
very
that.
vibrant.
Very moving.
Yeah, I love him.
Okay,
All right.
hard act to follow. Who's next, Joey?
No, actually, Connie. Go ahead.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Oh, Connie, the author.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I remember you. What happened with your wonderful books?
It's going all right. Just had a couple questions and a couple comments. I was able to go to CrimeCon, so it was just really exciting to at least meet Chris and to give one of my books.
Did you tell him that you were the one who wrote the books?
Yes, I did, and he actually held it up in one of his podcasts. So I really appreciated that.
That sounds like Chris.
And I've been all over the world at so many places, and I came down with C. diff in the South Sudan.
Oh, you too?
Yeah, so I won't belabor it, but I had malaria, sepsis, and C. diff all at the same time. I've had 4 doctors tell me you're lucky to be alive.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I was sick for 6 months, but anyway, we can get off that topic.
I can really identify with you. I know a lot of what you were feeling.
Yeah,
but not the malaria part, that's for sure. But wow. So no part of you felt okay, basically.
Yeah, so that's the malaria that started it because they had to give me heavy antibiotics to overcome that, and I took it at a local.
I was
in
wondering
the South Sudan at a local
when I
clinic.
met you the first time. I remember thinking to myself that I couldn't understand where your exceptional nature came from, and whenever I meet someone with exceptional nature, I know they've been through the ringer. Like there must have been some kind of suffering, because it's only suffering that makes people like that. Yeah. And so I'm not surprised to hear this story, but suffering does have a weird way of spiritually transforming a person, almost like diamond formation with pressure, right?
Yeah.
So it can really bring it. In fact, I think when you look back on your life, you're strangely grateful for, it's not like you want the suffering to happen, or even God does, but it can be used to bring out the best thing in a person,
Yeah, it's interesting. They, some of this came on after I had, kind of made that commitment and had made a real change in my life and everything. But it really knocked me on my butt, and it was difficult to go from being a very active person and going all over the world doing wonderful things to all of a sudden you can't even walk to the mailbox.
Well, look, this is the way I see it. I think that the reason that suffering can be a blessing is because suffering makes you sometimes isolate and then empty yourself, to feel empty and alone. Yep. And in that quiet place of emptiness and aloneness, that's when the light could start to shine on you. In other words, you need the isolation and you need the belief that you're inadequate and broken. And then the light can start to coruscate on and dance on you. And there's a famous story that's told about the great mystic Teresa of Avila, which I love. And the story is that she saved the little money that she had to purchase a new habit, because the habit she had was falling apart. She was a quasi-cloistered nun, right? And the habit was like, she was very poor and she let it sort of fall to pieces, and then she finally got a new one, and she was riding to the convent on in a wagon driven by a horse in a lightning storm, and she's wearing the brand new habit, and the lightning strikes and the horse gets spooked and she gets hurled out of the wagon and goes soaring. She was a tiny woman. She went soaring into the mud, and it destroyed the new habit. And she raised her fist into the air and she started shouting at God, and she said, look, I've done nothing but serve you. I've given everything for you. I've lived in complete isolation. I bust my hump, or whatever she said, something like that. And she swore that she heard God answer her, this is how I treat those I love. And she spent a very long time trying to understand what that meant. And the conclusion, I think, was essentially not that God causes suffering, but that he uses such things to break people so that then they can become instruments of something higher than themselves and pull them into a loving relationship where you need him. And so suffering becomes an extraordinary thing. Whenever I look at people suffering, I always think, I hope they're not wasting it spiritually.
Yeah.
I hope they're understanding its value,
Yeah.
and because it's
pretty hard to do, man. I got to be honest.
I know, but I'm trying to tell you that, God himself did nothing but suffer here. It has a spiritual significance, and I'm telling you, and I think you're an example of how you can use it and transform yourself into someone higher and ennoble your life. And then, and of course, the sign of it is then you go out and you want to spread it. You want to help other people, which you're doing.
Right.
So tell us about have you had a lot of book sales since we've been talking about your books?
I just checked and it doesn't look like it at the moment.
They better get out there then.
But yeah, it's one. I've found it's one thing to write a book; it's another thing to get it sold, right? And I really, really appreciated you highlighting it for me. That was just such a wonderful thing.
Give us the name of one of your books so that we can advertise it.
Okay, it's Dream On, the alarm clock of your life hasn't gone off yet.
Okay, what's it about?
And it's part memoir and part. I really love to encourage people to never ever give up on their dreams, no matter their age. And so it's kind of two books in one. It's like one chapter is where I talk about a country where I served and what the mission was and what we did there, and some geopolitical background, and to use my life as an inspiration. And then every other chapter is dream strategies I learned along the way so that you too can fulfill your dreams. So you don't read the book and say, well, that's good, great for you. I'm glad you fulfilled your dreams. What about me? And so I thought, well, okay, then let's get some nuggets in there and help people. And so it's both inspirational and instructional. And so that's how I wrote it.
I think that's beautiful.
Yeah,
you're a fascinating person. I have such an admiration for people who can give up everything they know and all the comforts that they have to go do something like that. I remember I met a man in the neighborhood, and he came down the street saturated head to toe. I could still see him completely saturated. And I said, what the heck happened to you? It isn't even raining. And he said, without even batting an eye, he said, well, I saw that there was a woman drowning off this bridge when I was taking a jog. So I jumped over the wall and swam out to save her. But unfortunately, by the time I got out there, she had already died. And, and the news came and talked to me and everything. Anyway, I'm going to go home and take a shower and dry up. Have a good day. And I thought to myself, my God, this person didn't even think about it. Just dove right into the water. And I have to be honest, I don't think I could do that.
Yeah.
I don't think I could do that.
That's an amazing story.
Just jumped right into the water. And I looked at him with all that water all over him. And I thought, there are just some people in this world that fascinate me. Josh, would you dive in the water to save someone?
Yes.
You would?
Yes.
Right into the ocean off a bridge?
Yes.
Have you ever done it?
Never like a bridge or an ocean, but yeah, I mean, I've a river. Yeah.
Really? I think we all say we do it, but when it comes down to it, or even like giving an organ, like a donor organ or whatever, we all think we do it, but it's pretty freaking hard.
It happened when I was rafting in the Trinity River. My little cousin fell out, and his life vest slipped right off over his head. He didn't have it on tight. And so I fell off to the side and I rode the rapid down feet first because we were running into rocks. So I put my feet out so I could, run into the rocks with my feet and bounce off of them. And he couldn't swim and he kept dipping down and dipping down. I finally got to him, but I don't know if I was in any danger of drowning. Maybe I was. I mean, if I hit my head or something, I guess I could have. But yeah, I mean, I certainly could never.
It's amazing.
Could never watch something like that happen and not try.
I'm impressed. I mean, let me put it this way: I would like to think I would, but I don't know at that moment if I'd be paralyzed with the anxiety. Now, look, I told you I don't tend to be afraid of things. I don't really feel weird about diving in an ocean it's just that you don't know until you're there if you'd really do it. You know what I mean? We all want to think in war we would, jump in front of a, bullet, save someone else. I like to think so, but to quote Emo Phillips, I'm not as good of a swimmer as I used to be, thanks to evolution. Now, but seriously, thank you for telling us the title of the book again. I think that's terrific. Did you have another question for us, a true crime question, or do you want to sort of remind us that you're still out there being awesome?
Yeah, I had, being at CrimeCon, I thought one of the real interesting presentations was on the Las Vegas murders, the largest mass murder in United States history.
Stephen Paddock. Yeah, we did it. We covered it in the mass murder database at Columbia, of course. And I had to be very familiar with it because we had to analyze it. And,
so the detectives were there to, show us all the pictures of the guns in the rooms and so forth. And, he committed suicide. But everybody says, including the detectives, they just could not come up with a motive for that killing. And I was wondering if in your study with the database and everything, if you had a different read on that.
Well, it's complicated because, he had all kinds of ideas. It looks like, about like the treatment of guests at a casino by the people in charge. He was, there was a sort of depressive quality to his life. He had some loss and so forth. And I think, as I said, with mass shooters and mass murders generally, you always ask, what did they lose? That's the when we did that database at Columbia, we became crystal clear that anecdotally, these were almost all people who simply had no coping skills for dealing with loss and life events, losing a loved one, losing a schooling program, a job, or whatever. And of course, there are some of them that are disturbed or have political motivations, whatever. But the vast majority of them are just people with poor coping skills who can't handle life change. And but in that case, that it's a little complicated because it depends who you ask about there being a motive. I don't believe it was motiveless. Nothing is ever motiveless unless you're psychiatrically disturbed, psychotic, or something like that. And even then, you're probably basing it on a delusion or hallucination or something. There's always a premise. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So what they really mean is we don't know what it is, so we can only speculate about it. But I think it's the classic thing of lacking coping skills in the face of change and loss and being angry about treatment and bitter and so forth. But and I think he was kind of a depressed guy, but by some accounts. But look, it's I think the reason people get so drawn to him is that his sort of anger, his upset was so enormous that he committed the worst mass murder in U.S. history. Because that's a thing that people in the United States do. They're always drawn to the thing that's the biggest or the most or the, like anytime I do an interview on a talk show or something, first thing they ask is, what's the worst case you've ever seen? Like they love the biggest, the worst. We love our superlatives in the United States. And it's a little silly, but that there's a special, because the truth is the number of victims is not really pertinent to the question of motive. It's more like that. But so any other questions for us? I always love when you call.
Yes, I was thinking about Rex Heuermann today and the sentencing, and they said that now that he's been sentenced and convicted, that his DNA will go up into the database. And
Oh yeah.
my personal opinion is that they're going to find a whole lot more victims. And I was wondering how you feel about that.
Well, I think he was pretty careful about leaving stuff. I mean, there were some hairs, but I don't know. I mean, I hope so, but do I think there probably are the victims? Let's just say I wouldn't fall out of my chair with shock. Do I think there are going to be victims where like he left semen and other kinds of things? And, you know, not really. I mean, you know, but leaving some hair, I mean, you know, but it was like not his necessarily. Remember that there are hairs there of other people. So, you know, probably from the house environment.
Mm-hmm.
But he took a lot of pains to prevent leaving DNA.
Oh yeah, he went to great lengths.
Right. He's more the type that when he needs something or whatever, or wants attention, he'll start to boast. But I would not be surprised if we discover a whole other crop of victims. Remember Richard Ramirez? I think he was, I got to count him. I think it was like 17. I got to look at how many victims there were. Well, you remember long after Ramirez died, they discovered that he had a whole crop of child sex offense victims that came before those murders. Right? You know, that happens. They take this stuff to their grave, you know, and then all of a sudden you discover that there's this whole other time. And, you know, there's this interesting question of why they want to keep that to themselves. You know? It's interesting. So I don't know. I mean, you got to just, when I look at him sitting there with those eyes, you know, whatever, I think to myself, he's probably reliving fantasies. He's probably enjoying that we don't know everything about him, that he's got secrets. I remember when Koberger was in the courtroom and I went on News Nation and Brian Enton was interviewing me. I could have sworn I said this. I think I did. Unless I said it and it got cut out or, you know, or mixing it up where I said it. But I remember they said to me, what were you thinking looking at him? You know, when he had that alien consciousness face going on. And I said that he reminded me of the line from The Raven, Poe's poem, The Raven, that says, his eyes had all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming. It's kind of like that. That's what I think these people look like. You know, because I think they're thinking to themselves, if you only knew what you don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, you know, they can still see the faces of the victims. And remember Samuel Little, the most prolific of all these serial killers in U.S. history? I think, if I'm not mistaken, he beat Ridgway with his numbers. Remember, he could still draw the victims that he strangled to death and killed from memory. He could remember the jewelry they had on and their hairdos because he had stared at them while killing them.
Terrible.
Or maybe even dressed them. But you remember how he, you know. So I think you have to picture the person who stared into the eyes of his victims while they were being strangled probably could still see them.
Yeah.
Is thinking about it, sitting there, you know, and kind of going,
yeah. Think he's got one over on everybody.
yeah.
I think about that.
Victims probably did it. What'd you say?
I think about that with like Koberger.
That's what I was saying, and I think let's just say I wouldn't be surprised if he had other victims that was sitting there thinking, "Gotcha."
Right.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, I won't keep you guys, but appreciate the conversation.
Connie, because in the yin yang, on the seesaw of life, it's fascinating to have a Heuermann on one side and you on the other. You and Heuermann are like bun to the booty, to Buddha, right? Bun to Buddha. Oh, that was funny. My brain, I had a spoonerism, and I said butter to booty or something, but I meant to say Bundy to Buddha. We got both of them.
And I'll just leave one verse as a follow-up to Absalom. You know, the Lord said, if you want to be great in God's kingdom, learn to be the servant of all. And that's kind of the whole shebang right there.
That's it. You got it.
All
you have to do is understand the child in the crib and the Eucharist. You got it.
Okay.
Thanks, Connie.
Good night.
Okay. She's so cool.
Yeah. Dude, do we get one big doodle? Connie, one big doodle says that she's enjoying your book. So
my book or
Connie's book.
Nobody enjoys my book. She's pretty cool. I like her a lot. I think she's a cool person.
So we got a couple. Well, we got a couple more calls here. We'll take. And, let's see. Oceanside Lady, what's up?
Okay.
Oh, I
Can you
know
hear me?
her. Yeah.
Hmm.
Didn't you call and talk to John Lamb and Bob Gilliam?
Yes.
I remember
There's
you.
there's no feedback, is there?
No. If there were
Okay,
feedback,
good.
it'd be off the air.
Yeah. So I wanted to. Oh my God, I'm hearing feedback. I wanted to talk about. My goodness. Hold on a second. I feel like there is something giving
Yeah.
feedback.
I think it's your connection seems a little wobbly. Hmm.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. Hold on. Are you there?
Well,
Are you there? Okay.
she's gone. Gone over to the ocean side.
All right. Let's see. Leanne. Leanne, are you there?
Hello,
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's been a while since I last called.
I remember your voice very distinctly. I remember I liked your voice. I remember. Don't
thank
you
you.
remember, Josh, when this caller called and everybody in the audience said, "What a great voice."
No, I don't actually.
Well,
Sorry.
I do. I remember it very well.
Sorry.
I have a question on Asa Elrup, but I wanted to start out by saying that I listened to Josh Siemens live when he was at CrimeCon, and he stated that John Douglas might interview Rex himself, which I find that very interesting if that actually happens.
That's interesting. I mean, I'm not going to talk about Asa, but I think that's interesting if that happens. I hadn't heard that. Where did you hear that?
It was Josh Siemens live when he was at CrimeCon.
I think that's very clever because remember that John Douglas is specifically referenced in the planning document, which implies that on a certain level, Heuermann might find it flattering and as a consequence boast. Because the idea is you need him to boast, you need him to talk, you need him to reveal. And I think if John Douglas is doing the interview, that's very clever,
I do
given
too.
that he was referenced in the document itself.
Yeah, I found his words at sentencing to be interesting.
What were they? Well, I mean, which words do you mean exactly?
That I can't remember exactly what he said, but he just like didn't say as much as I thought he would. And I guess that says a lot. But I thought that he would say more.
What are we talking about? Heuermann?
Yeah, Rex Heuermann.
Oh, yeah. All he said was that he was responsible for the words that were said today, and that anything that he would say wouldn't mean anything or be adequate or whatever. And then that was it. That was his way of apologizing.
Yeah.
Which was asinine.
It was not an apology. It was a dodge of having to say anything.
I don't know what it was. It was stupid.
You couldn't care less about those people.
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't
no, I don't think it was an actual apology. I'm just saying, like, he was trying to sound sincere, like anything that I say couldn't, doesn't really mean anything. It's like, yeah, no shit.
All of a sudden, he's taciturn.
I know.
Yeah. Then he got quiet when the judge spoke to him and said, "Don't you feel sorry for the victims? Don't you feel any remorse?"
No, he doesn't.
And I was like, no, he doesn't. He kind of hasn't made because he got what he wanted in terms of, the FBI or whoever is going to be interviewing him and asking him questions. He's going to love that.
Yeah, he probably will. It bothers me how fat he's gotten. I don't know why.
Well,
why does that bother me?
I don't know. Listen, are you from the Carolinas?
No, I'm originally from upstate New York, but I live in Alabama now.
Oh, 'cause I can't figure out your accent. It has traces of like all different parts of the country going on, like when people have moved around or something. Because I can't place it. It's a very unusual accent. Where in upstate New York?
Near Syracuse.
Interesting. Do you sound like someone from Syracuse?
I don't know. Maybe.
You know who was from Syracuse? Michael Stone, my co-author on The New Evil.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, he didn't sound like you at all. But yeah, it confuses me because it reminds me of the accent you hear from certain parts of the Carolinas, and it's very interesting. But anyway, I don't know. You picked it up somewhere. Do you sound like people in Alabama? I don't know, but it's very intriguing because I study. I pay very, very careful attention to accents because
Yeah.
it helps me to guess things about people, where they're from, and so forth, based on any clue that they give. And when people speak, you're immediately getting a clue of their geographic area and other things. And so I pay very careful attention to the way people pronounce certain vowels and certain words and whatever. And you know that AI can tell which quadrant of the United States a person is from based only on their pronunciation of the words coffee and orange. It
That's
can tell
scary.
exactly which quadrant you come from in the nation, just from those two words. If I remember, I read a study or something. I don't remember where I heard that, but it is very interesting. But anyway, your accent's fascinating to me.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Josh,
find it less fascinating, but I like your accent.
Josh, you have a very, very nondescript.
I don't know. What does that mean? What do you mean?
It means that no one could guess where you were from your accent at all.
Really?
No. None. It's very interesting.
I don't know. I mean, if I talked for a little bit, probably. Yeah, they'd probably figure it out.
You have some phrases that are interesting, but I would not, like if I were geo-guessing based on your accent. By the way, that needs to be created. Geo-guesser based on accents. That would be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would be
I
kind
would play that game. I'd be the Henry Higgins of that game. Definitely.
of.
All right.
Well, appreciate it. Thank you, Leanne.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Take
Have a good
care.
one.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. We got Ocean Lady.
It's an interesting accent. It does have a little bit of Alabama, though. It's true. True.
Oceanside Lady, are you there?
Is she back?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There you go. I didn't know.
Oh
where
my
I was
goodness.
after a swim.
You have a fascinating accent.
Oh, thank you. You guys are funny. You know, I called about Rex, but also because everyone's talking about their origin story, sort of. I guess it kind of ties into why I became a nurse, is people like Rex. First of all,
the lift team.
that's a hilarious one. Oh, let me just understand. That's really funny. So, you know, my next door neighbor is a very disturbed individual, and he is a very large man like Rex, and he is a visual cross between Shrek and Mr. Clean. I mean, literally. But the worst thing is when you guys were playing that interview, he sounds just like, you know, like he's talking with rocks in his mouth, that same kind of voice that Rex has. Is that a Long Island accent or?
Not to me. No, I mean, not that I hear. But
so that's how my neighbors
might have an impediment. Like the way he speaks is a little funny.
I just always thought that my neighbor was wearing dentures.
Yeah, I don't mean to say funny as in haha. I mean he talks in a way that's slightly odd. You know what I mean? Because I don't think it's amusing when someone has a speech impediment. But I'm saying that I think that there is something going on there where he has like speaking. Yes.
It's like they got rocks in their mouth. They're trying to talk through them.
Well, I think that it's interesting when people have impediments and things that it can add to a very grave insecurity. For example, I'll tell you something fascinating. Remember Robert Hansen, the serial killer that chased women around in the forest and shot them? When they were profiling that case, Butcher Baker, when they were profiling that case, they noticed that the bullets were all in the backs of the women.
Oh.
And John Douglas said at the time, he said, I bet this guy's got some kind of speech impediment or something about his face that's embarrassing or whatever. Because to feel powerful, he's got to shoot these women when they're not looking at him.
Oh.
And it turned out to be true. It's sort of like Kohlberger attacking in the dark.
Yeah.
You need to conceal the inadequacy. You understand? So
Yeah.
thing about and also it's interesting when you think about that when he was feeling powerful, he was strangling a woman staring at her, probably, right? So you have a person who associates his face with shame and embarrassment, whatever, and now it becomes power, right? Like, look at me now. I would bet that if he was a stutterer, for example, he didn't stutter when he was doing that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what it's about. It's about you take it's like taking your invisibility and making it powerful. Oh, you think I'm invisible? Well, I can now stalk women and look around, and get them, fool them, and they think I'm a nobody, and therefore I'm not dangerous. And look at me now, right? So you take the thing that makes you an outsider, that makes you a joke, that makes you, and you spin it into your power, right? That's what these people do. And so you want to understand how interfacing with his face is part of the fantasy, right? You get it?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's
horrifying.
So weird. But then when everyone was talking about where they kind of came from, it's like when I was young, not too young, but when I babysat someone, and so by the time I was 9, my brother, my grandfather, and my aunt had all died of cancer. And when I was 17, I had cancer, and I had it for like 5 years. I had radiation and all kinds of stuff. So then I was a healthy person, and I was watching TV, and they were talking about drug addicted babies. And when I was younger, I had babysat a child who was 5 years old, and he had been born drug addicted, and he had been born with a disease that, like, their skin sloughs off, and they have to be like bathed in oil all the time and in a special incubator.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And I can't remember the name right now. But the thing is that 5 years old is when I met him, and this child was so strange. Like, he would leave the house. Not while I was babysitting him, but he would leave the house. He would get on a city bus and go downtown and walk around, and then get back on that bus and come back. And no one would stop him because he had this look in his face that said, don't try, don't try me. And he was just, I couldn't ever put a name on it, but I always said that wherever he lives when he grows up, I don't want to live in that city. Because, you know what I'm saying? It was just he had no soul almost. It was so strange. He was like a little automaton. But anyway, so then I heard about this program on TV about people would go to the hospital, to the NICU, and cuddle babies, and it would help them develop bonding and this and that. And I said, oh my gosh, I might be able to help somebody not turn out like that child. And so I went down to the hospital, and they said, well, we don't know you, so you can't just come in and cuddle babies. You have to volunteer 6 months somewhere in the hospital. And they only had 2 units. One was the burn unit and one was the oncology unit. And I was like, I don't want anything to do with cancer patients, because, I'd been there. And so I went to the burn unit, and like my first 4-hour shift, I was like, wow, this is what I need to do. And it's so weird, having been in and out of the hospital and in and out of healthcare my whole life with different people and with myself. It never occurred to me to be a nurse. But then that little kid kind of led me into being a nurse. And then when I think about people like Heuermann, it reminds me of that child. It's just weird.
Yeah.
Anyway.
He's disgusting.
Yeah, but I always wonder about that little kid.
Do you think there's anybody in the world that doubted for a minute that he did it?
I didn't know anything about the case until it got really big, because I'm in California.
Like when they found out, or like when he was accused.
I'm just curious. I mean, I'm fascinated that people close to him might still think that he, but I just think
Oh,
that
yeah.
it's interesting how out in the world, I mean, it must have been pretty rough to find a jury that was impartial to this guy. I just feel that I don't know. I just think people looked at him and thought he did it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I hate to say it, but
Oh, yeah.
because like
Well,
I remember Michael Stone always used to say, I think he was talking about, I'm trying to remember who it was. What I think it was Richard Ramirez, and I remember he was saying to me in his office, he had a very quiet way of talking, and he said, there was an idea a long time ago that evil people looked ugly and monstrous, and it's often not true. Many of them are very beautiful and charming. And then he like pulled out a picture of, I think it was Ramirez. No, I think it was Joseph Metheny. Pulled a picture of him out of a folder, and he goes, "But this guy, he looks evil." And I was like, "Yeah, he kind of does," because he was like 300 pounds and strangled, prostitutes, fed them to children in the form of hamburger meat, and
oh
it
my
was
God.
pretty bad, and he looked it, but like I think Heuermann looks monstrous. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, Josh? Like
But
you look at him, and
here,
you're like, yeah, he doesn't look like a
I've been
nice
making
guy.
fun of him all night, of course.
No, I mean he
th-
looks bad. He doesn't look like a nice man. Is what I'm
yeah.
He looks like a
Here in
shithead.
California, though, like there hasn't been like this huge focus on his case until just like I would say in the last year, maybe. You just it would be more sound bites, like this is the updates, and so I didn't really know too much about it, but he sounds exactly like my neighbor. When you guys played that interview, I was like, oh my God. Anyway,
Yeah.
but you guys are doing a wonderful job.
Well, I
And
appreciate
I
it.
appreciate everything that you do. I'm glad I got to call back. I have no idea what was going on.
That's all right. No problem at all.
Okay, good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye. That's it.
nice caller. There's no other calls. Where's Joey? I saw him in the audience.
I don't see Joey.
He was here.
He didn't call.
It's unusual. That's hard to believe. Quiet night. He's got laryngitis or something.
Well, we've only been on
He's
for
around. He's always here. He's
we've
around.
only been on for 3.5 hours.
That's true. There's no one else who wants to call?
No.
Wow. That's weird. Somebody's got to have a question. There's going to be some big humdinger of a call in about 2 seconds. Usually that's what happens.
I don't think so.
What do we have? Plague? Why can't we get anybody to call us tonight? What's going on?
What are you talking about? We just had full lines.
I guess so, but I mean, it's only been on 3.5 hours. We don't have another call. What's going on, bro? All right, then they're gonna have to hear about the raffle again.
Oh no.
Come on. I'm gonna punish them with conversation about the raffle.
You're killing me.
As of now, you've got a 1 in 64 chance of winning one of the 6 in 64 chance based on the number of people that have entered. And once again, the books are pretty cool. They range from the kind of evil seen in the horrific mechanized murder of Auschwitz, all the way to the assassination of Lincoln, to serial killers, and the Lizzie Borden elimination murder, which is what I think it was. These are books that I also own in my collection that I would consider pretty important. They're all classic books, in my opinion, and very tiny part of my library. But I do hope that you all appreciate these books. And if you do not win one in the auction, I still recommend you go out and get them. Josh, I would love to interview Larson on your book series, or Schechter. Harold Schechter would be a great one to talk to. I always wanted
that is.
He's great. He's a professor at Queens College who specializes in serial killers. He's written great books on serial killers. He's often a guest on talk shows and documentaries. One of the best. I love his H.H. Holmes. When he talks about H.H. Holmes, I love his Albert Fish book. It's really great. But anyway, so I hope people go over and enter the raffle because it really makes a difference. I do want to start formally the streaming of the piano show, although some people like streaming on it as it is, so to speak. That is to say, taking a huge piss on everything I do.
There's always going to be those people. Janet, go ahead, Janet.
I love it. You did it on purpose. You hid her from me. Hi, Janet. How you doing?
You did not.
How are things on planet Janet?
Oh, things are great on planet Janet. How are you doing, Dr. G?
Good. Where are you calling from? A crater?
Do I sound like I'm calling from a
What
crater?
am I? People calling, they don't even address me. They just go, "Hey, Dr. Gary, how you doing?"
Well, they get to you eventually.
No, no.
Dr. G asked me how I was doing. I did not hear that question.
Hey,
from you,
Janet.
Josh.
Go ahead, Janet. Answer him before he cries.
No, I didn't hear what he said.
Of course you didn't. Why would you?
He said that he said, "Hey, Janet." Look, you got excited that you came on.
I didn't get excited.
I got excited. So, Janet, what kind of question?
I'm just here to
you have for us this evening?
Josh, I really, truly apologize from the
I can't
bottom
hear you.
of my heart.
I'm sorry.
She's apologizing from the bottom of her heart.
Good.
And from the middle and the top.
The bottom, because she had to scrape it looking for the sentiment, Josh. She went deep to the bottom of it.
And I'm crying
What?
tears of sorrow and shame that I neglected to ask Josh how he's doing, and I still haven't heard an answer.
Well, actually, it's a strange time in Josh's life with his dad getting paroled and everything. He's got a lot going on, this guy.
How's that going to do with anything right now?
I mean that it's a hard time for you right now.
I'm fine. Thank you, Janet.
Okay. Janet.
All right. Are you looking, Josh, are you looking?
Therapy. Ask him how he is, Janet.
She already did. I said, I'm fine. God.
Are you
you
looking forward to your lunch tomorrow?
No, I'm not.
That's baloney. I don't mean the lunch.
And I'm not going either.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
No.
I'm not getting in this car. Josh, what are you mad about?
I'm not mad about anything.
Good. Janet, tell us your story. Let's move on with our lives here. Motion and movement. A little less jaw work and a little more paw work.
You've had so many great calls tonight. It just kind of leaves me speechless. But I do have a question from the other night. Because you and Josh had kind of a debate where you were saying that as human beings, we all have the instinct to kill.
No, not instinct. Just the capacity under extreme circumstances.
Right. And I'm wondering about people such as perhaps a Buddhist monk.
Like Josh wants to be?
Well, I don't know if he truly wants to be. He wants to maybe check it out a little bit, but anyway,
Buddhist monks are more interested.
What about someone that would?
Yeah.
What about someone who would rather just let themselves be victimized? Is it brainwashing, or what exactly is it that can make a person such that they would not respond in that way?
No. Hurting yourself is a different response than doing nothing. You're talking about those people that when they become angry or sad or whatever, instead of acting out, turn it inward toward the self. Is that what you mean?
No.
Well,
no. I'm talking about a pacifist who would not be capable of striking out.
Because if we think of the animal impulse to kill as arising from the shell in which we reside, you understand that by definition, the Buddhist is a person who has overcome and defeated the apparatus, the habitus in which the soul resides. So the whole point is that the individual wouldn't have that instinct because they have worked very hard to overcome those animal impulses. That's the whole point. And, a pacifist is somebody that has concluded that they do not wish to participate in the animal nature of human beings, and that's very different than the average person. You understand? But so in a strange way, the Buddhist, the pacifist,
Yes.
they do engage in a kind
So
of
there
killing.
are people.
Yeah, it's the killing they're engaging in is the killing of the ego. But it is like, for example, if you talk to Jung and you said to Dr. Jung and you said, I had a dream in which I was killing myself. Jung might say it's not really about suicide. It's a dream about the death of the ego that might represent a kind of shedding of the part of the self. In other words, destruction from the Jungian perspective is really about change. You understand? So from the pacifistic Buddhist perspective, the killing of the ego is about transformation and ennobling the self and going higher. That's different than aggression in the traditional sense. But it's a very interesting question. I hope I'm being clear. I know that I'm getting very philosophical.
No, you are being very clear. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying, I think that I hope, I can't say I've done it, but I hope that as the years go on, my ego shrinks. I would like to defeat it somehow, but like all human beings, it's, it's my curse, it's my besetting problem. It's all of our problem. It's just the way that it is. I remember one time there was a sister from a holy order that was on a religious retreat that I was on. And I remember she gave a wonderful speech about selflessness and giving or whatever. And then she was like in the cafeteria and somebody approached her and tried to ask her a question. And she said, I'm eating. Leave me alone. And I thought to myself, I don't know. I had this like Holden Caulfield kind of moment where the phoniness of it bothered me. You understand what I'm saying? I don't like.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I like to find out that the person is like that even when they're alone in private,
Yeah.
Integrity. But I have a lot of Holden Caulfield traits, by the way. And Holden Caulfield, you can't understand the character of the Catcher in the Rye without understanding Buddhism, actually. Salinger was a Buddhist. And in fact, remember how the Catcher in the Rye ends? How Holden finds happiness after all of that mourning of the death of Allie and feeling that innocence gets killed and destroyed. And he wants to be the catcher in the rye who catches you in the rye before you go over the edge into the loss of your innocence. And do you remember how he resolves it?
No.
He watches Phoebe on the carousel in Central Park going around in a circle, and then he cries and winds up in the institution and then heals. Well, the reason is, if you understand Buddhism and you understand Salinger, is that watching her go around in the circle of the carousel, he understands that you don't go over the rye and lose your innocence. You go around in a cycle. You go forward and you come back around. So there really is no dying. You just keep going around, and then he's healed. He understands the cyclicality instead of the linear idea that things die and end. They go around. See? And that's
the carousel of life.
The great the circle game, as Joni Mitchell called it. Right.
Yes.
Can't go back. Only go around. What is the line in the circle game?
The seasons, they go round and round.
And the
painted ponies go up and down.
Go up and down. We're captive on the carousel of time. Can't go. Wait.
We can't go back. We can only look ahead.
Go round to where we came and go round and round and round in the circle game.
Exactly.
The idea. Cyclicality. And but if you think about it, people who don't know that, who don't realize this, are terrified of loss. And it's that fear of loss that leads to so much aggression in this world. You understand?
Yes.
That's why it's all about letting go of attachments and not being afraid of loss. Loving things while you have them now. And not being so afraid of losing them.
I was going to say, and letting go of them.
Right.
Yes, being able to let go of them.
And that's the symbolism of the carousel in that book.
That would be a great piece for you to do, Dr. G.
Right. I'm already on top of it. I've already thought about doing a piece about the Catcher in the Rye. I've already thought about it. And it's a great book. Depending on when you read it in life, it's got a very different meaning. But I love the character of Holden. In fact, his name is a pun. Holden Caulfield is a pun Hold in Cornfield, which is the whole idea of catching you in the rye before you go over into the loss of innocence. Well, I really appreciate you every time you call.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I always get a kick out of you. Josh.
Thank you so much, Josh. And thank you for inspiring my question with, your debate.
Thanks. You're welcome.
And listen,
I was right, by the way.
Still sorry about the DB Cooper thing. Really, really sorry about that one.
I'm really sorry to hear about your willingness to jump out of an airplane. Kind of freaks me out.
Less dangerous odds, like
be careful because
like entering a raffle.
You remember what happened to her friend. Be nice.
I know. Seriously, enter the raffle. It's got better odds than jumping out of the plane. Play it safe.
I certainly will. And answer your emails.
Did I ever tell you about the time that I met Alanis Morissette? And I was talking to her about the song, isn't it ironic or whatever? And I said, I often think to myself that based on the percentage of people who have the fear of flying, that some percentage of the people who die in a plane crash probably did have the fear of flying and had to be convinced to get on the plane. And it goes along with your whole ironic thing, And then I said, if you want to get really ironic, do you think there's ever been anybody listening on a headphone to your song during a plane crash?
Is that when she pepper sprayed you?
And she looked at me like, you make no sense, and like went on. But I think about things like this. Remember that song, 1,000 Spoons, when all you need is a knife? Remember that whole thing? Isn't it ironic or whatever? So I asked her, I said, do you think anybody was listening to your song during what happened?
Did you get a protection order in the mail after that?
Very funny. But she looked at me like, that was the end of it. It was a brief encounter, but these are the kinds of things I like to ask.
You walked away without saying a word, and you went, "Wow, isn't that ironic?"
Well, what could I say? But there are some celebrities that find me very funny. You know who I met who found me absolutely hilarious?
Carrot Top.
Whoopi Goldberg. And I will tell you exactly the encounter. I've never told this story in public before, but it's true. I was in a bookstore in where I used to work. I was in a bookstore. And I picked up a book by Stephen Jay Gould, and I made a joke about it. I don't remember what it was, but I made a joke about it. And she thought it was very funny, and she started cracking up. She said, "You're very funny." She was standing there and said, "Oh, you're Whoopi Goldberg." Okay. So she says, "You're very, very funny." So then we start talking, and I said to her, "Can I ask you a question?" And she goes, "What?" And I go, "You became the spokeswoman for Sara Lee Cakes." And she went, "Yeah." And I said, "Do you actually like them?" Like that. And then she cracked up so hard I thought she was going to fall down. And then I said to her, "Do they give you gas or something?" Whatever. And she couldn't breathe from laughing and then walked out of the store. True story.
Do they give you gas or something?
Because she was dying laughing at the idea that she was selling them.
What is wrong with you?
And that she didn't really like them that much, it seemed.
You said that to her?
We had a long conversation before I said it.
And then you asked her about her gas.
Well, it was a reference to the movie Ghost, where she says the thing about getting gas from time to time. I tied it into Ghost when I said it, and she thought it was very, very funny. And I said it in that voice that she used in the movie. I said, "Do they give you a little gas from time to time?" And she thought it was hysterical and started cracking up. Anyway, she's funny, and she thought I was funny.
It's a good movie.
It is. I've met a lot of celebrities who find me funny and some who do not.
Oh, I bet.
You know who I found very nice to meet, and I've met hundreds of them? I loved meeting David Chappelle. I loved him. I thought he was the nicest guy ever. And I loved meeting Chris Rock, who I thought was also very funny and very shy.
Both black.
They were funny as hell, and they thought I was funny. I also loved meeting George Carlin.
Who? George Carlin?
I got to see Robin Williams at Comic Relief, who was one of the nicest people in the entire world. Honestly, one of the nicest people in the entire world. I know you love him.
Yeah, I met him.
Yeah, at the hospital, right?
Yeah, I cried when he died.
He was something else. He was like, he had an aura that was like saintly. One of the things I loved about him was that every movie he did, he required, I think contractually required, that some of the extras in the movie be people that were being paid from the local homeless shelter. They had to be they had to come from the shelter and work on the movie and get paid. It was like a thing he required. I love that about him.
Yeah, he was something. He was something amazing.
He loved the homeless. He had a thing for them.
Yep.
And
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he had the thing for the marginalized and the sick.
Well, he suffered for a long time from mental illness, and I think he also had a drug thing at one point, right?
I think so.
Cocaine or something, but he was and he had a wonderful mother. I remember once I saw him with his mother on a show, and she was just as funny as he was.
What about Scott Baio? Does he like you?
I met him too. I met him at an autograph convention, and he is interesting. He is very conservative, politically very conservative and open about it, and he's he's got very strong opinions. But he's a nice man.
Christian Slater?
I never met him. I would have liked to have met him. I would have talked to him about Heathers.
What about
I would have made him. I always think about how I'd make people sign autographs. If they're in a movie I like, I make them quote the movie. I would have probably made him say something like, "Dear Gary, you make me want to drink a cup of bleach," like a reference to Heathers.
For sure.
Yeah, because that's funny. But no, I never met him. No, never met him.
It's also sort of true too. Like that, there are times where you could go, do I want to hear about Gary's Galapagos Island turtles or drink a cup of bleach?
Yeah, you'd probably want to drink a cup of bleach. But I never met Val Kilmer either.
What about you, Janet? What would you do?
What would
I
I
hear
do?
about the turtles or the bleach?
Janet likes my stories. I don't know why. I mean, I think that's some kind of disease, but she does find my stories funny. Janet, if you find my stories funny, you're not well, and I'm very sorry to be the one to tell you.
Oh, I know. I should have told you long ago.
There's breaking news.
Gosh, yeah, because your stories are sweeping the nation.
They are.
Omar the camel, and the turkey chasing you. You know what I'm saying? We don't dance. This is as good as it gets. You love these stories, or you stop watching.
That's
sorry.
True. Good point.
Although
Hey,
Josh,
Josh, I've been working on my promotion for your book.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
What are you gonna? When you release it,
yeah.
I've been practicing because you told me I should do some Evel Knievel stuff.
Right.
Like
so I've been.
Yeah.
No, Evel Knievel stayed on the ground except when he was flying.
I mean, flying on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of getting a trike, so I can practice up and start with maybe jumping over a turtle and then graduating maybe to jumping over an alligator.
You did it again. You did it again. You came up with a sentence that has never been uttered in the entire human language. And this time you said, I'm thinking of getting a trike and starting out jumping over a turtle. No one has ever used that sentence before in the history of the English language. I guarantee you.
Stick with me, Dr. G. I'll take you places you've never been before.
I gotta go now, Janet. I'm back on the planet Earth.
He's been to mental institutions before.
I worked at them.
No, so Josh, I'm gonna work my way up, and you're gonna line up 3 camels, okay?
Right.
And my big moment is I can get there on my trike, turn around and face the crowd and say, you got to buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Okay. And the turtles are doing what as they're being jumped over?
No. It's the camels. I'm working my way up the camels.
She crashes and then kills them.
Yes. I like that someone caught my little story. Joke. Somebody in the audience caught me doing something that I do for my own amusement, which is I quote things without saying that I'm quoting them that are references to something that's been raised in the conversation. So somebody asked me if I had met Diane Keaton, and so I quoted Annie Hall by saying, I got to go now and do Back on the Planet Earth. I do this for my own, to make myself laugh internally, but somebody caught it. I do that more often than I wish to admit.
Yeah, I bet.
But Janet, listen, I'm sure that there will be a person, probably in a trench coat, that will buy a ticket to this. I'm sure it will be, a very special man wearing those Groucho Marx glasses with the.
Why would he be in a trench coat?
Because he'll be a nut job.
Oh, God.
Janet, is anybody going to attend this?
Yeah, you and me.
Yeah, I was kind of counting on you, Dr. G.
Oh my God.
And of course, Josh is going to be there. It's promoting his book.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I can't get with anything where turtles and tortoises are harmed. Are they going to be safe from the motorcycle?
Only if she
No,
jumps.
no, we're past the turtles.
Of
Okay,
course.
I have
It's
now
over them on the
graduated to camel.
Oh my God. So the camels are jumped over by the trike?
Trikes don't jump very far.
Yeah.
It's a trike.
You got to go real fast. You got to go real fast.
What's a trike?
It's a tricycle.
Evil Knievel style.
Oh, a tricycle.
It's a trike.
Okay, I got it. I thought you meant a tricycle. Oh, I get it. A trike. The same way a bike. I got it.
Holy.
I was going to make a joke that it's when you try to ride a bike.
That's unbelievable.
What did you say, Josh?
That's unbelievable.
Josh, I didn't know what a playoff was.
That's true. Yeah, but a trike? You never had a trike as a kid?
No.
Man.
That would take like some athletic ability.
No, I had some athletic ability.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. You know what I loved to play as a little kid? My favorite was kickball. I loved kickball.
Yeah,
really
that's not a real sport.
I don't care. I loved it. I didn't have a kickball ball, but I played kickball.
Kickball ball. God. What's a trike?
It's a portmanteau of tricycle and.
He says portmanteau, but he doesn't know what a trike is. That's unbelievable. He's got a Dewey Decimal System for his books, but he didn't know what a trike is.
I missed that book.
The trike? You don't know what a trike is?
System under useless information.
Okay, but you know what a bike is, right?
Of course.
And
Now
you know
I get it. It's a tricycle abbreviated.
Right, but just like bicycles abbreviated, but you know why they call it a bike, right? Bi meaning two, tri meaning three.
I got it.
Trike and bike.
I got it.
You got it now, but you didn't get it.
No, it took me a minute. Although a unicycle, what would you call that? A unique?
Yeah. Trike.
Come on, what do you call? What's the abbreviation for a unicycle? A uni?
Yeah, could be. A unibike?
A unike.
A unike, yeah.
A unike. Yes, I ride on a unike.
Oh, yeah. Somebody says we're about to jump the turtle.
We really are. Yeah, that's a good expression. I like that.
Really?
Anyway,
I think we should put Dr. G in a sidecar.
Do you know where the term jumping the shark comes from?
Oh, I actually know this. Wait a minute. I've heard this.
Nobody in the chat say it because I know where it comes from.
Snakes on a plane?
Nope.
Where?
Jumping the shark. It's when the Fonzie jumped the shark on
that's it.
And everybody said that's when the show sucked after that.
That's right. I got it. That's right. Yeah, I remember. That's a little fun little bit of trivia.
Yeah, and then they said, oh, yeah, that should really jump the shark. So when you jump the shark, it means your show sucks now, which is kind of what's happening here.
Oh, Josh.
No, I just think, Janet, you have a way of, you're like when somebody spikes the punch at the party and then everything gets like more fun and zany. It's just, you come in and you pour some kind of alcoholic beverage into the punch.
It's illegal.
Just go, but it's like psychedelic and it becomes truly bizarre. Yes. But it's a wonderful thing. I really am glad.
Janet, you're a felon who jumps out of airplanes to replicate DB Cooper, rides trikes that runs over
and runs in a cult bookstore. Yes.
Dr. G, we have discussed that.
That is not an occult bookstore. I know. I get it.
Exactly.
It was a bookstore for the special.
Did you see last time there were people in the chat suggesting that I'm satanic.
No, you're not.
They did.
Sorry about that.
Really?
Yeah. As soon as you brought up the occult.
It was actually me under an alias.
You're not satanic. But all right. Well, listen.
I wanted to spread a rumor because I was mad at you.
How could you be mad at me?
I don't know.
It's pretty hard to be mad at you, Janet. You're a character. Now, listen. In all seriousness, I appreciate. You remind me every time you talk to me. You remind me of that scene at the end of Sister Act, where Maggie Smith says to Whoopi Goldberg, bringing her back up. She says, she says something like, "You've exposed us all to madness and danger and risked all our lives and made everything completely insane." And then she's like, "Thank you." Because it stir everything up, but it's fun, and I appreciate it. We need it. Yeah.
My son just texted me.
Yeah.
And he said that he wanted to make sure that we were still on for tomorrow's lunch.
Because you made the joke about lunch?
No, we're counting on Peyton at lunch tomorrow.
I had lunch with Peyton, not yesterday, but the day before. And he swears that the waitress was flirting with me, which she was not, absolutely not. And so now we have to go back. He wants to go back tomorrow to test his theory, but I don't want to go back.
What do you think of the waitress?
I don't think anything.
She may be watching.
I don't think anything about her. I think she's a nice waitress, and that's it.
Are you attracted to the waitress?
No, I don't know. I didn't even look.
Why not? Wasn't she handing you?
Huh? She gave me chips.
Oh, listen, I think that's nice.
She gave me chips. She's a waitress. That's what she's supposed to do.
No, but I mean, maybe she's attractive. Look up.
Whatever. I mean, but he just made this big old deal about it on After Dark, and and now everybody's like, "Are you going back? Are you going back?" No.
So he thought the waitress had a thing for you.
That's what he thought.
And he wants you to get together.
No, I don't think he wants that. I just think he just wants to make fun of me.
Oh,
yeah.
I remember. You've never had a person that was overtly flirting with you out in the world? Never, that you could think of, like where you knew that they were flirting with you?
I don't think so.
Never once?
I don't think so.
I'm trying to remember if I ever really. I mean, I had a couple incidences, but I wondered if they had just had like a colossal head injury or something before, because they were very strange. But it happened. Oh yeah, there was the one that I said stay strong.
Oh yeah. Oh no, that's true. A guy at the gas station attendant hit on me, but he was a dude.
Yeah, and he had a leather wallet.
I don't know what I didn't see.
Actually, Josh, in all seriousness, we're joking. It happens in the chat.
No, dude.
Hit on in the chat all the time.
The gas station guy really did hit on me.
I understand, but I see you get hitting on here. I'm reading the chat.
You know what he said? So I told him that I wanted he asked if I wanted a bag, and he said, and I said, do you want a bag? And I said, no, I'm fine. And he looks at me up and down. Peyton's standing right there. He goes, yes, you are. I went, oh my God.
Oh, your son is a trip.
And then for some reason, when we left, Peyton got in the back seat. He didn't want to sit in the front seat. It was weird. The whole vibe was off after that. It was odd.
But you do get hit on often in the chat, and maybe we should raffle you off. We'll put you in a celebrity raffle. What do you think?
We want to have the dating game, Dr. G, where you can run it and Josh gets to pick between 3 ladies.
Right. Oh, that'd be fascinating. Well, look at his teeth like a horse. See if make him, like when they open the mouth of the horse and they go, yeah, this is worth about 40,000 based on the teeth. Yeah, it'd be good. I have to tell you that it happens to me too. I read the chat sometimes, but I'm so clueless to it. It's hilarious. Because people say things that are like red hot obvious, and I'm like, I don't get it. Because I'm like completely in la la land to that kind of thing. But it happens to anyone who comes on the show, Josh. I saw the other day they were doing it to Bob Gilliam a lot.
Because Bob's attractive.
They were really hitting on him. I saw it a lot. It happens there. I saw it to John. I see it happen to Chris. I just think it's like, I don't know. People just can't help themselves. I don't know what to tell you. I can't imagine. I got to be honest with you. I cannot imagine going into the chat of a show and saying something like that to the person on the show. I don't care who they are. That's just not my nature. But people are, oof.
Well, I really hate it because back in the 60s and 70s, we really fought to have men stop objectionizing us.
Yeah.
And now you look in this chat and it's like a bunch of women just doing the same thing back.
Mind your business, Janet.
Oh.
I don't know if men, because you have to understand, men are not accustomed to knowing if they are attractive because people are socially taught to not walk up to them and hit on them. So you understand, like in our culture, a woman is going to know right away how people are feeling about her because they're shameless. Like they'll hit on you 24/7. And men, we have no idea. Like a man could go through his entire life and have no idea that women interact with him and think, he's attractive. No, I'm completely clueless about it. Josh, aren't you?
Yes.
It doesn't happen. I mean, they don't walk up to you and tell you. So then in the chat like this, when it's a free-for-all with a peanut gallery, they say things bluntly, and then you're like, oh, okay, I get it. This is the equivalent of like the dude, hitting.
I think people just lie to you.
What happened?
I think people just lie and try to make you feel better.
It's possible. Yeah. But I seriously, I think though it is interesting because I've never seen that. I've never seen anything like it. What happens in these chat audiences? But Josh, you get a lot of it. I got to tell you.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. It's fine.
I don't know. Your son wants to set you up. I think it's sweet.
No, he doesn't want to set me up. He wants to. He just said that I was being clueless.
Well, because I think you don't realize when someone is talking to you that way. That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't think so, man. I don't know. I didn't see it. I have no idea. I had no clue.
Well, I don't know. I only know that I see it. I get it. I understand it. But the thing is, like,
are you saying you're attracted to me?
No, I'm saying I understand why somebody of the persuasion to be attracted to you would think highly of you.
Janet, Dr. Gary thinks I'm hot, he said.
Said I understand why somebody would think highly of you. Now, don't you understand why somebody would like me?
Yeah, of course. But I don't think you're hot. I think women might think that, but I don't think
that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I personally think, but I could understand why somebody would. That's the point. But you're saying that you can understand why somebody would feel that way about me.
Sometimes.
Piece of work you are. Well, let's just say
no, I'm not.
Let's just say I'm not busted up inside. Overhearing that. Janet, in all seriousness, don't you think the two of us should be put back on the shelf for the sake of human nature?
Definitely.
No, not one single bit. And chat people, my apologies to anybody I offended. And apparently Josh wants you to keep on keeping on. So
no, it's not true. I just said mind your business.
In all seriousness, I don't think attractiveness is just about physicality. I really don't. It helps, it can help, especially if somebody psychologically reminds you of people that you've loved or been attracted to. It's a huge thing. But I really think ultimately it doesn't last. It has to be more to a person. I'm sorry. And if somebody is witty and funny and clever and intelligent or gifted or whatever, after a little while, and I got to tell you, the older I get, what I'm finding attractive is kindness. The person who actually says, like, how are you? Tell me when you got home, whatever. It's becoming very hot to me. Also becoming very attractive to me is stability. A person who's not like 100% bonkers, like, doesn't overreact to things, takes things, kind of one day at a time, is very like, has money in the bank, is mature. I've gotten to the point where that has become attractive to me because it's very rare. It's very rare. When you're younger, you're drawn to people that are more interesting and chaotic and whatever. But at some point, you go like, what's really sexy? That you're balanced.
That when you color inside the lines. That's really
It's
sexy.
attractive because it's rare and it takes a strong person to be predictable and steady and whatever. I think that's very attractive, and I think it's very attractive when someone is kind. It really is, and funny. Funniness is very hot. A person who can master the room and have people like belly aching, like falling over, and also extreme talent is very sexy. Playing, playing a violin amazingly well, being a master painter, I think that's very sexy. So, but I also think sometimes when people are a little strange looking, it can be very attractive. Like the person with a little gap in their teeth, or a little sort of strange, like there's something about a person that's a little off that can be very sexy because they're different. I can't explain it. I think symmetry and gorgeousness can be very overrated. Very overrated because it gets dull. It gets dull.
I don't know.
You understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You never found somebody attractive because they were just a little bit off.
Sure, uniqueness. Yeah, yeah, I do. I know what you're talking about.
Reminds me of that beautiful poem, "Going Blind" by Rilke. Do you know that poem?
No.
Oh, good. Janet, can you give me permission to read it? Because Josh won't give it to me. She's not there.
Yes, please.
She said too.
It has to be the Stephen Mitchell translation, so I have to find it. But let me see if this is the right translation.
That's why people must like me, because I have a lazy eye.
You don't have a lazy eye, do you?
I don't know. Probably.
Is that true?
No, I don't think so. Sometimes it feels like it.
Here, I love this poem. This is one of my favorites, actually. This is by Rilke.
I bet you anything it sucks.
Actually, it's quite beautiful. Can I read it?
Sure.
All right, great. It says, and this is, I think, from first glance, this is the Stephen Mitchell translation from the German. And it says, she sat just like the others at the table, but on second glance, she seemed to hold her cup a little differently as she picked it up. She smiled once. It was almost painful. And when they finished, and it was time to stand, and slowly, as chance selected them, they left and moved through many rooms. They talked and laughed. I saw her. She was moving far behind the others, absorbed like someone who will soon have to sing before a large assembly. Upon her eyes, which were radiant with joy, light played as on the surface of a pool. She followed slowly, taking a long time, as though there was some obstacle in the way, and yet, as though, once it was overcome, she would be beyond all walking and would fly. Isn't that beautiful? So it's the idea of seeing someone who's a little off, a little different, and realizing that once they overcome their obstacle, whatever it is that makes them a little different, they'll be above everybody else. And I think it's very beautiful. I love that poem. Well, I think that's very attractive. Anyway, that's just me. And you don't have a lazy eye.
That poem sucked.
No, it didn't. It's one of the most beautiful poems in the German language.
Janet's laughing because she knows I'm right.
You think that a poem by Rilke sucked?
Yeah, it sucked. It wasn't very good. I didn't like it.
Oh my God.
I don't have to like something just because it's poetry. Like, just because somebody go, oh, look, it's poetry, you must love it. No, I don't. It sucks. Like, I like some poetry. Some poetry.
Janet, did you appreciate the Rilke poem?
Yes, very much.
Yeah, because it was poetry, right?
I love poetry. What can I say?
Poetry? Because I'm sure there's some poetry that's not good.
I'm sure I've met a poem I didn't like in my lifetime, but Dr. Gary has very good taste.
You don't have to like it just because Dr. Gary likes it. Just,
I don't like it. I love it.
Okay, well, it wasn't good.
That's a perfectly valid opinion, Josh. Right. I accept that.
Okay.
Exactly.
Moving along.
Any more poems you want to read?
I love to read poems. I could do it all night. But I'm not going to cast my pearls before swine anymore.
Oh. You can have poem night on your channel, Dr. G.
No. I tried once, I want you to know, to recite a poem on there, and it got removed because I read the full text of a poem, and somehow AI caught it and made me remove it.
That's amazing.
Josh is going to get hate mail because he told me he didn't like it.
I couldn't care any less. Seriously.
He gets hate mail when he judges me.
I'm not judging you. I just didn't like the poem.
You don't have to like the poem. It's
I
okay.
know,
He's one of the greatest poets in the history of humanity. But that's all right.
That doesn't mean he hits a home run every time. Babe Ruth struck out, didn't he?
I guess so. Do you like Robert Frost?
Yeah, maybe a couple. I don't know that many, to be honest with you.
Do you like One Acquainted with the Night? Have you ever read that?
I've never heard it. Can I hear it? I'll tell you if I like it or not.
All right, I'll read you that one. If you don't like that one, you're freaking hopeless.
Okay, we'll see.
No, because seriously, if you don't like Robert Frost, there's something wrong with you, bro.
All right, fine.
Janet, we're gonna make it something less of a Philistine out of this guy.
We can only hope.
Silk purse out of a sow's ear.
You get mad at me for not liking poetry. I did. That's one thing.
I'm only teasing. Anyway, it's called Acquainted with the Night.
It would not bother me one bit.
I know, you couldn't care less. You ready?
Sure.
Okay. It says, I love this poem. It's very good. It says, and I always thought it was interesting that the first 5 lines all begin with the word I, and then there's a line that doesn't, and then he does I again, and then it ends on a line that rhymes with the word I. So it's got this kind of isolation to the poem. Anyway, it says, I have been one acquainted with the night. I have walked out in rain and back in rain. I have outwalked the furthest city light. I have looked down the saddest city lane. I have passed by the watchman on his beat and dropped my eyes unwilling to explain. I have stood still and sopped the sound of feet. When far away an interrupted cry came over houses from another street, but not to call me back or say goodbye. And further still at an unearthly height, one luminary clock against the sky proclaimed the time was neither wrong nor right. I have been one acquainted with the night.
Sucked.
I'm done, and I'm out of here. How could you not like Robert Frost? There's something wrong with you. You're doing this to be a contrarian.
No, that one was worse than the one before.
Wow. Wow.
Got any more?
What do you find entertaining, Josh? Mug wrestling?
No, I don't like that either.
Well, how could you not think these poems are beautiful? They're very beautiful, very, very beautiful.
Yeah, he's one with the night. I got it. It's cool.
The symbol, okay. Do you like T.S. Eliot?
I don't know.
Forget it. I'm not reading T.S. Eliot.
Hey, you got one more? Let me try one more. Maybe I'll like this one. Seriously, I'm trying. I'm really trying here.
Give me a theme of what you'd like to hear a poem about.
Just read me one more that you like.
What kind of poem? What are you interested in?
I'm anti
you in this world? Is there anything?
Nah, I don't know. You just read another one and I'll tell you if I like it. And we'll be done.
Kathy Starling in the audience agrees with you that the poems stink.
Yeah.
So that's okay. You can dislike these people.
Yeah, it's fine.
You like Emily Dickinson?
I don't know.
I can't bring myself to do it because you'll mock Emily Dickinson.
I didn't mock anybody. I just said I didn't like it. That's not mocking. I don't have to like poetry. Big deal.
Okay.
All right, but read Emily Dickinson. I want to hear.
Which Emily Dickinson?
I don't know. You pick your favorite one and I'll tell you if I like it.
Favorite Emily Dickinson. Good luck. How about Poe? Do you like Poe?
The guy that cut his ear off? Yeah,
no,
like
that's Van Gogh. How about we read? Yeah,
no, I don't.
Vincent Van Gogh.
I like the guy that cut his ear off.
Why don't we read Annabelle Lee?
Sure, whatever you want.
Okay, that's twisted enough for you. Okay, let's read that.
Yeah, well, let's hear.
Well, it's about, your wife dies and you visit her in the in the mausoleum and lay down with her.
Yeah, I love it.
Okay.
It's great. I already like this one. It sounds great.
Okay, because I had to think of something demented. Okay, here we go. This one I think I know by heart, but just in case, I'll pull it up. This is by the divine Edgar Allan Poe. I wish I could do a Vincent Price impersonation. Okay. It was many and many a year ago in a kingdom by the sea.
I already hate it.
There lived.
I already hate it.
I know by the name of Annabelle Lee.
I already did.
And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to be loved. But Josh, are you mocking Edgar Allan Poe?
No, I'm mocking you.
Read that anyway.
No, read that beginning.
Anyway.
Read
Okay,
that beginning.
I'm starting over too.
I'm gonna mute it. All right.
Mute yourself or mute me? I like life like this. Okay, here we go. Can you all hear me, Jack? Can you hear me?
Yes.
As we do poetry night. Okay, here we go. All right. Listen, I know Josh isn't raving about him, but we're going to read Poe anyway. Okay, here we go. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived, whom you may know by the name of Annabelle Lee. And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child and she was a child in this kingdom by the sea, but we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabelle Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabelle Lee, so that her high-born kinsman came and bore her away from me, to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. The angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of the cloud by night, chilling and killing my Annabelle Lee. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we, and neither the angels in heaven above nor the demons down under the sea can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabelle Lee, and the stars never rise but I feel the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. And so, all the night tide, I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in her sepulchre by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, that's better. It's not great.
Pretty cool. It's disturbing, but it's pretty cool.
I got a good one for you. Ready?
Okay, good.
Hey Diddle Diddle, the cat and the fiddle.
I love this poem.
Jumped over them. I bet you do.
I love it. It's one of my favorites.
Over the moon. The little dog laughed to see such sport, and the dish ran away with the spoon.
I love that poem.
Excellent. Excellent.
You know, it's really
the Annabelle Lee.
What?
Yes.
The Annabelle Lee poem reminds me of the episode of The Waltons when Grandpa got a life-size statue of Annabelle Lee. He won it.
And got jealous.
Yeah.
He threw it around.
Well, first he put a fence around it and said he was going to be buried next to it, and that even threw her further off over the edge. And eventually he sank it in the pond, gave it the kind of rest he thought she was supposed to have.
Actually, Lolita has a lot of references to Annabelle Lee because the whole idea that they're kids when they meet, and then he's obsessed with her after he marries her in adulthood and the whole thing. And so in Lolita, the central character is a kid when he meets the prototype for Lolita, and she dies in a similar way to Annabelle Lee, and then he's paralyzed in time that he can only be in love with somebody the age of the woman that he meets. So like even as an adult, which is why he's a pervert. You understand? So that's all based on Annabelle Lee. It's very interesting. You know who had a first edition of Annabelle Lee displayed in his home? First edition of Lolita displayed in his home?
No.
Epstein.
Great.
Epstein
Wow.
had Lolita first edition. That should tell you everything you need to know about that twisted freak.
Sick.
And those around him, who were often wackos too. Josh, some of the people in those Epstein files were horrible.
Yeah, they're the worst.
I've been reading them, but I love the Hey Diddle Diddle poem.
Yeah, it's great. It's funny. Okay, Janet, we got a couple more calls. So
There's more calls.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Alas, it's time I bid adieu.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I actually like that one.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I think, what did you say? I think it's time we bid adieu. It doesn't rhyme because adieu
Alas,
is pronounced that way.
well,
This would be over if it wasn't for you.
Yeah, or how about roses are red, violets are blue. I think it's time I said toodaloo. That rhymes.
That too. I like
ciao,
that
you
one.
two.
Toodaloo.
Toodaloo. Toodaloo, Janet.
Toodles.
But of course, toodaloo is a corruption of the French tout à l'heure, but that's another story altogether.
All right, Mike, go ahead. Mike, where are you calling from? If you read a poem, I'm kicking you off right away.
West Virginia.
Okay, good enough. How are you?
Nice state. How you doing?
Okay, I wanted to ask Gary about dating. Are you an active dater, or just threatening to be one?
I try. It's a special experience. Why? Have you had fun doing it?
Sometimes. So I was thinking you could make a book. You could write a book about it.
I should.
The challenges.
The challenges. It's not a bad idea. No, I actually sometimes people come into your life that make you understand that you cannot go out and find something. It just has to kind of happen. Dating sites, things like that. That's to make us all believe that dating is like going on Amazon and finding a match, But the truth is that it really just has to happen. And sometimes you're out in the world and somebody starts talking to you, and the next thing you know, you're in love. It's weird. So I think to say active dater is a tricky thing. I'm more like an active waiter, waiting for it to kind of come at it, that kind of thing. And I'm not saying if it has. I'm only saying that I think that's the better approach. But how about you? What problems have you had? Have you gone out with some people and they've been very disturbed or very nasty or very cruel?
I just never really have much luck with the online stuff.
Oh, forget about online. You're talking about dating sites? Ugh.
Well, yeah, I go meet them. I'll go have a blind date or something.
That's pretty good. That's better than most. Most people don't even get to that.
So I think it's healthy to actually get out there and like put yourself out there a little bit, right?
Oh, absolutely. It definitely is. And but you have to prepare yourself for the fact that there's going to be a lot of no's, and then you'll get a yes. It's just how life is. It doesn't matter who you are. You could be like a freaking extremely attractive, and you'll still get no's. It's just the way it is. You keep going.
But don't you find as we get older, it's harder and harder for us to. As we get older, it's harder and harder for us to actually sync up with someone else.
Maybe. I think, well, that's a good point. I mean, but I think, first of all, I like getting older in terms of increasing my sense of what's desirable and whatever, because I think, as a man, I find that, as my career progresses and I amass experience and knowledge and whatever, I think it adds to a sense of, I don't think you like wear out or something. I think it kind of adds, but so to me, I think it could be an attractive thing. But at the same time, I understand what you mean in terms of like feeling that
we get more fussy.
You get settled in your ways, and then the idea of somebody coming and telling you like, don't put the remote control there and leave the toilet seat, down, gets to you because you're set in your ways. If that's what you mean, yeah, I think there's truth to that. But as Thomas Merton, who I think is going to be a saint, famously said that it was something like the biggest temptation in life is to settle for less. And I think that's true. I think that people have a tendency to kind of fall into the temptation of thinking this is all I'm going to get. And I think it's a good idea to just kind of realize that's, you should wait for something that's worth all you are. You know what I mean? I mean that. I really mean that for everybody.
Well, how long do you wait?
I don't know. I mean, I think it depends on what you believe. I mean, do you believe that, for example, if you're meant to sort of meet someone, that they're going to be pushed toward you? Or do you think that that's a bunch of BS and you really just go out, find someone attractive and tell yourself that they came from the heavens? Like, do you believe when you meet someone that like God wanted you to meet them, or there's a spiritual element? Or do you think it's just like two people meet and they fantasize that it was a spiritual thing? What do you think?
Well, it goes both ways. You just said both. I agree with both things you just said.
I see. So the danger then is believing that somebody is meant to be, but they're really not. They're just somebody you think is cute or somebody that you want to believe. Right.
I don't know. It depends on what your motive is.
That's a good point. Yeah. Well, what do you think, Josh? Do you think that it's destined, or do you think it just happens and you fantasize that it's destined?
I don't know.
Or like Forrest Gump said, maybe it's both. You think maybe it's both, or what?
Mike, I have something for you here. Okay.
Go ahead.
Set me as a seal upon thine heart, as a seal upon thine arm. For love is strong as death. Jealousy is cruel as the grave. The coals, therefore, are coals of fire, which hath a most vehement flame. Many waters cannot quench love, neither can the floods drown it. Does that help?
I think that's beautiful.
Who wrote that? Edgar Allan Poe?
I have no idea. It doesn't say. It just says Song of Songs, King James Version.
It's from the Bible.
So I think God wrote it.
Again, who wrote that? Okay.
Jesus.
It's not written by Jesus, from the Old Testament.
Okay, well, I don't know who wrote it.
I think it's beautiful.
Anyway,
but
Gary.
But I think your idea about writing a book about it is interesting, because it sounds like you're suggesting that it takes a shrink to kind of understand what's going wrong in a lot of these.
Maybe it is a shrink's view of dating in the mid 50s or something. It'd be interesting. It'd be a coffee table kind of book,
But you're a very interesting guy. I find it hard to believe that, even just on the level of engaging in conversation, you're very calm and kind of intelligent. And I find it hard to believe that you'd have a hard time engaging someone. Is it that you have a hard time finding somebody who's interested in what you're interested in, or interested in you? Or is it that you're shy? I mean, what goes wrong in the story? I'm curious. Because you seem like a very easy guy to talk to.
Yeah, well, I've always been introverted or shy, but I've overcome that with, like, I used to take CBD oil.
Yeah.
It seemed to ease my edge when I would go out to a social setting.
That's interesting.
I could be myself, so.
Yeah.
So I'm over all that.
Mm-hmm. I just think, again, it gets back to the point earlier. It goes a very long way to be a nice, fun, easygoing person. And I'm telling you, if you're just in a situation in which there are people that that could be attracted to you, you could be attracted to them, and you're just yourself, somebody will start to find you attractive. It's just the way that it is. You need the exposure to people that just get a taste of you as an ordinary human being, and somebody will find you attractive. It's just the way it is. You work with people, you go to school, you hang out, and then people just hang around you and they go, I'm really comfortable with you. For some reason, I could tell you anything,
and that was my key word. My key word,
right.
My key word is, now in our age, we need comfort and fit.
Yeah, but also, Mike, it's also okay to be alone. Like, you don't, there's nothing wrong with that either.
Absolutely. I like spells of it, but I'm telling you, it's authentic. Be authentic. That's the key.
Yeah, and I think that like if I think if you're searching for something too hard, you probably look right over it. I mean, it's one of those things where if you, I don't know, trying to force the issue is just not always a good idea either.
Right. And also don't personalize everything that doesn't work as being about you. A lot of times you're a great guy and the other person is in a place where they're not ready to connect because they're going through something, or they've been hurt and so they don't trust, or you remind them of somebody, or they know that they would like you and they avoid that because they're not ready for that. You don't know the psychology of why a person says no. You have to get to a place that you're confident enough that when they do, you don't think it's you. Because the trouble is when someone says no to you and you go, see, no one's attracted to me. Well, you got to get the attitude of like, I'm a good catch. And if this person doesn't like me, there's something in the chemistry or something about them where they're at, maybe, but I can't necessarily think that I'm flawed or horrible. You could work on things and be more, I don't mean that anyone's perfect, but I just mean it's when you make the assumption that the problem is you, that you won't go out and try again. And if you don't buy lotto tickets, you can't win the lotto. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the fit.
That's the key.
Right.
You gotta pay for the lottery if you're gonna win the lottery.
Can't win the right. Well, right. So what did he say? I like that.
I don't think likening the lottery to finding love is really the same thing.
But what did he say? I'm curious what his answer was.
I don't know.
You got to pay for the lottery if you want to win the lottery.
Oh, yeah. Right. No, but I'm saying if you don't, I'm trying to say if you don't take chances.
I'm not worried about winning the lottery either. So.
Well, you could win a raffle. I've got 6.
How about a bingo wheel? You got a bingo wheel over there?
No, I don't think but if you'd like a raffle ticket. But the $15. Yeah, that was smooth. But anyway, in all seriousness, I'm just saying, I think it's all about authenticity, confidence, and time. And if you just put yourself out there, it's a matter of time. And there are going to be some people that are going to be like, weirdo, don't like it. And some people are going to find you very, very attractive. And it could be in the same room. It's just not everyone is the right fit. And the more unique your personality is, the more sensitive you are, the more you're interested in things that other people aren't, the more there's somebody out there who is desperately trying to find someone who has the same interests and is excited to meet you. Because
Gary, do you ever get out of Manhattan? And where do you go when you get out?
Well, I've traveled all over the world. I mean, I love to get out of Manhattan. Believe me, I can't wait to get out of Manhattan. Of course, there are parts of the city where you could walk a block and you meet like 80 cultural groups. So it feels like you're outside of the country.
Mike, are you asking Gary out on a date?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Just one.
No. That's fine.
I'm not on that team. Okay.
Exactly, and neither are.
But I would if he ever comes down to St. Petersburg, Florida.
I like St. Pete. Yeah. What about it?
I could take him out on the town a little bit.
Okay, that's cool. All right. Well, it's an interesting town. Actually, in some ways, it's. I couldn't live in St. Pete. I don't know what I would do after a little while. I wouldn't have that much to do, right? Don't you find that's true of St. Pete?
I think it's very culturally diversified. Got the Dolly Museum, all kinds of museums and stuff. It's very cultural.
Cool. All right. But listen,
I like the Rays. I like the baseball team, everything,
Yeah. Maybe Josh will go. Josh, why don't you go to St. Pete?
No, I'm all right. He wants you to go, not me.
Well, are you going to go to CrimeCon in Orlando?
Yeah, but I'm not going to St. Pete.
I'm asking him.
Oh.
Well, I'm not a big. I did get into the Nancy Guthrie case. I got to admit, it sucked me in. So,
but you could meet a woman at CrimeCon because you'll be interested in the same thing. You could walk up to a woman at CrimeCon and
I'm no JLR. Okay, come on now, come on.
No, but you could walk up to a woman at CrimeCon and just be like, "Yo, what's your favorite murder?" You know what I mean? Start up a conversation. Who's your favorite serial killer? You know what I mean? And then like you'll be like, anybody like Zodiac?
Do I need a pencil in my shirt? Do I need like a pen?
Yeah, you got to go into an environment that is enriched for people who are interested in the same thing you are, and you will find somebody. It's as simple as that. I mean, I can't tell you how many people I've talked to.
I don't think I want a true crimer as a girlfriend. Just saying.
Why not?
Find one that was on the show Snapped.
What's wrong? Funny, Josh. It's very funny you said that. But wait a minute. What's wrong with a true crimer?
Well, we're all odd at the base of it, So
then don't you want to find someone who's a good match for you?
Yes.
So you got to find someone who's interested in what you're interested in. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I have other interests besides true crime.
Okay, what are your other interests? Spores, molds, and fungus. What else?
Boating, fishing, water sports.
Right. You can combine those interests,
museums.
So I think that's pretty cool. Now, why don't you do a Meetup? Go on Meetup.com, and you'd put in any place.
I did that 10 years ago. How'd that work?
Did you meet anybody interesting?
Yeah, probably.
Although interesting is a funny adjective. Right? Interesting is a funny adjective.
Yeah, probably. He doesn't remember it. He doesn't. Yeah, probably.
I think I did before that fell off the 40th floor and hit me.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, listen, I'm sure if you're as engaging and friendly and kind and intelligent as you seem here, look, there's people in the audience going, I like those things. All right. Why don't you?
I already got a date. I didn't
There
even
you
try.
go. Throw your name out there, and somebody in this audience will reach out to
Her
you.
name is Dr. Gary. Hey, Mike, thanks, man. I appreciate the phone call.
Mike, in all seriousness,
good talking to you, Gary.
Mike, listen to me. I want you to send me an email so I have your contact information, because someone in this audience might write me and say, I want you to put me in touch with Mike.
Nobody's going to do that.
It could happen. There are people in the audience that are saying that they have the same interests as Mike.
Nobody's doing that.
Yes, they are. I'm reading it. Come on, play Cupid with me.
I don't want to.
I live in paradise.
Just a pluck from Cupid's bow,
All right, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it, Gary. I really appreciate it, Gary.
I think we need a true crime dating site.
I don't think so.
Get people together interested in the same things. All right, take care of yourself.
All right, see you.
Josh, why couldn't you help me get him a date?
Patty, go ahead, Patty. Where are you calling from?
Patty, interested in a guy named Mike who likes museums and boating and true crime?
I want to tell Mike just to take it easy, and when he's least looking for it, he's going to find someone.
Exactly. That's what happens.
But hey, this is the waitress, and I'm here with your orange coffee. Okay, where am I from?
You're mad about how he tips.
Oh no, well, he gave me a great tip.
This has descended into disturbing innuendo. Josh,
But where am I calling from with my orange coffee?
Minnesota?
Yes, I've called before. But I actually called about first of all, Josh, I want to say that I usually don't call into these shows, and my friend told me earlier, she said you couldn't call in unless they say your name, and I waited for so long because he never said my name, and here she was making it up. But so anyway, I listened to your forget it. I watched the show. What?
Show.
What were you saying? You said forget what?
Your show. I watched the show about Summer Wells.
Oh yeah. With was that the one with Chris?
Yes, and I think her aunt, maybe her name was Mary.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
That was really interesting, actually. In all seriousness, we're joking around and being wacky tonight, but that was really, really interesting and heartbreaking.
Well, and the reason I'm calling is because, Josh, you were so empathetic, and I just thought you were so kind. And I waited all this time just to tell you that.
Well,
I thought both Chris and Josh, you were both very empathic.
Yeah. Both were.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's really the first case on YouTube that I've ever talked about. It's the one that sticks with me the most. It's the one that I would love. I mean, every case I've ever covered, I want to see solved and justice served. It's just the one that, like I said, it just introduced me to everybody, and it's just a very upsetting case, and it means a great deal to me. Unfortunately, it just hasn't been solved.
Yeah, I could tell. I hadn't heard about that case.
Yeah.
I'd heard the name, but until I watched your show, I knew no details.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely heartbreaking.
It is very heartbreaking. Yeah. And that was a case that we were heavy on for probably two years straight. And, we just had all kinds of hopes and that things were moving along, and it just doesn't seem like that's happening.
Josh, what was that episode that Brian Enton did yesterday or whatever, where he was talking to Don Wells? Was that an old interview?
Yeah, that was from like a couple of years ago.
Why was it being shown?
I don't know. Enton just showing his old interview, I guess.
Oh, because of the anniversary.
Yeah, right. 5 years.
Oh, I see. Is that worth watching? Was there anything revealed in that interview that's interesting?
I don't know. I mean, he just kind of says the same things.
Don.
He did say.
Yeah.
He did say that he asked, is his name Don, D-O-N?
Yeah.
He did ask him in the interview if he would take him driving around the area up in the hills, and he said yes, but then Brian said when the interview ended, he didn't do it.
Yeah, Candace didn't want that.
Oh, is that what happened? Okay.
They were supposed to go up to the house, and Candace said, well, according to Dawn, Candace said no.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to call in and thank you for your information and talk to you again probably.
I love when people call in for no reason other than to say
that's
something nice like that. I think that you wait a long time, and I think it's great.
I do appreciate it. Thank you, Patty.
I think it's awesome, and thank you. And I always love when you call because I like your accent.
Well, thanks. And I'm going to call again because I do have another one for you about a serial killer. You told us to call in if we had any suggestions, and I had one, but I can call in another time on that one.
Why don't you just ask now?
Ed Gein in Wisconsin, out of Wisconsin.
Didn't we do him already, Josh?
Yeah, we did a Gein show.
Did you?
Covered him already. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of new. I've only been here a short time, so I missed it. That's okay. All right.
Oh, it's interesting. I think we did it because they had been like a special about it.
The show came out. If you go to my page and you click on playlists, it will be under the serial killer playlist that we've covered many serial killers, and we do a whole episode about Ed.
Oh, absolutely. I'll look for that one. Yeah. Would you think I was completely strange if I said there's a certain look I see in his eye that I see in Kohlberger's eye?
No.
I feel like they kind of have the same stare. But yeah, I'll go watch that.
Yeah, that 1,000-mile stare. I know what you're talking about.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, Kohlberger is a very different type of person, but I know what you mean. I mean, because don't forget Ed Gein. As his name is supposed to be. Ed Gein was schizophrenic, so it's a little complicated. A brittle schizophrenic whose personality structure was a little psychopathic. The combo is very rare. You see it in people like Albert Fish, but he was a schizophrenic who had this sort of concrete idea that he could keep his mother with him forever by simply becoming her. And it's very, very disturbing. But anyway.
Well, I kind of thought that I kind of put that together with Kohlberger and his calls with his mom. But it's been a while, so I'll listen to your show and I'll probably learn something new or relearn something I've forgotten about.
Let me put it this way: Kohlberger, as bad as he is, wasn't patching together the skins of dead people to pretend to be his mother.
Not yet.
Well,
I was going to say that. Not yet. No, you're right. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
He can do that. He can do that in prison now.
Yeah, probably.
All right, Patty. Thank you so much.
Good night. Thank you. Bye.
Take care of yourself.
We got a couple more, and then I
Still
got
more? Oh my Lord!
You're the one that asked.
Oh
Gary.
my Lanta, as my
Yeah.
neighbor says.
Heather Cooper.
Oh, Heather, my friend. How you doing?
Heather.
Hi.
Heather,
How are
thank you
you?
for entering the raffle. I hope you win.
I hope so too.
Although
Hi,
you've already
Josh. How
got
are
you've already
you?
got books from me.
I hope so too.
Yes, I have your book.
No, but I mean, you've already received mail with a package, books from me. You
Yeah,
remember?
but I want the raffle one.
Yeah, she wants the raffle one, dude.
I
Well,
heard you saying my
don't
name.
forget, you could buy more than one ticket. I had some people who bought a few to
I'm
increase their
broke.
odds. I know. I'm
I'm
only
going
I
to
couldn't
see
care.
that thing in New York that Joey called and was talking about. I'm
Oh, yeah,
going. I have tickets for July 1st. Mind of a Serial Killer.
On July 1st, I'll be filming for a show somewhere in a different state.
Oh, okay. But it's June, July, and August. And then it goes to Dublin, Ireland, which is my dream, but obviously I'm not going to that one.
Oh.
No, but I heard you guys talking about my name. You were talking about my favorite movie. Heathers.
Oh, Heathers. Yeah. Heathers is your favorite movie?
Oh, it was back then.
Oh, that's interesting.
And it has my name on it. So and I just got tickets to see The Lost Boys on Broadway. You never get to the theater, I'm guessing.
Oh. Well, so
I don't.
So what true crime
You're
question
very
is on your
far.
mind?
I don't have one. I just wanted to tell you that you were talking about CrimeCon.
Yeah.
I did not wind up going to Vegas. You really you had me thinking with some
About
of the
what?
things you were saying. Well, about being on a plane. Yeah, my psychologist didn't think it was the best idea for me to go by myself.
Oh, I
You were
see.
talking about the flying and staying there by yourself and the hotels and just
Good
I'm
job.
glad I didn't. But I got Orlando. So I was glad to hear that you guys are both going to go.
Yeah.
But the hotel,
Gary and I, we're sharing a room.
I know, I heard. The rooms are very nice. They're 2 big queen size beds. But I just wanted to tell you, I heard you saying that you better book your hotel.
Yeah.
By the second day, which was a week and a half ago, they already opened up a second hotel for it. So the place that it's being hosted at, where you said, Dr. Gary, that's not right.
Oh, I thought it was at the Orlando Convention Center. Is that right?
No, it's at the hotel. It's at the Rose and Shingle Creek.
Oh, you mean it's not where it was last time?
It says Host Hotel. That's where I got it from, right on Universal Boulevard.
Interesting.
And that's the rooms for it. Is right there. Is there. So by 2 days later, they opened up an overflow hotel, they called it, at Doubletree. But so they're selling out fast. So I wanted to tell you.
I'm glad you told me. I think I'm going to be invited as part of a panel.
I nominated you 7 different times when I went on to CrimeCon.
Can't wait,
I
dude.
asked if you can please speak there.
And then we're gonna both be in the room hanging out.
Josh, I said that you should have your booth. Because before you said if you went, you weren't going to have a booth.
Probably not.
You got to put your name in, and then they choose you. And
Well, I mean,
I put your name in.
If Dr. Gary gets invited and Chris gets invited through the Cold Case Foundation, I'll just hang out with them.
No, because I'm thinking since our book is coming out.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm going to tell. I'm going to take along.
Always is there. I think maybe there'll be. We could request a panel.
They'll put us up in a room together.
I'm not.
It's a nice room. They have. It's a nice hotel. They have 14 restaurants, a spa, 3 outdoor pools, swim bars, hot tubs. I mean, it's really nice.
I won't do any of that.
I know.
Stay in the room and read and
Yeah,
mutter.
we're going to be hanging out in our room together, and we're going to play poker.
None of that.
You know what's cool
in
though?
My room by myself.
If I would have gone to Vegas and I wanted some quiet, I wouldn't have been able to go upstairs to my room because, first of all, the rooms were like $500 a night. Here they're only $202 with CrimeCon. It's not as bad. And so I wouldn't have been able to stay at Caesars. And if I wanted to get quiet and I went outside, it's just as loud out there.
What if we get a room that has 2 beds in it?
It does. It has 2 queen size beds.
Man, we could do that, Gary.
No,
That's what they're offering. It's really nice. It's really nice. I'm psyched, and it looks down to the
I'm gonna have
pool.
my own room, and that's the end of it. We're done with that part of the story.
Whatever.
Most of the one rooms come with 2 beds.
That's
Just
what
so
I'm
you know,
saying.
Dr.
He's being lame.
I'm not being lame. I just I don't do it. I'm not interested in
I'll
it.
figure out a
First
way.
of all, you have to understand something. When I go to something like that, I am not really interested in it beyond it being like a work function. Okay.
Fine,
So I
dude.
go in the door, I make a beeline for what I have to do, and then like I go home. Like, you understand, like the whole idea of like milling around and talking and hanging out at a bar with a martini. No.
That's why
I'm
you
literally
scared
going
me
like this,
last
like,
time.
hey, nice to meet you. Stay strong. Out.
That's
Back
why I
up.
didn't go. You were saying the same stuff about Vegas, and you scared me, and I didn't go, and I traded my ticket in for a voucher, and
Yeah,
I just did not go.
Can we get adjoining rooms then?
Too social for me.
Yeah. Do you need rooms?
Can we get adjoining rooms, Dr. Gary? Like we can have a door that
I didn't see adjoining rooms on there,
I don't care if the rooms are adjoined, as long
but
as
they're
there's a locked
offering a
door
certain
between them.
block for CrimeCon, and that's why you get 202 a night.
And Josh,
Dr. Gary.
no, seriously. What happens when you go to CrimeCon is you can't go down the hallway without someone stopping you. Okay.
No, you
And
can't.
it's either somebody going, "Oh, I love you" on such a, which is
nobody's
nice,
gonna stop me.
or it's somebody spitting on your head.
Josh,
You know what I mean? And
you don't
Josh,
even know.
you'll get stopped in a good way.
No, I won't.
No,
Josh,
you
you're a hottie. Trust me, you'll get stopped.
No, thank you. Maybe just for that.
No, people watch you and they know you.
Well, I'll
but
be
another
wearing
thing I heard
You
about
heard
Vegas
what
is
she said to you, right?
you had to walk
Abraham
like
Lincoln.
there was no signs to go, like you couldn't find the row or anything with all the people on it, whatever it's called. If they tell you where to go to the bathroom, you'd walk like half a football field to find out you went the wrong way and then have to walk all the way back. So I would have had to take like a shuttle to a different hotel. Yeah, but you need to book a room though, because they have a certain, it's like set off for CrimeCon, certain rooms. And the second day, and they said they only had a couple left. So
Gary,
Yeah.
we're gonna have to share a room, dude.
No, we're not. I will torch it like Carrie. Listen to me. I want you to know, well, not really, but I don't have telekinesis. But the thing is, I want you to understand, like, I have lived in Florida. I have been all over the place, and I feel that many places outside of New York, I might as well be like, I don't know how to explain it. I feel like I'm going into like the forest. I don't like that the things I like having around me are not there. It bothers me. So if I could, I would drag my entire house like a tortoise's carapace on my back and take it with me everywhere. I don't like that I'm out of my comfort zone. So the thing is, I'll get off the plane and I'll see that carousel of bags and I'll be like, I'm done. Like, I want to go home.
I have to fly.
Taking
You're
my
probably going to take
footwear
the
off to
train,
get on
right?
the plane. No, I'm not. I have no interest in it. I just want to be in my house. You understand? And it says something about like going to a convention and talking and being at tables and people.
You think I didn't take a plane to Vegas? You scared me.
No,
And then
it's too
you said
social
train
for
I
me.
should take.
No, I'm not interested. I don't like social events.
Well, what
Josh,
about-
you like social events,
Yeah, dude. I love it crowded.
but they involve people.
That's all right.
I know.
I'm a
I'm kind
person.
of like that too, Dr. Gary.
I'm a person. I'm people.
You are. No, but Julie will be 18 by then, so she can actually go with me. They actually card you to go in.
That's the one that you showed me went to the prom.
Yeah, I saw you. I showed you her
Yeah,
prom picture. Yeah. So okay, well, I just wanted to say hi.
All right. Well, thank you,
And
Heather.
I'm very excited to go see the Mind of a Serial Killer.
See, I like that.
Joey said it wasn't corny. Yeah.
No, a lot of people in the audience understand what I'm saying, and they're going like, I'm introverted too,
I know you
But
are.
the thing is, once I'm there, I'm very nice to everybody. I do not believe in not being nice to someone who comes up to you. Never.
Oh, no.
Somebody who wants to
Very,
share
very
with
nice.
you and keep you company.
You just didn't want it to be corny. Like you had a feeling that it might be kind of corny, and I found out that it's kind of not. And then listening to Joey and you talk, it sounded a little better. So.
Oh no, there are things about it that are fun. It's just that it's a very big crowd, and you have to be someone who likes that.
Can we fly there together? Like I'll fly to New York.
You're talking about Crime Con.
He thinks I'm interested in socializing. When I go there, Josh, it is all business.
He told you that last time. He'll only get to work.
I told you, I get off the plane. I'm like, I look for the guy holding the little sign with my name. I'm like, let's go, Joe.
You're going to get drunk.
No. I'm like a Mennonite.
One night you were taking cough medicine, Dr. V, and you were a little bit tipsy. And you were in a call-in, and you were so funny. You just were laughing at nothing. You were sick. It was in the winter.
Oh, I was punchy. I think
you were sick, and you were so silly. It was.
You just said you went to dinner with somebody.
It was funny.
I went to dinner with some people the last time I went to Crime Con, and it was like I was traumatized. Like I was scandalized by it.
We can eat dinner in our room.
Our room.
You
mean our room?
To stay with you.
No, our room. Yeah, we can hang out. We can eat chicken wings, and we can
you under the locked door.
We can watch UFC.
I would rather be.
Oh, that was horrible, Josh. On the White House lawn. Oh my God.
Yeah, we can watch UFC Freedom 250.
The White House lawn.
Don't even. I think I had gotten sick in my mouth.
Instead of having elections, let's just let them fight it out. You know?
God.
Let them fight it out. You know, the winner is the one who beat.
I would have loved to have seen Sleepy in the inside fighting.
I can't. I'm done.
Sleepy?
He said our room.
Our room.
Definitely book it. Plus, there's 14 restaurants. So, Josh, let him eat in his room by himself.
Thank you.
Well, you're such a party boomer.
That's what he likes to do.
We're going to go all the way to Florida, and you're not going to go hang out.
I don't like to do that.
He doesn't like to hang out. Show like that.
Cares what you like.
I'm sure that I will talk to people and get pulled.
I will be laying in the hallway, talking under your door, going, Dr. Gary.
You're going to be trying to forget.
Someone wrote slumber party in the
exactly. There'll be like a pillow fight in his room with 15 fans or something. And
my room will be so turned up, it won't even be funny, and you won't be invited. You'll come like, Josh, can I hang out? Like, no, go away. Go read your book.
People in the chat are inviting you both to their room with snacks and stuff in there. Read it.
He's not coming.
They're saying.
That's fine. Just let me know where the party's at. I'll be there.
They actually have one when you go. But it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So we'll stay Thursday.
Feel like
Monday.
Like I opened up the thing that Drop Dead Fred lives inside of. It's like
I love that movie.
He's like an id, like a Loki.
Dr.
That comes out and makes trouble. You know what I mean? Just keep everything in the box. You know what I'm saying?
Don't make fun of Drop Dead Fred. That's a good movie, Dr. Gary.
Fred. I think it's great. I like Phoebe Cates.
No, but all right. Hopefully I'll win. And get your room while you can. Yeah, and dude. Dr. Gary, I'll talk to you because I want to let you know how that museum thing is.
I'll book our room tonight, Dr. Gary.
Have fun. Bring the dogs. Because they'll be the ones sleeping in the other bed.
Flying the dogs.
I have to fly. Are you going to take the train?
No.
I want to know how Dr. Gary's going to get to Orlando. Is he taking the train or driving?
Last time I went, I flew, but now I have to do that thing where because now I need the new driver's license, or I have
probably a horse.
Well, ID. I know. I got to go get one too.
But I'm not in the mood to do that. But maybe I'll.
You have a passport, don't you? You've been all around the world.
Renewing it.
He'll take a carriage and buggy.
All right, guys.
All right, thank you, Heather. Appreciate it.
Bye, Josh. Bye, Dr. Gary.
Conversation. I don't know if I'm going. I think I'm not going.
You're going.
I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. Because the way you explained it, you make me feel like I'm gonna have to move about. Anyway,
yeah, you're gonna have to move.
Heather's very nice. She's a big supporter of the big fan.
You're going.
Okay, whatever you say. All right. Now, do we have any other callers, or we put out of our misery yet?
Let me say, I think Cassie E called back in. Hold on.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Whoa. Where is she calling from?
Hold on.
Because I kept getting kicked out. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
okay. Yeah, we're here.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Hang on, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Let me exit and come back in.
So so now you're not going to go?
No. Unless I'm on a panel.
Huh?
If I'm on a panel, I have to, but I don't think so.
But you don't want to go now?
Not now.
Did I scare you? Well, I'll just
You lost me at the pillow fight.
I'll get a room with an extra bed in case you change your mind.
We're done here. Go ahead. What's your
there?
question? I hear a dog.
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. Something happened earlier where I got disconnected. It was I'll try and keep it quick, but it was just something that was kind of important to me, and there's fewer viewers now, so I just Dr. Gary,
It's because of Gary's poetry.
Actually, I love Dr. Gary's poetry.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I really loved Annabelle Lee, but I that was the first poem I ever cried to, I think, when I don't know, I was in 6th grade maybe, and I read that, and it really touched me. However, I had no idea that it was what went on to be the basis of Lolita. So, or went on to influence Lolita.
It's a very disturbing poem. I mean, think about you realize, of course, what he's saying.
I cannot hear you guys.
That's weird. God. We can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear Josh, but I can't hear Dr. Gary. And
this happens from time to time. I have no idea why.
Yeah. Dr. Gary, can you say something?
Something.
The big brown fox jumps over.
Yeah, I can't hear him.
Yeah, I don't know. Hold on.
I've exited out and entered back in several times.
Try it one more time.
Look at gift horse.
All right. Sorry, guys. I know it's late.
It's all right.
I like that somebody wrote yabba dabba doo.
Yeah.
That's not Bruno, is it?
No. So you're not. So now you're not going to CrimeCon?
No, not unless I'm on a panel, and in that case, I'll sleep on the stage. Seriously, she's not coming back?
I'm here. I'm here.
Can you hear him?
Oh, so you heard me.
I only heard, is she not coming back? I only heard the last.
I'm on to you.
I only heard the last bit. I couldn't hear. That was the
She
last thing I heard when
accidentally
I logged
revealed
in.
she could hear. It's like malingering deafness.
No. No, that's the only thing I heard, so I'm not sure what you said before that.
It's like the old.
He was telling a story about a fox.
Well, anyway, the Lolita reference was kind of it. I dealt with.
I understand.
With.
Right. You
with
identify
abuse.
with the.
Yeah, in the church, from an elder.
Oh.
And.
I'm sorry.
From the time I was in the nursery, basically. So, my mom. I'm sorry. I know this is heavy. I'm sorry, but I just. When I came out about it, I went to my parents sent me to counseling. It was a Christian counselor. And, I wasn't feeling it because, the whole problem was, I'd been violated by someone in the church, and someone who was seen as like a godlike, basically. They were divinely positioned, if you will. And so she put me on like a 6-week course reading the book about boundaries by McLeod at like 12 years old, and then that was kind of it. And after that, I've done EMDR for that.
Yeah.
I've done
EMDR. It helps a lot of people.
Well, and I've had other things, and the EMDR, I will say, I feel like saved my life. On certain, I lost a child as well, and so that that the trauma around that, it was a lot. The EMDR helped a lot because it was very you know, I could focus on that specific thing. You know, when you're abused over years, it's hard for EMDR to kind of to work. I think at least that's kind of how I feel about it. But I've never really taught. I just got back into counseling about it. My mom, because I've never talked about it. I've never. The only treatment I had was with that counselor at the beginning, who had me in like I said, a 6 week program, and by the time I was done with 6 weeks, I was good to go.
Well, how old are you now, if you don't mind my asking? If I'm not being rude in asking.
No, I'm almost 40. I'm 39.
So you're talking about something that almost 4 decades ago.
Yes.
Still affecting you, and you still feel. See, I can't give you clinical advice, okay? So I'm just gonna be sort of general here.
Yes.
But because it's inappropriate in the setting to do that.
Right.
But what I would say is that before this thing robs even one more day of your life, do whatever you need to do to process it and put it behind you, because it's already affected you for 4 decades of a life that, even if you lived the average amount of time a person lives, you might have already lived half of it, almost half of it.
Right.
And I really, really think that you have to force yourself into this and face it, put it behind you, because it affects you every day. It sounds like
it affects me a lot, and a lot of I grew up in a fundamentalist, basically, church, and so my parents, everything was secret. It was all secret. I know I was dealing with this, and I'd come out with this, but they got mad at me for being angry and for being upset, and for people at church maybe possibly knowing what was going on at home and asking questions, and the parents, and my parents being questioned about why they didn't know, because and so there's in the church I grew up in, there's just a lot of. I actually had a discussion with my counseling. Like I said, I've been back in counseling for it because there's been quite a other things going on that it has brought it back up, and
isn't it amazing how the people who are responsible for it probably aren't in counseling?
They're dead, luckily.
No. Did they go to counseling?
No. What happened was we reported it to them, and he was originally brought to court, but he absconded, and then he was on the run. I mean, he was nowhere to be found. No one knew where he was, and so my entire childhood, I was afraid of. Until I was big enough and realized he was old enough that I could take him, basically, I was terrified of being kidnapped. I was terrified of being taken, him coming back and getting me, because nobody had any idea where he was. But I'm sorry, guys. I know this is
I had that happen. I felt the same exact thing. I used to think that my dad was going to come back and steal me and my sister away or kill us. And I don't know if you ever heard me tell this, but every night for years, we would have to do a routine of checking all the windows and doors. Yes. And I'm sure you did this sort of the same thing, probably, because it's terrifying.
Yes.
And so
I did.
And then
it's a very powerful image, Josh.
Yeah, and anxiety. I slept with a weapon at 12 years old. A knife. I had a knife and a bat. Because I was afraid. That, and so.
I get it.
Not a lot of people. I'm not sure there are a lot of people that get that necessarily. So you getting that?
Probably not.
You getting that because not knowing if someone could come back and do harm is very traumatizing.
Especially as a kid.
especially as a child. Yes. And without any, my family wasn't very supportive either because it was all secretive. It all had to be a secret.
You know how I learned to fall asleep when I was a kid, and it was so difficult, was that I would close my eyes and not open them under any circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully I would just wake up in the morning. And that was so hard to learn to just keep my eyes closed because I was so scared to open them sometimes.
Right. That something might be there, or that their harm might be right there.
Because before that, the way that I would fall asleep was I would try and stay awake.
That's and I still do that to this day. I don't sleep, very hardly at all.
Yeah.
And so, because, I have a lot of fear. I have a lot of, there's a lot, even though that he's dead now, and he did get somehow, I searched for his death certificate for years just to feel better. And he didn't die till the nice ripe old age of like 95. So, yeah. And
terrible.
But I just wanted to say, my mom, Gary, I think it was on one of Chris's on one of the shows on the Interview Room where you went into a lot of detail about the difference between, and this is kind of where we got cut off a little bit last time, was the difference between the snatchers, the people who snatch, and the people who groom. And there was an episode where you talked about the differences in personalities between the types who groom and the types who snatch, and that the oddballs are generally the ones who snatch because they don't have the social skills to
also
groom.
The type that would target someone not even old enough to talk.
Yeah.
Right. And so I don't really know. I felt, I don't know. I felt like I wanted to let you know that what you said, for whatever reason, I know my mom has a ton. My dad passed away recently, or not recently. It feels recently. It's been about 5 years ago. And that was, pretty traumatic as well, especially for my mom. But it forced her into facing reality. I think, we've never been able to talk about this until she started going to counseling once my dad died. And we finally started being able to be open about this. And, it's part of the reason I've gone back to counseling for it, because, I realized how much, I talked to my husband about it. I talked to, I'm open, but there's only so much there's only so much he can say. And it's not fair, really, to put all that on him.
Well, unfortunately, the burden of trying to be okay falls on you.
It does.
And as unfair as that is, I know what that's like. And I can hear it in your voice. I can hear the anxiety in your voice. I can hear the pain. I just know. And my hope for you is that you can somehow find some peace of mind and body, because it's exhausting.
It is.
And I know what that's like. And I really do. And I think that there are certain things, like at some point, and this is easier said than done, but I'm not telling you anything that I haven't had to do. Okay.
Uh-huh.
But at some point you have to say, this person cannot control and affect my life like this anymore, because it's my life and they've already stolen enough from me. And you're capable of this. You really are. And it's hard. It's hard work. It sucks. It's all of that. It's terrible. And the fact that you have to actually do this isn't fair either. But life isn't fair. We are all dealt horrible, some of us are dealt horrible hands, and I'm sorry that you've had to do that, or that you've had this, plague your life. But you're young, you're smart, you have a husband who loves you, and it's okay to move on. It is.
Yeah.
You don't have to live like that anymore. You can confront it, and I know it's easier said than done, but sometimes it's not your burden to carry anymore. He's gone.
Yes, he is.
He is.
He is. And I feel like I have, I've just suppressed it, and I'm at a point where I can't anymore. Because it's coming out sideways. It's coming out in ways that it shouldn't, and the ways that are unfair to the people that I love. And like I said, there have been some other incidents that has happened that have kind of reignited this, but I do think that's a blessing in disguise, because this is clearly something that I've avoided, that I haven't been ready to talk about, or that I haven't wanted to face. And this other incident happening, I think, is what I needed to finally
You have to understand.
You're okay. It's okay.
As a child, you were robbed of the most basic trust. And when that happens at the hand of somebody that is supposed to represent God, that is supposed to represent the safest, the most loving force in the world, and then your parents, out of deference and respect for that, won't discuss it, it only stands to reason that a person would have a hard time believing that it's safe to come out of the shell into the world, because if you can't trust that, if you can't trust those forces, there's nothing left. And so I think you have to give yourself some credit that you must have found a way to be pretty tough. I mean, to get to where you are shows that you essentially figured out, how to sort of, from the crib, how to be strong for yourself. And if that's true, you'll get through this too, because now these are spirits from the past. They're not here anymore. This is all specters of a thing that still scares you.
It's true.
You see, but what
it's nightmare though. It comes out in ways that I don't want it to. It comes out.
Look at it like this: if you went outside right now, what time is it where you live, where you are?
It's 2:30
in the morning.
Yes.
Okay, so if you went out and you looked up at the sky, you'd see some stars, right? Is it a clear night?
It's my favorite thing to do. Yeah.
Okay. Well, when you look at those stars, you're not looking at stars. You're looking at light from stars from a very long time ago, and some of those stars are dead. They're not even there anymore.
Right.
Well, the same thing is happening to you with this. This is light, not really light, darkness in a weird way.
Yeah.
That is traveling forward from a thing that is blown up.
That's already dead. It's already dead.
And you're just seeing it arrive to today as if it's here in front of you. And you have to understand, it's an illusion. You could scream and yell at it all you want, but it's gone. It doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
It exists only as a being trapped in that moment, like it's still happening, and your brain thinks, I have to still be scared or it's going to happen again. But the thing is, you're not an infant in a crib anymore. And this is a pathetic shell of a human being to have to do that to an infant. I have dealt with a lot of sex offenders in my day, but the ones who target infants in cribs are among the most reprehensible human beings on earth.
Yeah.
And the thing is that you have to understand how pathetic, how absolutely pathetic a human being has to be. Looking at a child who has, because when I deal with healthy parents, for example, they'll come to therapy and they're petrified that they just had a baby. And they're afraid they're going to say one thing that's going to affect the entire course of the baby's life.
Mm-hmm.
They love the baby, right? They have a fight because one of them said something and the other one thinks it's going to affect the whole course of the baby's life. That's what a normal person does. These are people who think, and imagine one of them who joined the ministry
Yeah.
is thinking,
I mean, yeah.
Perfectly
He
normal.
started the church. He started the church. He founded it.
It is horrifying. And what I want to do is I want to validate. I have to tell you, I don't know if I'd be okay if I had an experience like you did. I think Josh would say the same thing. We have to validate that you're reacting the way a normal human being would.
This is normal.
It's the worst possible thing that could happen to a child ever. Okay? Absolutely the worst thing. In infancy, it's almost unbelievable. Okay. But at the same time, you have to find a way to not allow the next half of your life to be taken away from you, or this person wins.
Right.
And
now I'm telling you right now, wherever that guy has gone, he is answering for that deed. Okay?
Right.
Because we're talking about a person who walked around proclaiming himself to be a representative of Christ.
Yeah.
Okay? Now don't worry about that, because you remember what Christ said. He said, if someone should make one of these little ones stumble, it will be better for him
to be tied with a millstone.
Tied around his neck. That's right. So you don't worry about that. Okay? That unless that person had something.
Hey, Cassie, do you know why a millstone?
Right. They're never getting out of the water again.
But do you know why?
I've heard why, but I don't know I can't
the
remember
heaviest-
exactly.
the heaviest.
The weight. I was gonna say it was the heaviest, right? And
heaviest
so
of
there was
all.
no way they could
Never. You're never.
resurface.
Right.
Yeah, it's not a cinder block. It's the heaviest rock possible.
Right.
Now, unless we don't know what happens to a person's soul, before we don't know. There are some people who regret and convert and whatever. We don't know that. But all I know is that if that person did that, right, exactly. If did something like that and died in a state of still
on
being
the run
okay with that, then I got to tell you, that is not a soul you'd want to be on Judgment Day. And what I'm saying to you, we can't judge, but I wouldn't want to be judged in those shoes. And what I'm saying to you is, don't worry about that. There is a kind of court higher than human beings, and we're all getting there. So forget that part. But the thing is, for you to be made whole, you have to find a way to put this over there and move on with life. And I know it's unbelievable, but you must.
Yeah.
And, you should read Jane Kenyon's Having It Out with Melancholy, which begins in the crib. And I always thought when I read it that it's about someone being assaulted in the crib.
Having it out with melancholy?
Yes, because in the poem she says, you pressed your body against me, in the crib.
Yeah.
Right. And I really think that it is about someone assaulted in the crib, and therefore being, taking their entire life to find a moment of peace, which is how the poem ends. And the poem might as well have been called Having It Out with Someone Who Took Advantage of Me in the Crib, because that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
So, but I have to tell you that without getting clinical or whatever, just from a human place, you must be an extraordinary person to I mean, I have to tell you, and I'm happy that you have people who love you, around you. You're very lucky in that way. Yeah. And don't those people make you understand that, like, there are people in this world who love you and can take. I mean, look, I'm a person that I'm constantly surrounded by people who've been abused and taken advantage of. And then I'm kind to them and I talk to them and I think I'm just doing my job or I'm just being a person out in the world. And they'll say to me, I come here and I talk to you and, like, it saves my life. Like, I'm sitting here and somebody is nice to me. Like, you don't understand what that means to me. Like, that you're never going to, like, come across the room and hurt me. Like, it means a lot to me. And I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't fully get it. Or you go out, you get romantically involved with a person who's had a history like that. And then they say, like you see them flinch or become uncomfortable because you're too close or you're going to kiss them or whatever. And something has happened to them. And then after a little while, they don't flinch and they're comfortable. They let you hug them. And you don't realize that, like, that could save a person's life.
I feel like that was my husband, honestly. My husband.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So at some point, being in an intimate space and having a person come near you can be compared with somebody loving you. And that's what has to happen, and and then you understand the other side of it. And trust me, no one ever did that with this guy. Never getting it.
And
No.
you have a lot of life to live.
You got a lot of life to live. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, Josh and you have in common the idea of being robbed of what is supposed to be the most innocent time in your life.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, the two of you were robbed. I mean, I don't know how else to put it, right?
And Josh, you were young. You were super young. You were toddler too. You were a
I was 3.
toddler. Yeah.
right. So
Yeah.
you know, I mean, it what rewires as far as
Sure.
it rewires your brain as far as you know it
changed how it changed. You know, I didn't have a perception of the world, but it certainly altered it from other people's. From the kids that I grew up with that lived, you know, quote unquote normal lives, and I looked at the world much different, much more different than they did, and I still do. You know, because it does rewire you. But one thing that I have been able to do, and I'm not saying that, you know, it's perfect, but I have been able to find some solace and some peace and realize that none of it was my fault, even though I would blame myself for not being able to be older and stronger and be able to protect everybody. But there was nothing I could do, and I wish there were. And I know you feel the same way, but you can't relinquish all your power because you have power now. You're a young lady who has a family, a husband who loves you, and you know you cherish those things because some people don't even have that.
Right.
And so that what you have right now is a great starting point. From today on, you say, I can do this. It's not going to be easy, and not every day is going to be perfect. But as long as you can make progress, it doesn't have to be perfection, and you can do that. And I know what you say when you say it's bubbling over and it's coming out sideways, and I know exactly what you're talking about.
So do I.
And that's just part of how it goes. It's a normal reaction to something terrible when you start to confront it, and a lot of people don't confront it for years after they go through just horrific things because you're either distracted as a child or you're able to compartmentalize for a while, and then your brain chemistry changes and you become much more aware of the world. It's like when Adam and Eve, you know, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you know, you don't really know until you get to a certain age. You go, why did this happen to me? It should not have happened to me. I'm angry that it happened to me, and you should be. You have every right to be angry about it. That's not the problem.
Well, both of you had serpents slither into your gardens of innocence. Look, the fact of the matter is that you have made a choice to be better to people than somebody was to you, than people were to you. And that's how you make things whole again, is you let the buck stop with you, right? So like Josh could have been a jerk of a man if he wanted to be. He could have been a nasty father or a horrible spouse or whatever, but he decided to not do that.
Right.
And take that out of the world and not make someone else. Because what some people will do is they'll pass the buck and they'll say, I'm going to be horrible to you, so I feel better about myself. But I think that what both of you have done is decided that it ends with you, right? So now that takes the person out. They're gone. Like their line is over. Like that's it. So then the next question becomes, how do you let yourself experience your own compassion? The same compassion that you would give to someone else. Right? So if you were talking to you, let's put you in a chair in front of you right now, right? Okay, I'm sorry, Josh. We'll put you in front of yourself right now, and you are a compassionate, lovely human being. And now there's a little girl sitting there who comes to you and says, I was in the crib and the elder in my church did this thing to me, and my mommy and my daddy don't listen to me, and nobody understands or whatever. What do you say to her? Now you're sitting there across from her. What do you say to little you? What would you say?
That's not an easy thing to answer. I know.
I
Well,
know.
you know,
But
you asked me that same question before, Dr. Gary.
I know.
My answer was, it's going to be okay, and it's not your fault.
Right. I think that the answer that you gave, which was to sit there and cry a little bit with her, was a good one.
That's right.
That's a good answer. Because I think sometimes that's what you need. Someone who believes you and understands and feels it with you. And then the furniture is being lifted by two people, not one little kid.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. Nobody lifted it with you. I don't even sure. It was like it was put in a denial box.
It was put in a denial box.
And what you did was you acknowledged and you cried. And that means something to that little kid. See? Because you're the one who has to validate it. You're the one. And I think that's what you just did. I hope that you have someone that you go out in the world and you talk to about this, and you find that there are people in the world that will lift this furniture with you. Because that little kid is still in there. See? Now, and what Josh is saying, that's like step 2. First, you validate. And then you say it's not your fault.
And yeah, and
right.
I am in the process of that. And
I know.
that's
You're
part
tough
of why
cookie. Yeah.
you know, well, I mean, I finally decided, like I said, it's like
And
my husband.
Okay, and it's okay that you hate his guts too. You know that, right?
Yes. And well, but that's also been complicated because I loved him and hated him because he did a lot of things for me.
You can love people that do horrible things to you.
Yeah.
That's right.
And it's right, and it's just it's complicated. It's just kind of a mind.
Well, there are parents that treat their
Yeah.
children like absolute garbage, and they still strive for their love and affection. It makes biologically, it's a connection, but realistically makes no sense. Most of the time, you would go, I absolutely hate that person. I hate my father. I hate my mother for treating me like that. But at the same time, you would do anything for them to accept you and love you.
Right.
You would change whatever you could about yourself.
Right.
Especially as a kid.
And part of it was the grooming process too, because
that's right.
Everything, things were good until they weren't. Everything was great, and it was, groom. I mean, if you know a groomer, you know a groomer. I mean, they make you feel incredibly special. They make you feel, they buy you things. They teach you things. They do all these things until they hurt you. And that's one of the hardest parts, is that, that's where that love hate, kind of comes in, because there were good things.
Yeah, but
there were good things, and it's hard.
Came in masquerading as a person that was leading you to God. And think about that, how reprehensible that is. That it is okay to be furious that this person was masquerading, right? The devil hath charmed to assume a pleasing shape.
Yeah.
Understand that is in many ways one of the most evil things you can do.
Yeah, it doesn't get worse.
It doesn't get worse than that. I think it was Blaise Pascal who said that there was no greater evil than evil that masqueraded. Wait, what was it? I can't remember the line, but it was something like that. The great evil was done in the name of religion. Well, I think that there is something to that. That I think there's a special price for that when it comes to judgment.
Yeah.
Come in that form, It's like the devil in the desert telling Jesus that he wanted very much for him to eat bread. You look hungry.
Right.
Why don't you turn this rock? It's that kind of phoniness. And I don't know what to say other than to say to you that I'm happy that you've decided to go on this path.
Yeah.
Because I hope when you get to the other side of it, you're kinder to you than these people were.
Yeah.
Kinder to other people than these people were. But I hope you're
Well,
kinder.
that's been an issue too.
Right.
Because I've overextended myself.
I understand. And I
And
hope that
and
you
been
are
taken
kind.
advantage of. So,
Well, okay. And I hope
and
that
that's another.
I
But
hope that you finally decide that somebody has to pick that little kid up and hug her and love her and be good to her. And I hope you do that. You know, you can write to me and I can talk to you about, you know, a little, but to maybe give you an idea of what you could do here. But I don't want to do that here. Okay.
yeah.
But I will say to you that I think you're a very, very special person.
Very
And
much.
whatever happened to you, the part of you that had that beautiful, luminous child in her sort of went into a box and got preserved, and she's just sort of waiting there for you. And that's a rare thing. Most people, that little kid, slips into adulthood and becomes like everybody else. Yours is like in a preservation box somewhere, and that's a beautiful thing. Yes.
Well, Cassie, thank you so much. I'm glad that we got to talk. Also, I don't know if you're a Taco Bell fan, but it just announced that Taco Bell's bringing back the Enchilito. So,
what about say that again?
And Austin Powers 4 is coming out.
No.
The first one in the front row.
Do you like Taco Bell?
I prefer Taco Bueno.
Okay, but Taco Bell's bringing back the Enchilito, so I'm excited about that.
Enchilito.
I usually don't eat that stuff, but I might have to spend a Saturday crushing an Enchilito. But thank you so much. And
I'm sorry if this was too heavy. I know
Not at all.
if this was inappropriate. You know,
it's fine. No, it's fine.
I'm
Totally fine.
I like that. I can't believe that you're worried about that. I really think that it's the people around you who should probably be a little bit more concerned about their appropriateness.
I think so too.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? You
Yeah, I do.
apologize for other people because you're empathic. Stop taking in other people's faults. You know, you're not a little crucifix.
You're allowed to be upset, and you're allowed to to feel it.
I think you should demand other people apologize to you, for God's sake, but instead you're doing the apologizing. And I think that's because you know they're never going to. And you need an apology for the world to make sense again.
Yeah.
But it's not going to make sense out of the world for you to do the apologizing because you didn't do anything.
Right.
And
I'm learning that.
Gaslight you. You know what I'm saying?
And I got to tell you, if you go back and watch this, go back and watch the chat. There's a lot of really kind things people are saying that are encouraging. Nobody's upset about anything.
Oh, you know how many people in the audience have been through it?
Yeah, I do, but sometimes it's just, you know, it's not socially it's just to talk about it openly like that. But
sometimes look,
but sometimes it helps someone else too.
The things I talk about aren't socially acceptable all the time either.
And when you get off the line, remember, Josh and I are both men, okay?
Yep.
And we're good men. We're nice people. We don't hurt people.
I believe that. I believe that.
And that should already start to make you say, there's 2 more than there were of that guy already. And there's probably more. And count the good ones. Count.
Yeah, we're not here to hurt anybody else.
Right.
You
know? No.
Remember that because the brain reacts to one as if it's all. Don't overgeneralize a stimulus, as they say in the trauma literature, right? You want to sort of see.
Can you explain that?
Well, what it means is that if you have one bad experience, if a tree falls on you,
gotcha.
You're afraid of all trees.
Right, I gotcha.
And you want to try to understand, like, there are a lot of good men in the world.
Right. Okay.
Remember that. It sounds like you're married to one.
It sounds like
I am, and I'm very lucky. I'm very
lucky. Actually, well, you're lucky, but not in the sense that like it was so rare to find.
You deserve it.
Right. That's true. But what I'm saying is, when you say that, it makes it sound like you think that you reached into the bag of men and you got the one rare, you know. But the truth is, there are many, many good people in the world. Many.
Yes.
You understand? It sounds like you got a good one, and that's great.
I did.
But don't paint the idea in your head that, like, you know, there's like a bajillion terrible.
I don't feel that. I really don't feel that way.
Good.
Honestly, I don't feel that way. I try and see the best in people.
Good.
Almost to a fault, because it takes. I try to see the good in people until I get hurt, basically, which is
Exactly.
which, so I've got to find a balance there.
But
But I
Cassie, you can
generally,
also hear in your voice that there's some relief here.
yes,
That you feel better just from talking, and that is a good thing. So when you get tight like that,
Yeah.
It happens. Trust me. I know. Talking, having somebody to talk to is a huge asset in life, and we're lucky to have it.
yeah.
That's
Well,
right.
thank you guys.
All right. Thank you
guys.
You have a good night.
I really appreciate it.
All right.
And I know it's late. I'm sorry for
worry
keeping
about
y'all
it.
so long, but
Don't worry about it.
you guys have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
The
Heavy.
things some people in this world have to experience are
Yeah,
unbelievable.
I always say we goof around for too long of the show, and then we end with those every time. You're right.
It's the way it goes. But because it's the cycle I was talking about. It all goes around.
Yeah.
So that's what life is: a little laugh and a little tear.
I gotta take these. I gotta take these dogs out.
Yeah, go. But that was powerful, and
It was awesome.
Oh my God, this was almost a 6-hour show.
Yeah, it's your fault, but that's all right.
Nobody's gonna watch it.
Why not?
Who's gonna sit and listen to us for 6 hours?
I don't know. There's still
somebody taking a long flight or something.
There's still like 1,000 people watching.
Pretty good. And
I mean, what? Yeah.
Listen. We are. Let's see. It's 4 a.m. here. So in 15 hours, I will pick the winners of the raffle.
All right.
And right now, you've got a. Let me see. I think 20 people have entered, and which is not many. So out of the 20 people that entered, there are 6 books. Those are pretty good odds. They're pretty good odds that you're going to win.
Yes, we're still here. The show could have ended at 3 hours and 30 minutes, but Dr. Gary said, "Do more people have to?" Then Janet called, and then it was over from there.
I love Janet. She spikes the punch every time.
Yeah, and the poetry. I can't even remember.
I know. I'm sorry, but listen. So
I gotta go.
Books, and please, if you can, take a
over.
look at the piano page, read The New Evil,
Yes.
and join us again next time. Okay, thank you. And you can see the instructions for how to enter the raffle and send it, and everything is all right there in the posts on my piano page, which Mary Fairy Fly has just added. I like saying Mary Fairy Fly. All right, take care.
All right.
Bye.
Very good. Bye-bye.
I want to say it.
So you enter by going to Dr. Gary's piano page, and on the post you can I think you can enter until tomorrow. Tomorrow at 7 or something like that. But anyway, all right, guys. Well, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. You guys have a great night or morning or whatever. I don't even know what it is. I have no idea.